Chapter 730, Discount Promotion. Chapter 730, Discount Promotion. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was the ancient opulent city's largest trading company and also occupied the most profitable districts in the ancient opulent street. It just happened to be facing the new Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opposite the street. Now that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was about to open for business anew, many people naturally adopted a wait-and-see attitude as well, having a look if this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could cause any impact to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company or not. Different from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's business scope was rather extensive. Whatever martial artists required, they virtually dabbled in all of it. But to talk about what was the most profitable, it was undoubtedly still medicinal pills. No reason other than medicinal pills were one-off consumable goods. It was indispensable to martial artists. Regardless of where martial artists walked to, they could not be missing medicinal pills on them. If two martial artists' strength did not have a big difference, when fighting to the end, a lot of times, what they fought out with were actually medicinal pills. Alchemist statuses were lofty. This was also a very important reason for it. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opening for business, as the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's chairman, Zwushin obviously would not be that at ease. He got the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head alchemist, also the ancient opulent city's one and only alchemy saint powerhouse, He Shuming, to come over and discuss countermeasures. Alchemy Saint He, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opposite, is going to open for business tomorrow. They already let out news that there are several types of medicinal pills about to appear on the market. Could it? Zwushin said rather worriedly. If it were before, Zwushin absolutely would not be worried about a divine traversing realm boy. But now, even He Shuming became Yi Yuan's defeated opponent. He had no choice but to place emphasis on it. Hearing Zwushin's words, He Shuming was also annoyed inwardly. But he still said coolly, "Rest assured, Chairman. Yi Yuan, this brat is at the very most just a measly little alchemy sovereign. How big a wave can he stir up? Even if his medical skills are overwhelming, it's futile if he can't find Tier 6 medicinal pills too. I want to see just how he will use Tier 5 medicinal pills to gain a firm foothold in this ancient opulent city." Actually, Zwushin thought this way in his heart too. But he was really quite uncertain on what move to make. Was Yi Yuan really a young calf who did not fear the tiger, or was he simply a fool? Picking up the gauntlet opposite of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, where did his confidence come from? As the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's helmsman, Zwushin was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the city recently. But he also knew that those people Yi Yuan cured, Tier 6 medicinal pills, were not used at all. This also indicated that Yi Yuan could not refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. One had to know that the greatest consumer group in the ancient opulent city were Boundless Realm martial artists. Below Boundless Realms were mostly impoverished people. Even though this group was extremely massive, those who truly had consumer power were not many. I wonder if Alchemy Saint He has any countermeasure? Zwushin inquired. He Shuming said with a cold smile, "Rest assured, Chairman. I've already arranged a grand show. I want to take a look at what mood this brat would have when this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion goes out of business on the first day it opens for business." Hearing He Shuming said so, Zwushin set his mind at ease too. But he asked curiously, "Grand show? What kind of grand show?" "Heh, you'll naturally know at that time. However, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has to take some action too. I want to make Yi Yuan, this brat, unable to survive even a day in the ancient opulent city," He Shuming said coldly. Although the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was helmed by Zwushin, He Shuming's status was extraordinary. It was also exactly because they had He Shuming that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company could overpower the says, sitting firmly on the throne of number 1 all along. Zwushin nodded his head when he heard that and said, "That's of course. I've already made the arrangements. Starting from tomorrow, all of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tier 5 medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount. If the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion has Tier 6 medicinal pills, our Tier 6 medicinal pills will also be sold at a discount." Chairman is indeed experienced and vicious. giving out an offer of 20% in one go. We can crush them completely in terms of price. He, a newbie, I don't believe that he can afford a war of attrition with us. Most likely, they would have to wind up shop in a few days. He Shuming laughed delightedly. No idea what kind of price the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion paid either, to actually be able to make the Meteor Trading Company back them up from behind. But I think that the price they paid is definitely not small. But that Yi Yuan is indeed a clever person. If finding a backer in the ancient opulent city with their strength, the Meteor Trading Company is indeed the most apt, Zhuoxin said. Hearing that He Shuming also prepared a big move, the anxiety in Zhuoxin's heart also went away. With both simultaneously, this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was bound to not operate for long. That brat has nothing at all apart from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's title deed. Other than this title deed, what else can he take out? He Shuming said. Zhuoxin nodded his head in agreement too. He thought so as well. The next day early morning, the ancient opulent street's Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opened for business. For the sake of the grand opening this time, the Meteor Trading Company also put down an arm and a leg. They revamped the entire Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's decorations to a brand new look. Just looking at this shopfront, it was absolutely not inferior to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opposite. Once the surrounding martial artists saw this stance, this was completely taking up the challenge with the opposite. But when these martial artists saw this sort of situation, they were secretly gleeful in their hearts too. With two major trading companies challenging each other, it could not dispense with some price war. The medicinal pills which they originally did not dare to sell could be sold this time. Although they did not feel that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could sustain for long, in this period of time, it was the most economical time for them as ordinary martial artists. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's side had yet to officially open for business when the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager already opened up its front doors and yelled at the top of his voice, "Everybody, my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has always received everyone's great kindness. So we decided to give back to our friends. Starting from today, for 1 month, all of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Tier 5 and below medicinal pills will be sold at 20% discount without exception." 20%? I didn't hear wrongly, right? Heaven's Destiny Trading Company really poured in blood capital this time. Yeah. The quality of Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's goods is very good. But the prices are all very pricey too. Moreover, it always remained high and never went down. This time, in order to squeeze this newly opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, they are actually selling at 20% discount for a month straight. Haha. Even though we don't hold much hope for this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, we still have to thank them. Did you guys hear that or not? This Fragrant Medicine Pavilion doesn't even have one alchemy ancestor powerhouse. They can only sell medicinal pills below Tier 6. I've heard too. This kind of strength, how could they dare to challenge Heaven's Destiny Trading Company? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company has Alchemy Saint He holding down the fort. Who cares? Either way, it's good that we buy medicinal pills cheap. The manager's words caused a huge uproar among the martial artists. Very soon, the martial artists originally planning on crowding around and watching the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's grand opening all ran inside the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company one after another. For some time, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was thronged with visitors inside, like a market, while the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's side appeared quite deserted. But there were still some martial artists who remained here still. These martial artists were mostly low on funds. Even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were selling at a discount, they had the heart but were lacking in strength regarding those medicinal pills too. Hence, they wanted to try their luck at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion here, to see if they could pick out some good stuff at a low price. After all, a low-grade medicinal store that only sold Tier 5 medicinal pills, the price presumably should not be very high, right? Chapter 731, Challenging the Dojo. Chapter 731, Challenging the Dojo. Lord Chairman is really brilliant. With the prices of these medicinal pills being lowered, it attracts even more people to come and buy these Tier 5 medicinal pills. At this rate, our sales are probably going to be several dozen % more than before. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager was filled with admiration towards Zhuoxin in his heart when he saw the throngs of people. Zhuoxin smiled and said, "Lowering prices normally, that is lowering your status yourself. But once opponents appear, us lowering prices happens without extra effort. Speaking of which, we still have to thank this Yi Yuan. But this sort of method can only be used for a short while. It will be detrimental without benefits over a long time. Your Excellency is wise. Don't need to curry favor, we've already made our move on our side. The next step will be up to Alchemy Saint He," Zhuoxin said smilingly. Zhuoxin was aware of He Shuming's displeasure towards Yi Yuan. Therefore, he would definitely make Yi Yuan unable to bear the consequences of failure today. This set of combination blows landing, he did not believe that a brat still wet behind his ears could withstand it. At their store, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager said with an indignant face, "This Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is seriously too shameless. This is our first day opening for business, and they used this kind of measures. Too insidious." The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's manager was that elderly man Yi Yuan saw on that day when he went to Meteor Trading Company. The elderly man's name was Li Huisheng. He was a manager with a very long record of service and credentials in the Meteor Trading Company. Yi Yuan's manpower was seriously limited for such a big Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But Chenna attached very high importance to this collaboration, practically pouring in the entire Meteor Trading Company's strength into the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not refuse. This sort of thing like management was actually not what he was good at. A master specialized in his own field. Yi Yuan did not like to stick his nose into other fields for everything. Li Huisheng was indeed very experienced in this area. The Meteor Trading Company running badly was not because the management was bad. Of course, such a large Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, Yi Yuan could not possibly let the Meteor Trading Company occupy a nest which wasn't theirs. He arranged for Yu Ming to be an assistant of Li Huisheng. It was learning in name, but actually, there was also the intent of monitoring the management. Yu Ming never would have dreamed that he would be able to manage such a large medicinal store one day. As long as Yi Yuan was able to gain a firm foothold on this ancient opulent street, Yu Ming could be said to soar to the skies in one bound, enjoying all manners of wealth and glory. Being around Li Huisheng, he did not need to be responsible to Li Huisheng. He was only responsible to Yi Yuan. Regarding this, Yu Ming's feelings of gratitude towards Yi Yuan already could not be expressed using words. The investment in Yi Yuan back then was simply too worth it. Yi Yuan's manpower was lacking. He even took in Yu Ming's brother, Cheng Jiang, too. The two people quit their Ascension pool guarding duty and wholeheartedly stayed here at Yi Yuan's side. If it were others, wanting to break away from the city guard's army was naturally not that easy. But after Yi Yuan let Luo Fang know, this was merely a piece of cake. Apart from this, Yi Yuan even helped Ren Dong and Xiao Ruyan got 2 ident. 1 Tai tokens. This way, they could openly appear in front of people. Back then when they ascended, Yi Yuan was afraid of incurring trouble and kept Luo and the rest into the vast heaven Paji. Oda at the final juncture. Now, Yi Yuan was considered to have gained a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city. Getting 2 ident. 1 Tai tokens was naturally nothing hard. With this, the manpower on Yi Yuan's side was just enough. Through a period of training, Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong both broke through to the Alchemy King realm. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, their strengths were far greater compared to ordinary alchemy kings. Letting them refine Tier 4 medicinal pills was achievable. The group of people bustled about, but they were very resentful toward the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's actions. Zhuoxin, that old fellow, is shrewd and planning something bad. Mr. Yi is challenging them right opposite of their store. It's impossible for them to allow us to grow unchecked. Using this sort of despicable means is also within reason. When our Meteor Trading Company had just arrived at the ancient opulent city, we wanted to get a foothold on ancient opulent street too. Weren't we also squelched by them until we could only go to another place? If it wasn't like this, how could we possibly not be able to open up the situation all the way until now? Chenna said. Very clearly, even Chenna also acknowledged that this Zhuoxin was very formidable. To be able to develop the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to this sort of degree, Zhuo Xin contributed tremendously. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Don't need to complain anymore. If they don't take some measures, it would be weird instead. Selling on discount this sort of means is not considered much either. I think the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company likely still has other cards to play." Chenna was alarmed when she heard that and said, "Still have other measures? This. What kind of measure would it be?" Yi Yuan was just about to speak, when he looked over outside the door and said with a smile, "Isn't it here now?" The group looked over towards the entrance and saw 7 to 8 people flood inside the fragrant medicine pavilion all at once. These 7 to 8 people were all wearing alchemist attires. The 6 stars on their chest were very dazzling. And one of them even had 7 stars on his badge. Who could it be but He Shuming? These 7 to 8 people, the ones with the lowest strength, were middle-rank alchemy ancestors too. His ancient opulent city only has a total of around 10 alchemy ancestor powerhouses. 7 came all at once. Alchemy saint, he is truly skillful. Yi Yuan, I said to transfer our Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouses over, but you just refuse. Now, we are going to suffer a huge loss, right? Chenna gnashed her teeth in hatred and said. The Meteor Trading Company naturally had alchemy ancestor powerhouses too. Moreover, it was even a high-rank alchemy ancestor. The collaboration this plan, Chenna planned to let him come and hold down the fort at Fragrant Medicine Pavilion but was rejected by Yi Yuan firmly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Just a few alchemy ancestors. Doesn't count as anything. Just a few. Alchemy ancestors?" Chenna was speechless. "You yourself are only at Alchemy Sovereign Realm, alright? Moreover, this Alchemy Sovereign was even an Alchemy Sovereign without an alchemist badge. They could not refine Tier 6 medicinal pills, so they were destined to be crushed by these alchemy ancestors, let alone that there was still that alchemy saint he glaring at them like a ravening tiger. Yi Yuan, this old man heard that your new shop opened for business and specially invited a few people in the same line over to pay tribute. What? We are not welcomed." He Shuming greeted Yi Yuan with a big smile from far away, rather like old friends. It was just that even a moron also knew that He Shuming was a weasel paying respects to the hen, with no good intentions. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was at the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's alchemy saint. How could he possibly be here to support the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Challenging the dojo was more like it. The martial artists surrounding and watching outside became spirited at once. They did not expect that this was just the first day opening for business and both parties already had swords drawn and bows stretched. Alchemy saint, he made a move personally. There was a good show to watch now. This Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wouldn't close down on the first day it opened for business, right? Yi Yuan went forward to welcome with a smile too, saying in a clear voice, "If there are friends coming to congratulate, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is naturally most welcoming. But if there are mad dogs coming to bark crazily, we'll naturally serve with dog-beating sticks." Alchemy saint, he, I wonder which type are you? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had long witnessed Yi Yuan's sharp tongue before and had sufficient mental preparations this time. He laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "These few people in the same line heard that a medicinal store strong enough to rival the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company opened on Ancient Opulence Street. There must be an alchemy pathmaster with Astonis. HI plussing strength holding down the fort. We came today wanting to bear witness to this alchemy pathmaster's strength. Yi Yuan, I wonder where this alchemy pathmaster is." Chapter 732, Gallant Promise. Chapter 732, Gallant Promise. Seeing this sort of provocative action, Jun Tianyu's brows knitted together slightly. Towards this He Shuming, he did not have much of a favorable impression. For the sake of Liu Iru's illness, Jun Tianyu had once dropped in to visit He Shuming before. But because He Shuming cherished his feathers, he was not willing to take action. He Shuming was afraid that he could not cure it, so he did not dare to take action. The last time Yi Yuan went to treat Jiu Qing, He Shuming's attitude made Jun Tianyu dislike him even more. Who knew that this guy actually came to provoke again today, finally infuriating him. He Shuming, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is opening for business today. Are you making light of this Jun like this? Jun Tianyu gave a cold snort. A powerful sword intent released involuntarily. He Shuming's expression changed slightly, but he did his best to keep a calm exterior and said, Brother Jun saying this, it can be seen that the fragrant medicine pavilion doesn't have confidence. Brother Jun can send me packing today. But after today, I'll see if there is anyone who dares to come to the fragrant medicine pavilion to buy things. Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed when he heard that, but he could not very well make a move. He knew that the doubts about the fragrant medicine pavilion outside now were considerable. If they avoided and did not fight today, it would probably really be like He Shuming said, no one would come and buy their things. Opening and doing business, what it stressed was harmony breeds wealth. Even if Jun Tianyu's martial strength was any greater, he was also not able to convince others from the heart. Even though he clearly knew that He Shuming did not have good intentions, his alchemy Saint Title was right there. It was fine if they fought, but the fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation would be utterly fouled. The panic in He Shuming's heart vanished when he saw the situation and said with a smile, We came today purely to communicate and exchange notes among alchemists. Why must Brother Jun be so hot-tempered? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly voiced out, What kind of a communication style does alchemy Saint he want? Just state it out clearly will do. He Shuming was secretly pleased when he saw Yi Yuan accepting the challenge. But he feigned surprise on his face and exclaimed, Ian? Could it be that expert in the fragrant medicine pavilion is Yi Yuan yourself? This. Could it be that such a large fragrant medicine pavilion of yours doesn't even have an alchemy ancestor powerhouse holding down the fort? This is also too shabby, right? With this, the surrounding martial artists could not help discussing softly. What? I even thought that the rumor was false. Opening such a large medicinal store in the most bustling place on ancient Opulent Street, how can there possibly be not even one alchemy ancestor? Looking at it now, it was actually true. A medicinal store without even a single alchemy ancestor, can the medicinal pills sold be eaten? This. I really have no idea where Yi Yuan's confidence comes from, to actually dare open a medicinal store with this kind of strength. We'd better go to the opposite Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills. Although the rumors said that the fragrant medicine pavilion did not even have an alchemy ancestor, everyone actually did not really believe it. To dare challenge the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, one at least had to have a high-rank alchemy ancestor holding down the fort too, right? Messing around for half a day, and there was only one alchemy sovereign? Even if this alchemy sovereign was any more abnormal, what use was there? Chenna wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The skeleton in their closet was exposed with this. She felt that her face was thrown all the way back to her grandma's place. Even for those medicinal pills which could not be refined, employing their Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestors to put on a facade was good too. Now, things were great. How could an alchemy sovereign convince the public? Yi Yuan smiled very calmly and said, There is naturally an alchemy ancestor. But due to various reasons, he is unable to make it today. Everyone, what my fragrant medicine pavilion trade are Tier 5 medicinal pills. But we likewise accept Tier 6 medicinal pill transactions. However, Tier 6 medicinal pills must be booked in advance, and the spirit medicines are provided by yourselves. Everyone rest assured. The Tier 6 medicinal pills produced by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion are absolutely better than any other stores in the ancient opulent city. Heh, what high-sounding sentiment. Before bragging, you don't gauge your strength either. Aren't these words uttered from the mouth of a puny little alchemy sovereign the biggest joke in the world? An alchemy ancestor powerhouse laughed coldly when he heard that. This was a high-rank alchemy ancestor named Su Chida. His strength was only second to He Shuming among this group of alchemy ancestors. He was not to be underestimated. Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills. These medicinal pills were shockingly all Tier 6 medicinal pills. Although our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's alchemy ancestor powerhouse is unable to make it here, he left behind several Tier 6 medicinal pills. The few of you all claim to be alchemy ancestors. I wonder how many are able to refine this standard of Tier 6 medicinal pills? Yi Yuan said coolly. Tier 6 transcendent grade. Hiss. Once the medicinal pills appeared, He Shuming and the others, their expressions all changed. The few medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hands were actually all Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills without exception. Even though these people were alchemy ancestor powerhouses, to want to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade, it was still a little forceful. Even He Shuming this alchemy saint had to depend on luck to refine Tier 6 transcendent grade too. The number of Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills in the entire ancient opulent city was probably also just as many as in Yi Yuan's hand. It could be imagined how precious these Tier 6 transcendent grades in Yi Yuan's hand were. How on earth did this brat find so many transcendent grade medicinal pills? Heh, looks like the Meteor Trading Company specially transferred over quite a number of transcendent grade medicinal pills from other places for the sake of this fragrant medicine pavilion. Can a mere few transcendent grade medicinal pills intimidate us? He Shuming was the first to react and said with a cold smile. In his view, Yi Yuan's Tier 6 transcendent grades could only be transferred over from other places by the Meteor Trading Company. Otherwise, who else was able to refine so many Tier 6 transcendent grade medicinal pills in this ancient opulent city? But Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Is that so? I can promise everybody here that custom ordering Tier 6 medicinal pills from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, prepare 3 sets of spirit medicines yourself. The worst of the medicinal pills turned over to everyone will also be Tier 6 high grade." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This sort of promise was seriously too domineering. Even the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not dare to easily make this kind of promise either. Alchemy ancestors refining Tier 6 medicinal pills, if it was not those common medicinal pills, there was a very high likelihood of ruining the medicinal pills. Just 3 sets of spirit medicines were able to guarantee at least Tier 6 high grade. This kind of promise was seriously too confident. He Shuming's face was black as the bottom of a bot. If the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion really had this kind of ability, who would still go to their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to buy medicinal pills in the future? Yi Yuan, aren't you bragging too hard here? Be careful of giving yourself a slap when you can't do it when the time comes. He Shuming sneered as he said with a black face. Alchemy saint, he really likes to worry. Whether I'm able to do it or not, time will naturally prove everything. Today, I sent the word out. Everyone present all can bear witness. If my Fragrant Medicine Pavilion can't do it, we'll compensate 100 times of the spirit medicine's value. Yi Yuan said gallantly. Murmur. Yi Yuan's words ignited the surrounding martial artists all at once. The prices of Tier 6 spirit medicines were not cheap to begin with. If compensating according to 100 times, once or twice was still fine. If the number of times goes up, even a colossal giant like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company probably would not be able to afford it either. This promise of Yi Yuan's was too extreme. Either the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion collapses directly, or the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion soar to the sky in one move. If Yi Yuan could really do it, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would likely be pushed down too. He Shuming himself was no longer calm as well. He could not quite grasp whether Yi Yuan really had this confidence, or was he making an empty show of strength. Chapter 733, Compete with My Disciples. Chapter 733, Compete with My Disciples. I want to pre-order 1 Tier 6 Dragon Tiger Pill. I want to pre-order 1 Spirit Heart Sacred Rain Pill. I want to pre-order. Even Boundless Realm martial artists were no longer able to remain calm when they saw so many transcendent grade medicinal pills. Transcendent grade medicinal pills, what did this signify? This was a guarantee that this medicinal pill was able to reach the limits of the medicinal efficacy. In front of transcendent grade medicinal pills, no one was able to maintain composure. For a moment, the entire Fragrant Medicine Pavilion fell into chaos. Up here, down there, were all Boundless Realm martial artists wanting to pre-order Tier 6 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't be hasty. Otherwise, we totally won't accept your requests. Those with the intention, head over there to line up and register. The first batch is only accepting pre-orders from 100 customers. Bring the spirit medicines and pill formula to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion within 3 days." Half a month later, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will deliver this batch of medicinal pills together, and we will accept orders for the second batch of people at that time. Everybody rest assured. Earlier, I said that the lowest is high-grade medicinal pills. Actually, the majority should be all superior grades, even possibly transcendent grades. As for high-grade, it should be lesser. If we're really only able to refine out high-grade medicinal pills, everyone, please don't mind. Once these words were said, those Boundless Realm martial artists clamored one after another in a mad rush to be first and lined up over at one side. Yi Yuan's words made each and every one of them even more incredibly thrilled. The likelihood of high grade was very low, with the majority being superior grade, even possibly transcendent grade. This kind of promise was sufficient to make all the martial artists craze. When He Shuming saw this scene, his face instantly became black as the bottom of a pot. Yi Yuan, you're boasting so much, I really want to see how you wind it up. If you can't hand over the medicinal pills half a month later, I'll see what face you still have to have a foothold on ancient Opulence Street. In He Shuming's view, Yi Yuan was completely smacking his own face in order to look imposing. These alchemy ancestors present were all extremely formidable figures. But there had never been anyone who dared to make this sort of promise before either. A puny little alchemy sovereign was actually rampant to such an extent. This kind of promise was simply smacking the faces of these alchemy ancestors. One had to know that medicinal pills being superior grade and above all basically had to depend on luck. Especially transcendent grade medicinal pills, the probability of emerging was already infinitely close to zero. But Yi Yuan said that the likelihood of high grade was very low, while the majority were all superior grade medicinal pills. Where did this kind of promise place them, these alchemy ancestors? To dare make this sort of promise, looks like the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion really has a capable person aiding it. I wonder if owner Yi can invite him out or not to let everyone broaden our knowledge? Su Chida seriously could not put up with it and voiced out. Yi Yuan said, I already said that he isn't around today. Aren't you putting people on the spot here? Besides, how can an alchemist who is able to casually refine superior grade medicinal pills be what trash like you guys can meet whenever you want? All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's words became incomparably incisive, directly making this group of alchemy ancestors out to be Tras. Plus you. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. A measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to make impertinent remarks to alchemy ancestors. If we, these alchemy ancestors, are trash, then what are you? Could it be that cultivating until today, you don't even know rudimentary pecking order? Su Chida was the first to react to it and was directly choked badly by Yi Yuan. Alchemist rankings were extremely strict. When low-level alchemists saw high-level alchemists, for them to act with a pupil's mannerism was also very commonly seen. Alchemist was an occupation completely reliant on accumulation, experience, and accruing of knowledge. All these required time to bring to success. For alchemists to want to jump realms and defeat their opponents, it was much, much harder than martial artists. So under normal circumstances, even at the same realm, between initial rank, middle rank, and high rank, there was an extremely large gap too. A heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan was absolutely in the minority. Of course, if an alchemist could acknowledge an alchemy emperor at the level of Yi Yuan as master, their starting point was naturally much higher compared to these ordinary alchemists. Only then was there the possibility of crossing realms to battle. Yi Yuan said haughtily, I only respect the strong. Your strength is too weak. In my eyes, it's total trash. Why do I have to respect you all? Moreover, you all are clearly here to challenge the dojo. Still want to talk about pecking order with me? Don't you find it laughable? Good. Yi Yuan's words thoroughly infuriated Su Chida. He uttered 3 goods in succession, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and said, a measly little alchemy sovereign actually dares to utter wild ravings. I want to see what capabilities you have to dare call us, a group of alchemy ancestor powerhouses, Tras. Plus boasting needs the courage to boast. Dare to compete or not? Yi Yuan said scornfully, competing with a bunch of trash like you guys, you aren't qualified enough yet. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to talk big? You saying this, is it conceding? Suchida said with a big laugh. Conceding? You're thinking too much. What I meant was that your level is only fit to have a contest with my disciples. Ren Dong, Ruyan, come over. Ren Dong and Xiao Ruyan froze when they heard that. They also did not expect to be called out by Yi Yuan at this time, arriving by Yi Yuan's side blankly. Seeing this scene, Suchida's face went green. But Yi Yuan did not care about his expression. He instructed the duo, the two of you, educate them well what is called alchemists. Even though the two followed Yi Yuan for a very long time already and knew that Yi Yuan's strength was overwhelming, dealing with these alchemy ancestors shouldn't be a problem. But to let them do it, they were rather jittery. But in front of so many people, they could not yield either. They could only toughen their scalps and said, "Yes, master." Pew-hoo. With this, many people could not hold it in and let out laughter immediately. Chenna could not refrain from laughing, her entire person shaking with laughter, and said to the elder Duan beside in a low voice, "This Yi Yuan is really too bad. To even be able to come up with this kind of lousy move. He doesn't go himself but let his two disciples go up. Making two alchemy kings compete with alchemy ancestors, even if they lost, Suchida would probably get stench all over himself too." Elder Duan shook his head too and said with a laugh, "This boy is indeed deriding. But it's very practical." With this, Suchida is checkmated viciously but can't wind it up. Suchida was angered until his chest was like puffing bellows. Only after some time, did he catch his breath and said in a great rage, "Yi Yuan punk, you're bullying others too far. You let two alchemy king realm babies compete with this old man. This is insulting this old man. Alchemy Saint I recommend to ally up all the trading firms in the entire city and boycott this fragrant medicine pavilion." He Shuming also did not expect that Yi Yuan would come up with this kind of low blow. But outside of his fury at this time, he was somewhat filled with lingering fear afterward. If it were him provoking Yi Yuan just now, it would probably be even more awkward at this time, right? His U.S. Trias name was almost ruined in this punk's hands. Hearing Suchida said so, He Shuming immediately responded, "Yi Yuan, you're too condescending. To actually insult seniors like this. Today, He Shuming had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yi Yuan rudely. Yi Yuan said, "Alchemy Saint this Yi Yuan doesn't have the intention of joking. Aren't you all here to challenge the dojo? I'll give you this opportunity today. Let's compete for 3 rounds, how about that?" Chapter 734, Disciples Requesting Battle. Chapter 734, Disciples Requesting Battle. Compete for 3 rounds. How to compete? He Shuming asked rather interestedly. Up to you to pick. Let's pit soldiers against soldiers, general against general. You compete with me. Then pick 2 out among these garbage alchemy ancestors to compete with my disciples. Yi Yuan said very indifferently. Only he was indifferent. The others were not calm. An alchemy sovereign leading alchemy kings to challenge an alchemy saint bringing 2 alchemy ancestors? This punk wasn't soft in the head, right? More importantly, Yi Yuan actually handed the initiative over to He Shuming, allowing him to pick the events. If He Shuming picked what he was good at to compete in, wasn't this extending his head out for people to chop? Haha, Yi Yuan, I know that you have some capability, but you making light of heroes under the heaven like this will cost you dearly. Or maybe, you wish to use this kind of method to make me have misgivings about my reputation and let you off today? He Shuming said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "You're overthinking. How about this, since it's a compet? 1 tie-on, then let's add some stake, how's that?" He Shuming was slightly startled, thinking to himself, could this boy be for real? What stake? If I lose, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. You lose, give me 100,000 merit points. This deal, it's a sure win without losing anything for you. How about it? Dare to compete or not? Yi Yuan said directly. Chenna got anxious when she heard and hurriedly said, "No way. This sort of compet. 1 tie-on is unfair in itself. Yi Yuan, you're treating it too much of a child's play like this." He Shuming laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, Looks like even your own people aren't optimistic about you. Yi Yuan completely ignored Chenna and said to Yi Shuming, "Doesn't matter. I have the final say here." "Good. Since it's already said until like this, if I still don't agree, wouldn't it let the heroes of the world scoff? But our two parties competing, it can't be each side believing that they are right, that both sides have their merits. Got to find a person to preside over, right?" Yi Shuming said. "I'll preside over, how's that?" A deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded out in the crowd. Everyone looked over where the voice came from, and they saw a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothing sticking out. He even brought an attendant alongside him, but Yi Yuan recognized that he was precisely the city guard's army's head commander, Luo Fang, a figure able to make Luo Fang tag along as an attendant, his ident. One tie was also obvious. "City Lord, Your Excellency, why have you come?" Yi Shuming said in astonishment. This person was precisely ancient opulent city's city lord, Ying Tianya. Yi Yuan had heard of Jun Tianyu mentioning this person before. Even the lofty and proud Jun Tianyu's appraisal of Ying Tianya was very high too. If say there were still people Jun Tianyu was apprehensive of in this ancient opulent city, there was only this Ying Tianya. Ying Tianya walked out slowly from the crowd, carrying the unique bearing of a sovereign, and said with a faint smile, "This Ying heard that a Master Yi newly emerged in the city, and even opened a medicinal pill store on ancient opulent street, so I came over to have a look on a spur of the moment. But I didn't expect that alchemy saint he is actually competing with Master Yi here. I wonder if this Ying has the qualifications to take on the post of the person presiding over." Yi Shuming hurriedly said, "City Lord, Your Excellency is in such a mood. This he is absolutely honored." Ying Tianya nodded his head and looked at Yi Yuan, saying, "Does Master Yi have any objections?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No objections." Ying Tianya chuckled and said, "Fine then. This Ying will witness the splendor of my ancient opulent city's two pinnacle masters. I wonder what you two wish to compete in." Attentive people could tell that Ying Tianya's words placed Yi Yuan and Yi Shuming on equal positions. This made them very surprised. Yi Yuan was merely a puny little alchemy sovereign. He could actually let City Lord His Excellency regard him with special attention like so? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders when he heard that and said, "Doesn't matter to me. Up to him then." Yi Yuan's attitude deeply wounded Yi Shuming's pride. Seems like under this kind of circumstances, the one displaying an indifferent attitude should be him, right? This brat really knew how to seize the limelight. Competing in pill refinement with a measly little alchemy sovereign, other people will definitely say that I'm bullying you. How about this, let's compete in fire control. How's that? Yi Shuming said with a cold smile. Shameless. I heard that alchemy saint he is strongest in fire control. Isn't this bullying people? Indeed rather shameless. But who asked that Yi Yuan to posture himself? He's only at the alchemy sovereign realm, yet, he had to pretend to be like an alchemy emperor, indifferent about anything. Then he would naturally have to pick what he's good at. Actually, with alchemy saint his strength, even if he doesn't choose fire control, Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory either, right? Yi Yuan is biting more a little more than he can chew. Once he lose, the entire fragrant medicine pavilion will be lost to him. Yi Shuming's reputation in ancient opulent city was extremely great. Everyone all knew that what he was most proficient in was fire control. He actually chose the fire control he was most skilled in at this time. It was seriously quite contemptible. The fragrant medicine pavilion made some simple preparation work. Because fire control did not require too complicated stuff, therefore, it was finished preparing very fast. During this period, Chenna had been nagging by the side constantly. Clearly, she was very displeased with Yi Yuan's decision. Although she knew that Yi Yuan had some skill, doing so was truly a bit too risky. Reaching alchemy saint realm, which person would be mediocre? Moreover, even if Yi Yuan's means were heaven-defying, what about his two disciples? What Rendong and Xiao Ruyan had to face were alchemy ancestor expert. Could his disciples be as heaven-defying as him too? Rendong and Xiao Ruyan duo dragged their feet to Yi Yuan's side and said softly, "Master, we Yi Yuan smiled as he patted Rendong's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Just take it as a game and bring out your usual training standards will do. Even if we really lose, worst comes to worst, we'll start over from the beginning once more. With Master's capabilities, what does a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion count as? Furthermore, the disciples that I, Yi Yuan, taught, if they can't even beat a few mongrels, then that's too disgraceful." In his past and present life, Yi Yuan only took in these 2 disciples. These few years, Yi Yuan spared no efforts in teaching them too, and never keep things to himself. The 2 people's improvements, Yi Yuan took it all into his sights. Therefore, he was plenty confident in them too. After a round of words, although it was unable to dispel the 2 persons' worries entirely, it made them set their minds at ease considerably. Yeah, a tiny little fragrant medicine pavilion, what did it count as to Yi Yuan? The 2 people exchanged glances, secretly cheering themselves on. Everything prepared, Su Chida took the lead to fall out of the ranks. Looking at Rendong and Xiao Ruyan, he said with a scornful look, "2 little babies, don't blame this old man for bullying you guys. Want to blame, then blame that unreliable master of yours. It's fine if he's ignorant, but he even made his disciples come out and lose face." Rendong was indignant once he heard that and immediately shot back, "You old fogey, master, he can mess you up just with 1 finger. Just who is losing face, we'll know in a while." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Master, disciple requests to battle." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Go then." As he said, Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small and exquisite lotus flower appeared. It was precisely one of Fire's clones. At present, Fiery and Yi Yuan's mind were linked up. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could lend essence fire to anybody for use and would not get a backlash. Take it. Teach that old BASTARDA lesson properly. Chapter 735, Fire Tree, Silver Flower. Chapter 735, Fire Tree, Silver Flower. Alchemy King and Alchemy Ancestor were separated by 2 major boundaries. But alchemists' duels were different from martial artists. A difference of 2 major boundaries between martial artists, even for a monster like Yi Yuan, he could not salvage it too. But among alchemists, outside of competing in pill refinement, alchemy kings still had a possibility of winning alchemy ancestors theoretically. Of course, that was also just in theory. If without heaven-defying inheritances, for an alchemy king to want to win an alchemy ancestor, that was basically sheer nonsense. The accumulations and experience of an alchemy ancestor were simply not what alchemy kings could compare to. Especially with fire control, experience had a crucially important effect. That was the accumulation on countless times of pill refinement. Rendong and Xiao Ruyan's age were placed right there. No one felt that they could match up to a veteran alchemy ancestor like Su Chida in terms of fire control. Actually, even Rendong himself did not have the least bit of confidence either. Alchemy ancestor expert, this was a boundary that he did not even dare to think about in the lower realms. And now, he was actually going to compete in fire control with such a powerhouse. But Su Chida's words earlier infuriated Rendong. Yi Yuan was akin to a god in his heart now. Su Chida's words touched his reverse scale. No matter what, I must have a match with this old fellow properly. Even if I can't win him, I can't lose face for master either. Rendong secretly resolved himself. In other people's view, this was a compet. One tie on completely without chances of victory. But Rendong knew that master's round was absolutely a cruise. Hi+ing victory. Competing in pill refinement, the present Yi Yuan was indeed unable to refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. But if competing on fire control, so what if the person was an alchemy saint powerhouse? Begin then, brat. I want to take a look at just how formidable the disciple taught by an alchemy sovereign is. As he said, Su Chida's essence energy spat out. A centiliter of red flames appeared in his palm. His fingers fiddled with the red flame, as if strumming a zither, dancing, giving people a feeling of soothing and relaxation. In between this, he even raised his head to look at Rendong from time to time, but he saw that Rendong still did not move. He just watched him control fire stupidly. Seeing this scene, Su Chida was even prouder of himself. Truly too formidable. Indeed well deserving of being an existence second only to alchemy saint he in ancient opulent city. This fire controlling skill is probably only inferior to alchemy saint his. Alchemy ancestor experts are alchemy ancestor experts. Without repeated training and tempering, how can it be possible to master this level of fire controlling skill? Today is really an eye-opener. Alchemy ancestor Su's fire controlling skill is already so formidable. Then formidable to what degree is alchemy saint he? Hearing everyone's praises, Su Chida was even prouder of himself. He still had some strength left over at this time, so he had the thought of flaunting his skill. The movements of his hands sped up more. With this, it aroused more marveling. Rather, it was Ren Dong who still looked at Su Chida blankly, and actually seemed like he forgot to take action. Hey, boy, you aren't dazed from watching, right? Who, indeed an inexperienced brat who has ever seen the world before. Broadened your horizons today, right? He Shuming was even more delighted to see that Ren Dong was frightened silly. Su Chida winning this match, the fragrant medicine pavilion was basically half in his hands already. How could he not be delighted? Ren Dong seemingly only came back to his senses at this time and said absent-mindedly, this is the fire control of alchemy ancestor realm? Otherwise, what do you think? Boy, you're still young, experiencing some setbacks isn't much. With your age, to be able to cultivate to alchemy king realm is considered not bad. Either way, the fragrant medicine pavilion won't exist anymore in the future too. Why not you come under my tutelage? I'll impart you even more ingenious fire controlling skills. He Shuming guided gently and actually started SNATC, hing away his opponent's people already. He did not perceive the meaning in Ren Dong's words at all, and he even thought that Ren Dong was taken by surprise by Su Chida's fire controlling skill. That was why he would let out such an emotional sigh. When Ren Dong heard, he knew that He Shuming was mistaken. He shook his head and said, if this is the fire controlling skill of alchemy ancestor realm, then me winning him shouldn't be too difficult. He Shuming was stunned when he heard that. This brat actually dared to mess with him. He was just about to fly off the handle when Ren Dong moved at this time, only to see him beckon with one hand. The fire lotus bloomed, similarly forming a small centiliter UST of flames. Following that, Ren Dong's hand started moving dreamlike, while that small centiliter UST of flames actually grew into a small tree under his spurring. Furthermore, it was strikingly vivid and lifelike. That small tree gradually germinated, growing out branches, becoming luxuriant. The originally still somewhat noisy fragrant medicine pavilion suddenly quietened down at this time. While He Shuming's eyes turned into wide saucers when he saw this scene. Such consummate fire controlling skill was also not the least bit inferior to him, this alchemy saint. What fire control skill was particular about was exquisiteness. Areas that should be strong was strong, places that should be weak was weak. Only like this could one let the medicinal pill receive more abundant baptizing of flames when refining pills. To be able to condense flames to form the shape of a small tree, this required immensely profound skill. Su Chida on the other hand, his skills appeared very brilliant indeed. But regarding the degree of exquisiteness in controlling flames, it was clearer worse than Ren Dong. Fire tree, silver flowers. Ren Dong gave a light cry. Bright-colored silver flowers actually bloomed one after another on that small tree. How did Su Chida still have that leisurely composure from before at this time? When he saw Ren Dong's skill, his entire face went green. He desperately urged the flames in his hand, likewise wanting to condense and form a small tree. Su Chida was an alchemy ancestor powerhouse in the end. Under forceful deploying, he really condensed out the shape of a small tree. It was just that this small tree's appearance, even for the martial artists who did not know fire controlling skills, they could also distinguish the good from the bad. At the end, Su Chida's face was flushed red. But the small tree was completely unable to become like Ren Dong's, vivid and lifelike. The first match, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion wins. Ying Tianya announced the results right away. Regarding this kind of result that was apparent, no one doubted it at all. Ren Dong put away the flames, ran in front of Yi Yuan, and said with an excited look, "Master, Turns out that my fire controlling skill is already this incredible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't know what you're talking about. It's still early. Today, making you guys take action is to let you guys find a bit of confidence. But keep in mind to not be complacent. One loses by pride and gains by modesty, understood?" Ren Dong nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice and said obediently, "Disciple, understand." These few years' time, Ren Dong and Xiao Ruyan duo did not idle their time away in the vast heaven Paji. Oda. On the contrary, Yi Yuan carried out demon-like training for the two of them. This fire controlling was one of them. The missions that Yi Yuan as signed were all extremely focused. Ren Dong and Xiao Ruyan immersing themselves in diligent practice, their strength soared by leaps and bounds too. It was just that the two of them were both immersed in exceedingly dreary training. Moreover, most of the training was alchemists' basic skills, resulting in the two of them not having much understanding of their current strength. It was only when Ren Dong saw Su Chida controlling his fire did the former knew what kind of level his strength already reached. One could say that apart from his cultivation realm not reaching the standard, he actually already surpassed said alchemy ancestor powerhouses all round in basic skills now. Chapter 736. Complete Victory. Chapter 736. Complete Victory. Junior apprentice brother, you can even win with such standards. I already have nothing to say. Xiao Ruyan rolled her eyes at one side. Ren Dong touched his head when he heard and said embarrassed. Sedley, senior apprentice sister, I also didn't expect that his level was so lousy. Makes sense. I even thought that an alchemy ancestor's fire controlling level was very high. I didn't think that that was all he got. Made me worry for half a day in vain. Yeah, I was dumbfounded watching just now and even thought that I saw wrongly. How can an alchemy ancestor's fire control level be just this bit? Senior apprentice sister's fire controlling skill is even more formidable than mine. You should win even more easily. Hihi, even a guy like you can win. If I don't win, wouldn't I lose face for master too much? These apprentice sister and brother's conversation made everyone speechless when they heard. Alchemy kings who dared to say this sort of words in front of alchemy ancestors were probably also just these two apprentice sister and brothers, right? Ying Tianya looked at Yi Yuan rather interestedly, his gaze exuding thick astonishment. Ren Dong's and Xiao Ruyan's expressions did not seem to be fake. Looks like they really did not know that their own strengths were actually that strong. Then how profound a skill did the Yi Yuan who was able to teach the two of them had to have? Ren Dong's performance earlier really took his breath away. If not for seeing with his own eyes, Ying Tianya really did not dare to believe that a puny little alchemy king actually had such superb fire controlling standards. Ying Tianya could not help looking forward to the showdown between Yi Yuan and He Shuming. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan fell out of the ranks and said to the group of alchemy ancestors with full confidence, "Hey, is there any a little stronger? Come out and let's compete. If it's that level just now, this young lady won't even have the desire to compete." The group of alchemy ancestors glanced around, looking at one another. Not one actually dared to come out and fight. If it was before Ren Dong and Su Chida's compet one tie-on, they would definitely have jumped up already. But now, facing Xiao Ruyan's provocation, they did not even dare to let out a fart. They heard distinctly just now that Xiao Ruyanver was Ren Dong's senior sister. Moreover, when Xiao Ruyan was looking down on Ren Dong earlier, Ren Dong did not have any temper at all either. That indicated that Xiao Ruyan's fire control level was even above Ren Dong's, and in their group of people, the one strongest at fire control was Su Chida. Under such circumstances, who was still willing to take the initiative to come out and lose face? What? If no one else is coming out to fight, this Ying will take it as you guys forfeit, Ying Tianya said nonchalantly when he saw that there was no one responding for a long time here. Xiao Ruyan smiled smugly, but she voiced out, "Forget it, looks like you guys are also just this level. How about this? This young lady will perform a set of fire-controlling art. If there is anyone among you guys able to do it, count it as this young lady's loss. How's that?" Those few alchemy ancestors exchanged glances and felt indignant, but they did not dare to speak up. At this time, nobody dared to come out and brag either. Everyone losing face together was better than one person coming out to lose face. By the side, He Shuming's face was already livid with rage already. This bunch of fellows was really not reliable at all, to actually be freaked out by a little child. Since you all are not speaking, then this young lady will take it as you guys agree. As she said, Xiao Ruyan held her palm out. A small centiliter US stir of flames gradually became a small flower. Following that, her palm quivered. Another small flower actually emerged again. Xiao Ruyan's palm vibrated with rhythm. After that, one small flower after another derived from it. Xiao Ruyan actually danced trippingly while creating little flowers. And those small flowers rose and danced gaily along with her. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan was like a flower fairy maiden. Those flower petals served to accentuate her beauty even more soul-stirringly. For a moment, all the martial artists were senseless from watching. They had never seen such a beautiful scene before, such exquisite fire-controlling skills. Creating one small flower wasn't considered much. 3 or 5 flowers did not count as anything too. But creating 100 flame flowers in one go, and still being able to manipulate to her will like so, then that was too incredible. All of a sudden, Xiao Ruyan stopped the dance steps. Those tiny flowers also dissipated along with it. Quite a number of people were still immersed in that beautiful scene earlier and was unable to extricate themselves. Too beautiful. Really have no way of imagining that dreary fire-controlling arts are actually able to display such a magnificent and gorgeous environment. Even Master Yi's disciples have such strength. Then wouldn't his own fire-controlling skills be heaven-defying? I really want to witness Master Yi's fire-controlling skills. But the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already won 2 rounds in a row. There probably isn't the opportunity already, right? Xiao Ruyan herself also did not expect that her displaying this fire-controlling skill today, she actually became the goddess in the hearts of the ancient opulent city's male martial artists. After today, many people all came to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion all for a look at her gorgeous appearance. Gentlemen, are there people able to imitate Miss Xiao's fire-controlling skill? Ying Tianya asked. Those few alchemy ancestors had awkward looks, their eyes evading. Forget about Xiao Ruyan, even Rendong's move was already hard for them to execute. Ying Tianya smiled faintly when he saw no one respond and said, since that's the case, the second round is also the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's victory. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion won 2 rounds in a row. This Ying feels that this third round probably doesn't have the need to compete already, right? He Shuming's expression flickered incessantly but did not make a sound. Right then, Yi Yuan came forward and said, Alchemy Saint, he is an Alchemy Saint powerhouse. Presumably, his fire-controlling skill wouldn't be so mediocre. This he feels that this third round should be engaged in. Otherwise, Alchemy Saint he would likely be unconvinced in his heart. How about this? This he will be like his disciple and display a fire-controlling skill. If Alchemy Saint he is able to do it, count it as this Yi's loss. How's that? Yi Yuan stepping out at this time was equivalent to checkmating He Shuming. Ying Tianya was a little surprised, but asked He Shuming, what does Alchemy Saint he think? Actually, He Shuming's fire-controlling skill was rather brilliant. Xiao Ruyan's level of fire control, he could actually barely achieve it. But the problem was, Xiao Ruyan was just Yi Yuan's disciple. The disciple's strength already reached such a level. Then what about her master? But to let him admit defeat like this, he was unreconciled to it too. He was this ancient opulent city's top seat. If he admitted defeat, where would he put his old face? He Shuming gritted his teeth and said, compete then. Who's afraid of who? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, watch closely, only to see Yi Yuan place his hands together and pull. With a flutter, countless flying birds flew out from his palms just like this, soaring around the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's crossbeam. These flying birds were all strikingly lifelike. Even the eyes of each bird seemed so intelligent. If not for knowing beforehand, these martial artists would probably even think that these flying birds were real. Furthermore, the species of these flying birds were all different. Size and appearance, not a single one was exactly alike. Counting simply, Yi Yuan created thousands of birds with species different from one another. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Different from Xiao Ruyan, Yi Yuan practically created so many flying birds instantaneously. This level of fire control skill could already be rated as a masterstroke. Chapter 737, 100 Birds Paying Homage to a Phoenix. Chapter 737, 100 Birds Paying Homage to a Phoenix. Thousands of birds circled around the beam. This scene was a grand sight. Just this move was already hard for He Shuming to imitate. Drawing a myriad of life with the power of flames, this level of fire control was simply divine. He Shuming's fire control skills were very strong. To really make him ill, trait some flying birds, he was also barely able to achieve it. But to let him do it until every flying bird was so lifelike and indistinguishable from the original, how could he accomplish it? This did not just require subtle control over flames, it required exquisite control over essence energy even more. Humph. I was wondering how incredible a fire-controlling skill it was. It's merely about the same as your disciple too, He Shuming said stubbornly. Once these words came out, quite a few martial artists shot him contemptuous eyes. This was clearly the tempo of unable to bear a loss. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Alchemy Saint, he doesn't have to be anxious. It isn't finished yet." Finished talking, Yi Yuan extended a finger, and dotted and drew a line in the air. A series of faint chirps suddenly sounded out. "My God! It's a phoenix. Is that really a phoenix? No, wait. That isn't a real phoenix. It's likewise drawn by Yi Yuan with fire control skills." Once the phoenix emerged, a wave of marveling immediately echoed in the fragrant medicine pavilion. Those birds were originally flying around the beam. Once the fire phoenix emerged, they actually collectively stopped in the air, and actually seemed to pay homage to the fire phoenix collectively. My 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, if Alchemy Saint he can do it, count it as our fragrant medicine pavilion lose, how's that? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He Shuming's expression was incomparably nasty. He never would have thought that a puny little alchemy sovereign's fire-controlling skills actually reached such a terrifying level. The scary thing about this 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix was not how difficult it was to use trait, but that these birds actually had some intelligence. Fire-controlling skill reaching this kind of level already had no way of describing with words anymore. He Shuming, even if he cultivated for another several hundred years, it was impossible to attain such a level too. Humph. Yi Yuan, today's score, this he has noted it down. Let's go. 100,000 merit points, I'll send people to transfer you in a while. He Shuming seriously could not stay on here any longer and could only flick his sleeves and leave. When they left, it even incurred a wave of booing. After today, Yi Yuan could be considered to have become famous in one battle in the ancient opulent city. An alchemy saint powerhouse brought along a bunch of alchemy ancestors to the fragrant medicine pavilion to challenge them. In the end, they were beaten by an alchemy sovereign and 2 alchemy kings to a sorry plight, each and every one of them leaving dusty and dirty in appearance. This level of strength was sufficient to indicate that the fragrant medicine pavilion had the ability to keep a foothold on ancient opulent street. Moreover, in the foreseeable future, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's limelight might even overshadow the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company completely. Yi Yuan, you're too incredible. Really didn't expect that your fire-controlling skill has actually reached such a miraculous boundary. Yi Yuan's performance gave Chenna a hugely pleasant surprise. Only now did she know why Yi Yuan did not want their Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouse to come over. In front of Yi Yuan, what did alchemy ancestor powerhouses count as? Yi Yuan looked at Chenna and said mockingly, "Didn't you even say prior to this that I was treating it too much of a child's play?" Chenna's face reddened, and she lowered her head bashfully. Although separated by a layer of veil, Yi Yuan was able to feel her embarrassment too. Your fire-controlling art is so incredible. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Let me be mentally prepared too. Chenna said begrudgingly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Even if I tell you that I'm very incredible, would you believe?" Seems like no." Chenna was stunned and blurted out, "Ha ha ha. Master Yi's fire control skill truly let this Ying broaden my horizons. If not for seeing with my own eyes, this Ying would really be unable to imagine that an ascender actually possessed such terrifying strength. Ying Tianya said with a big laugh. Who, City Lord, Your Excellency is too kind. This is merely an unorthodox path of this Yi, just trying to get by. Ying Tianya looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and suddenly opened his mouth. Master Yi, how about we head inside and have a talk? Yi Yuan said, please. Driving away He Shuming, there was also not much use of Yi Yuan staying at the front anymore. This sort of thing like management, the Meteor Trading Company's people were obviously much more formidable than him. This time, he achieved fame in one battle. With so many martial artists witnessing him defeating He Shuming with fire-controlling arts, it would definitely spread throughout the entire ancient opulent city very quickly. What this selling of medicinal pills relied on was fame. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being able to overwhelm the Meteor Trading Company, a very large degree was all due to He Shuming. The Meteor Trading Company was unable to dispatch alchemy saint powerhouses over to this ancient opulent city for various reasons. Being suppressed was also bound to happen. For Yi Yuan to smack He Shuming's face today so domineeringly, the objective was in order to let all the martial artists know his prowess. This way, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion would naturally rack in riches. Adding in that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills quality was too solid, squeezing out a large proportion of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profits was also inevitable. Cooperating with the City Guard's army, Yi Yuan long had expectations. Him unveiling the medicinal pills for Luo Fang to try previously naturally captured his heart all at once. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Ying Tianya, this city lord, actually came to visit. I wonder what City Lord Your Excellency is finding Yi Yuan for. When both parties sat down, Yi Yuan asked straight away. Who? Master Yi is a straightforward man speaking his mind. I won't beat around the bush either. Luo Fang holds the few types of medicinal pills you guys unveiled in high esteem. I came today naturally wanting to witness it, Ying Tianya said. Oh, just a few medicinal pills. How can it trouble City Lord to come in person? As he said, Yi Yuan took out several medicinal pills and placed them in front of Ying Tianya. Ying Tianya was not courteous either, swallowing those few kinds of medicinal pills in one go, his eyes involuntarily lighting up. No wonder Luo Fang praised your medicinal pills so highly. This medicinal effect is indeed extraordinary. Master Yi, our City Lord Manor plan on placing an order for these few medicinal pills. Each type of medicinal pill, 5,000 pills. What do you think? Ying Tianya said. The medicinal pills Yi Yuan took out had a total of 5 kinds. 5,000 of each type of medicinal pill was 25,000 medicinal pills. To the newly opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, this was absolutely a big business. But Yi Yuan's face did not have much of an agitated expression. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Thank you very much for City Lord Your Excellency's generous kindness. This Yi is endlessly grateful. But City Lord Your Excellency didn't make a trip personally for the sake of a few medicinal pills, right? Ying Tianya laughed out loud when he heard and said, Haha, looks like it indeed can't hide from Master Yi. Actually, coming to find Master Yi today is because I have a matter to request you. It's just that this matter is hard to talk about, so, Yi Yuan smiled and said, So you first put me under obligation, then talk about this hard-to-say matter, is it? Luo Fang's expression changed when he heard that and said, Yi Yuan, what are you saying? City Lord His Excellency, Luo Fang had yet to say finish and was stopped by Ying Tianya with a hand gesture, who said with a smile, Master Yi's heart is like a clear mirror. Looks like nothing can be hidden from you. It's just that this matter is very important to me. But Yi Yuan interrupted Ying Tianya's words straight away and said, Something that even City Lord Your Excellency finds very hard is most likely very dangerous. Since it's hard to talk about, then it would be better to not talk about it. This business, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion won't take it on. Chapter 738, Spa. Chapter 738, Spa. There was no free lunch in this world. Ying Tianya buying so many medicinal pills from the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion in one go, if this was calculated according to Earth Essence crystals, the number could be counted in the hundreds of thousands. Therefore, The thing he wanted Yi Yuan to do would likely have to pay an equal price too. If it were just treating illnesses and saving people, Ying Tianya definitely would not find it so hard to say. Therefore, Yi Yuan determined that the thing Ying Tianya wanted him to do definitely had a corresponding risk. At least, to him, this divine traversing realm martial artist, it was rather dangerous. Ying Tianya's stomach full of words was blocked right at his mouth by Yi Yuan. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan could not help having some transformation. He thought that his order of his was sufficient to move Yi Yuan. He didn't expect that Yi Yuan rejected it without even blinking. One had to know that this order, even when placed in the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, it was absolutely not a small sum either, let alone that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was just a newly opened medicinal store. Master Yi, this order has nothing to do with me inviting you to take action. After the matter is done, this Ying will have another generous gift to offer. The value will be several times of this order. Ying Tianya refused to give up. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Does City Lord Your Excellency take this Yi to be a fool? The more generous the remuneration you give, it means that the matter you make this Yi do will be more dangerous. This Yi is just a divine traversing realm junior. If City Lord Your Excellency requires alchemists, wouldn't going to find alchemy saint he be more suitable?" It was not that Yi Yuan really did not want to go. It was just that his current strength was still a little weak in the divine realm. Therefore, he planned to cultivate in the ancient opulent city for a period of time before going out. The strength of the divine realm's martial artists was much stronger compared to the lower realms. Yi Yuan could even leap across a major cultivation realm to one-shot his foe in the lower realms. But wanting to do this while being in the divine realm was quite hard. He still had some chances of victory when dealing with ordinary initial stage boundless realm powerhouses with his current strength. But if they came out from major families with inheritances, then it would be rather strained. Even in this summing ancient opulent city, martial artists who comprehended true intent could be found everywhere too. Even like Jun Tianyu this kind, they were also not too far off from comprehending supreme true intent. Walking around outside with Yi Yuan's current strength was still a little too dangerous. Ying Tianya smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not hiding things from Master Yi. Actually, the person I have in mind originally was He Shuming too. But after witnessing Master Yi's skills, I feel that you're a more suitable choice. But for precautionary measures, I plan on inviting you and Alchemy Saint He to go along together. Master Yi rest assured, this trip is only to save people. As long as the person is rescued, we'll pull out immediately and absolutely won't stay." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Talk more about the specifics." The moment Ying Tianya heard that there was hope, he could not help becoming overjoyed and recounted the whole story of the incident. Turns out that Ying Tianya's junior apprentice brother unwittingly found an ancient grotto and headed inside the grotto alone to seek treasures. In the end, he was trapped in that ancient grotto. But Ying Tianya's relations Hi+P with this junior apprentice brother was very close. The two of them had a kind of special skill to transmit news. Hence, his junior pleaded for help from Ying Tianya through this skill. Ying Tianya received the news that his junior was trapped in the ancient grotto and was unable to get away. Furthermore, he was inflicted with a peculiar poison. It was Ying Tianya who thought of inviting alchemists along. That junior of mine is only at the second level heaven enlightenment. He's able to preserve his life in that ancient grotto. Presumably, that grotto shouldn't be too dangerous. This Ying assures you to definitely do everything in my power to ensure your safety this trip. As long as this Ying is around, I absolutely won't let people harm a hair of yours." Ying Tianya patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he shook his head and said, "Asking me to go is viable. But this kind of guarantee is still not enough." Yi Yuan was not some fledgling experiencing the world for the first time. This kind of verbal promise, he did not trust at all. When danger really struck and Ying Tianya ran at the critical juncture, who could he find to reason things out? Ying Tianya hesitated for a moment, but took out a suit of armor and said, "This is this Ying's personal suit of armor, high-grade profound artifact, Skyplume treasure armor. Even Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouses are unable to break its defense in a short while either. I wonder if this Ying's sincerity is sufficient. Of course, the terms promised to Master Yi prior still stands. After the matter is done, I'll pay a reward of 1 million merit points separately. Yi Yuan took over the Skyplume treasure armor from Ying Tianya's hands and said with a nod, "All right, deal. But I have a condition." "Master Yi, please say." "My condition is that Brother Jun travel together with me," Yi Yuan said. Ying Tianya nodded with an emotional sigh. If younger brother Jun is able to travel together, then that's for the best. With younger brother Jun's strength, this journey is bound to have a few more parts of assurance. After Ying Tianya left, Yi Yuan said to Jun Tianyu with a slight apology, "Brother Jun, dragging you into the water this time, I'm really sorry." Yi Yuan knew that this journey likely would not be that simple. But the only helper Yi Yuan could find now was only Jun Tianyu. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, "What's younger brother Yi saying? This Jun has also not worked out my body for a long time. My cultivation has also remained stagnant for very long. This trip is precisely a turning point. I hope that I'm able to have some gains." Jun Tianyu's words were not false. These few years, for the sake of Liu Iru's ailment, he practically abandoned cultivation, resulting in his cultivation stagnating and not advancing all along. If he still did not work his body, wanting to break through in the future would be hard. A character like Jun Tianyu was naturally unresigned to only having heaven enlightenment realm strength for all his life. That would be even worse than killing him. Yi Yuan said, "Great kindness can't be thanked with words. This grace of brother Jun, this Yi has remembered it. Haha, isn't younger brother Yi regarding me as an outsider here? To really talk about being grateful, it should also be me thanking you. Without you, I'd probably be a walking corpse right now already. Moreover, this fragrant medicine pavilion establish. HI plus ing, you gifted 20% performance shares directly to me. You can't let a grown man like me eat idly without working, right?" Jun Tianyu cracked a rare joke. It was just that no matter what, to be able to generously travel together under the situation where he clearly knew there was danger, this great kindness of Jun Tianyu's made Yi Yuan very grateful. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Brother Jun, this Yi's current strength is meager and is also unable to help you refine medicinal pills. But this Yi is incapable and happened to have some comprehension on sword Dao too. Why don't we spar a bit? Hopefully, it can be of some assistance to you." Jun Tianyu froze when he heard that. He was really unaware that Yi Yuan actually had some attainments along the martial path apart from refining pills. Moreover, hearing Yi Yuan's meaning, his attainments on sword Dao was even not low. Jun Tianyu had dealt with Yi Yuan for some time too and knew that he was not someone to shoot his mouth off. To dare say so, he probably had some capabilities. But regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu was still rather disapproving of it in his heart. Yi Yuan's attainments in alchemy, Jun Tianyu prostrate on all fours in admiration. But there were times a person's strength just wouldn't do. How high could Yi Yuan's attainments in sword Dao be? Yi Yuan doing so was just a kind of compensation for dragging him into the water just now. The idea was nice, except, the effects were likely totally non-existent. In Jun Tianyu's view, Yi Yuan's present level was completely unable to understand how high his current sword Dao concept boundary was. Chapter 739, Restoring Pill Formula. Chapter 739, Restoring Pill Formula. Lord Chairman, things are bad. Today, the moment the fragrant medicine pavilion opened for business, the door sill was crushed from the crowd. Early in the morning, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's manager went to find Zhuoxin in a fluid USTR. The fragrant medicine pavilion's explosive scene frightened him badly. In comparison, their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company side here was deserted and quiet, practically without any customer. Zhuoxin's frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The Tier 5 medicinal pills that the fragrant medicine pavilion unveiled, the medicinal effects are actually 40 to 60% higher than our varieties of the same kind, but the prices are even cheaper than after we discounted 20%. In addition, said the manager. The manager stammered but did not dare to continue speaking. Zhuoxin's expression darkened, and he said, "Speak." "Yes, Lord Chairman. In addition, Alchemy Saint, he was completely crushed by the Yi Yuan, master and disciples, yesterday. Overnight, it was like the martial artists in the entire city all knew the fragrant medicine pavilion's prowess, the manager said. Bang! Zhuoxin gnashed his teeth hatefully and threw the teapot in his hand directly onto the ground. Smars. I plussing it into pieces. Go, think of ways to get some of the fragrant medicine pavilion's medicinal pills over for me, Zhuoxin said solemnly. This subordinate has already gotten them from some martial artists who purchased the medicinal pills. Here they are. The manager clearly knew how to handle affairs well. Without waiting for Zhuoxin's instructions, he already brought the medicinal pills over. But at this time, Zhuoxin was not in the mood of praising him at all. Snatc the medicinal pills over in a flash, he started scrutinizing in detail. But looking for a long time, Zhuoxin could not figure out what difference the medicinal pills in his hands was from his own too. Go, get Alchemy Saint He to come over. Hang on, forget it, I'll go find him myself. Such a major matter, Zhuoxin could not wait at all. If it were really as the manager said, then the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would be facing its greatest crisis. The business that Zhuoxin laid down a foundation for in the ancient opulent city painstakingly would be encroached onto the limits by the Meteor Trading Company very soon. Although Tier 5 medicinal pills only belonged to the low-level market, it was also the largest market. If this piece were eaten by the fragrant medicine pavilion entirely, their business would probably lose 30 to 40%. This kind of loss, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company seriously could not bear it. Moreover, Zhuoxin also heard that the fragrant medicine pavilion even had an expert assisting behind and was even able to refine superior grade, even transcendent grade Tier 6 medicinal pills. If left to grow unchecked, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Originally thought that 2 plots were enough to deal a fatal blow to the fragrant medicine pavilion. Who knew that hitting the snake failed to kill it and was bitten instead? The fragrant medicine pavilion just opened for business day 2 and caused such a grave threat to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. What surprised him even more was that he Shuming, a dignified alchemy saint, actually lost to an alchemy sovereign just like this. Even though it was just on fire control, losing means losing, there was no excuses. Those martial artists purchasing medicinal pills would not listen to any excuses either. Zhuoxin found he Shuming very quickly. Initially, he was embarrassed said to meet Zhuoxin, but he already came to find him. He could not very well avoid Zhuoxin either. But after Zhuoxin briefly recounted the enormous crisis the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was facing, he Shuming had no way of being calm too. He originally thought that yesterday's loss was just a one-time loss, did not affect the whole. Who knew that on the second day morning, he would hear such news like a bolt out of the blue. This. Why would the Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pill add in Starnet Secret Flower? There is even Moonfoil Heavenly Sand? This doesn't adhere to medicinal theory at all. The strangest thing is that after adding in these things, the medicinal effect actually increased 40 to 50% compared to the original. This is simply inconceivable. He Shuming was deserving of being an alchemy saint powerhouse. Just by smelling it with his nose, he already found the aspects different from ordinary Tier 5 essence restoring pills. It was just that the way he saw it, adding in these things was simply downright nonsense and should ruin the medicinal properties of the core ingredients. But why would the medicinal effects rose so much instead after adding these in? A new type of medicinal pill emerging in the world would always cause alchemists to fervently research it. The composition of a medicinal pill actually did not have many areas that could be concealed. High-level alchemists could differentiate what kind of medicinal herbs a medicinal pill was constituted of just by using their noses. But to want to restore the pill formula through a medicinal pill, that was virtually something impossible. Because each type of medicinal herb's proportion, quant. 1 Thai, were all unable to restore to its original form. Let alone the method of refining and how the fire should be controlled. Alchemy was an extremely precise work. Even if it were wrong by a wee bit, what was refined would be useless pills too. But this did not hinder he Shuming's gasps of admiration towards this Tier 5 essence restoring pill. Alchemy Saint He, can this medicinal pill be restored to its original form? Zhuoxin asked rather cautiously. He Shuming heaved a sigh and said, "With my strength, it's definitely unable to restore the pill formula. This medicinal pill looks trivial and normal on the surface. But the refining method is extremely mystifying and done by an experienced alchemist. If I want to crack it, there's likely only sending it back to the headquarters. It's just, I don't know if the alchemy emperor powerhouses in the headquarters can restore the pill formula or not." Restoring the pill formidable, although it was virtually impossible, there was still that little bit of hope. If not, there wouldn't be some very popular pill formulas circulating too. But to want to restore the pill formula, it normally required strength that transcended multiple ranks. This is because their understanding towards medicinal theory and pill refinement had already reached an extremely profound boundary. If luck was good, they could still fumble out some trick to it through some attribute relations. HI plus P between the spirit medicines. Zhuo Xin exclaimed in shock, "Even alchemy venerables are unable to restore to its original form?" He Shuming shook his head and said, "In my opinion, alchemy venerable experts won't cut it too. If this medicinal pill is refined by Yi Yuan himself, then his attainments in alchemy are absolutely above mine. It's just that his cultivation is lacking, that's why he's not able to refine tier 6 and above medicinal pills. But if it's like this, then that person behind him, his strength would be too terrifying." Although unwilling to admit it, the truth in front of him still made He Shuming candidly admit defeat. Zhuo Xin was horrifyingly shocked when he heard that. This was just a tier 5 medicinal pill. Logically speaking, alchemy venerable powerhouses should be able to restore the pill formula. But He Shuming said such intricate pill must have alchemy emperors to work on it. Zhuo Xin gritted his teeth and said, "This batch of medicinal pills are of great importance. We'd better send it back to the headquarters. Later, I'll make clear the situation to Lord Deacon. If these medicinal pills really can have their pill formulas restored, it will absolutely be highly beneficial to our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company." He Shuming nodded his head, clearly in approval of Zhuo Xin's view too. Under normal Cirque Yume stances, alchemy emperor powerhouses would not even be bothered to take action and restore such low-level medicinal pills. But in Zhuo Xin's view, if the pill formulas of these medicinal pills could be restored, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would have profits pouring in, because the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's branches were everywhere, spanning several major regions. Once popularized, these few types of medicinal pills would absolutely be money trees. Regardless whether the headquarters agree or not, these medicinal pills must all be sent back. Zhuo Xin believed that with upper echelon's vision, they would absolutely be able to discern these tier 5 medicinal pills' value. And at this time, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu were currently facing opposite each other. "Brother Jun, I'll demonstrate a set of martial technique now, named Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. You have to look closely." Chapter 740, In the Limelight. Chapter 740, In the Limelight. 9 Sword Stance. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. 9 figures suddenly divided. 9 streaks of sword light merged into one, charging straight for the horizon. Jun Tianyu was a person extremely arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Regarding Yi Yuan's enthusiasm, although he did not say anything verbally, he was still rather disapproving of it in his heart. But the moment Yi Yuan's 9 sword stance appeared, Jun Tianyu's countenance suddenly changed. "Supreme true intent. It's actually supreme true intent," Jun Tianyu exclaimed in shock. But Yi Yuan did not answer. The second move was unleash. 1,000 flowing petals, myriad rain sword blades, rending the sky. Each move he executed, Yi Yuan's sword intent blossomed a degree more. When it reached rending the sky this style, Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to an unrivaled degree. Jun Tianyu's sword intent was involuntarily spurred on by Yi Yuan. The sword intent on his body appeared rather disorderly. Under Yi Yuan's sword intent, his sword intent was actually somewhat going out of control. One had to know that he was 2 major cultivation realms higher than Yi Yuan. Such a bizarre thing would actually occur. By the time Yi Yuan finished displaying the 4 styles of sword moves, Jun Tianyu had looked at Yi Yuan and smiled bitterly as he said, "Younger brother Yi, you've kept me bitterly in the dark. You and I have been acquainted for so many days, and I actually didn't know that you were even a sword path expert. What made me even more astonished was that you actually even comprehended supreme true intent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not that I intentionally hid it. It's just that I didn't have the chance to take action these few days. Moreover, even if I comprehended supreme true intent, my cultivation realm is still a little too low when all is said and done. Right now, all the people in the city knew that an alchemy path genius appeared on ancient Opulence Street, and even crushed alchemy Saint He. But the world did not know that this alchemy path genius was also a martial path genius at the same time, a martial path genius who comprehended supreme true intent. Although Yi Yuan's supreme true intent had yet to be perfected, to a holy land, there were not many people able to comprehend a supreme true intent in total as well. One should not look at how Zhun Tianyu's strength was formidable and not far from comprehending supreme true intent either. But to really reach the point of comprehending the elementary form of supreme true intent, he still had a very long way to go. As for reaching perfection, it would probably be his life's pursuit. While Yi Yuan's supreme true intent was clearly not too far away from perfection already, to such a young martial artist, this was simply an inconceivable thing. Younger brother Yi, you really astound me too greatly. Even for super Holy Land's geniuses, there aren't many able to comprehend supreme true intent at your age either. If Holy Lands know that you comprehended Sword Dao to this kind of extent, they will definitely treat you like a treasure, Zhun Tianyu said. I don't like to be waited upon by other people, nor do I need to be attended to by others as well. Brother Zhun, leave this matter aside for the time being. Let's exchange notes properly on Sword Dao these few days. Hopefully, it can be of assistance to you, Yi Yuan said. Zhun Tianyu nodded and said, that will be for the best. These few years, although Zhun Tianyu delayed some cultivation time because of Liu Iru's affairs, the main thing was still that he fell into a bottleneck. Not everyone could be like Yi Yuan, comprehending true intent by admiring the sight of a blossom shower. And on this point, no one was able to help Zhun Tianyu transcend the bottleneck. But Yi Yuan was different. His comprehension on Sword Dao was extremely deep and already touched the true meaning of Great Dao. Him giving pointers to Zhun Tianyu frequently let him have a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Having an expert to give pointers when at this kind of bottleneck would yield the effect of twice the result with half the effort. And Yi Yuan did not have the intention of holding back either, talking about his own comprehension towards Sword Dao for Zhun Tianyu to hear. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this trip probably would not go that smoothly. Therefore, the stronger Zhun Tianyu's strength was, the more assurance regarding their safety. Of course, Yi Yuan did not idle away himself either. For this trip, Yi Yuan did not stint to employ the Chaos Gems to slow down the flow of time. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, Yi Yuan did not lack Earth Essence crystals for the time being now. All sorts of resources piling up, he broke through his bottleneck very quickly. Cultivating nearly for 6 months in the vast Heaven Paji. Oda, Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries in a row and finally broke through to the 4th level Divine Traversing Realm, reaching middle stage Divine Traversing Realm. But after reaching middle stage Divine Traversing Realm, Yi Yuan's consumption of resources became even scarier. The 100,000 merit points earned from He Shuming there was actually expended fully in these 6 months. For He Shuming, 100,000 merit points, it was actually not considered much. But to the ancient opulent city's ordinary martial artists, it was absolutely an astronomical figure. And Yi Yuan actually only broke through 2 minor cultivation realms after using finish these 100,000 merit points. If he let other martial artists knew, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse that he was prodigal. But Yi Yuan had no choice too. Each time he broke through a minor cultivation realm now, the essence energy required was several times of ordinary martial artists. The medicinal pills expended was naturally sizable too. Fortunately, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business these few days was extremely good. Yi Yuan spent fast, earned even faster. From the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opening for business until now, it was merely 10 short days. And in these 10 days' time, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already completed the counteroffensive against the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, virtually monopolizing the medicinal pill business of all martial artists under Boundless Realm. There was no other choice. The fragrant medicine pavilion's Tier 5 medicinal pills were cheap and good. Only a fool would not come and buy. And the fragrant medicine pavilion's approach squeezed the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company enough for them to choke. Their discount sale was originally only planning on carrying out for a month. But now, they were forced to continue the discount indefinitely. Zhuoxin originally thought that a month's time was sufficient to take down the fragrant medicine pavilion. Who knew that he was squeezed until he had no mood to have a temper now? Except, even if the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company lowered prices to sell Tier 5 medicinal pills now, the ancient opulent city's martial artists still did not buy it. This reduced the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profit margin even more. No advantage in quality, no advantage in price. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company fell into a huge predicament all at once, their profits shrinking by a large margin. In just 10 days, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's profits directly shrunk by 40%. This kind of situation delighted Qian'er and Li Huisheng greatly. Being suppressed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company for so many years, this turnover battle was fought extremely beautifully. Although they lost 20% profit because they offended Yi Yuan, they still had a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment now. The one even happier was Yu Ming. This feeling of sitting at home and counting money was simply too awesome. Yi Yuan gave Yu Ming 5% shares. Although it was only 5%, he got rich overnight now as well. The feeling of counting money until one's hands had cramps was simply too wonderful. Yu Ming still had a feeling like he was dreaming until now. But these few days, he also learned many things following behind Li Huisheng. Yi Yuan handed such an important matter to him. He naturally did not dare to be perfunctory. Yu Ming was a clever person. He knew that everything today was all given by Yi Yuan. His emotional investment had already received immense return. But to want to sustain, it required even more hard work. Yi Yuan lacked a competent helper in the fragrant medicine pavilion, and if he did not perform well, there would naturally be people to come and replace him. Just as the fragrant medicine pavilion's limelight was extremely flawless. Hi+ing, Ying Tianya finally dropped in. Chapter 741, Stone Stakes. Chapter 741, Stone Stakes Alchemy. Saint He, Master Yi, will rest and reorganize for a bit in Clearreed City, then head for that ancient grotto. That grotto isn't far from here. I worry that the long night will be fraught with dreams. Better to enter earlier. Ying Tianya and the others came to a neighboring city, Clearreed City, through the transmission array. But after Ying Tianya arrived here, he seemed unwilling to stay in the city. No idea if it was concern about his junior, or things he wished to hide. Regarding this, Yi Yuan and the rest naturally did not have objections. This trip, Ying Tianya brought along Luo Fang and several late-stage Boundless Realm followers. The party of 8 to 9 people was rather conspicuous. On He Shuming's side, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company also sent out a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist to protect him. In this group of people, just the Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were as many as 5. Of course, He Shuming this Heaven Enlightenment Realm was basically equivalent to useless, a little better than nothing. Along the way, He Shuming naturally faced Yi Yuan with fierce glares, but Yi Yuan had an indifferent air. Towards this kind of ridiculous provocation, he did not care at all. As long as the Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist he brought could not beat Jun Tianyu, naturally, no one dared to touch him. Through Yi Yuan's bout of giving pointers, Jun Tianyu finally advanced another level on sword intent. Although he still did not comprehend a supreme true intent, he found the path to comprehending a supreme true intent. The party stopped over for a short while, then they headed straight for that ancient grotto. The ancient grotto was situated on a chain of mountain ranges. Ying Tianya actually found the grotto's entrance directly through no idea what kind of means. Accurately speaking, it was a stretch of precipices. Everyone looked for a long time, but there was no entrance at all, only ice-cold rocks. Ying Tianya frowned and said, "How can it be? It should be here. Why isn't there an entrance?" He Shuming said, "City Lord Your Excellency, could it be wrong?" Ying Tianya slowly shook his head and said, "The location junior apprentice brother transmitted to me is definitely here beyond doubt. It's just that there is no entrance. How did he enter?" Everybody split up and search, see if there are any places resembling an entrance. Those subordinates he brought all scattered, searching for the ancient grotto's entrance in the surroundings. Very soon, someone shouted, "City Lord, Your Excellency, there's a stretch of stone stakes here." Everyone went over to take a look. Indeed, they saw a stretch of stone stakes 500 feet in circumference. It's an array formation. As long as we crack the array formation, we'll be able to enter the grotto, He Shuming said with an excited look. Regarding breaking into the ancient grotto this time, Ying Tianya made a solemn promise to not only give He Shuming a large reward, but the things obtained this trip would also belong to himself. Therefore, He Shuming was still quite enthusiastic about this exploration. Speaking of which, He Shuming was indeed an alchemist whose strength was rather formidable. Not only did he reach the alchemy saint realm in pill refinement, but he also reached tier 7 level in the formations path too. Therefore, he recognized that these stone stakes were an array formation with a glance. Ying Tianya was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Does alchemy saint he have any confidence in crack this set of array formation?" He Shuming smiled and said, "Leave it to me. If even I can't do it, everyone can only just look on powerlessly as well. However, City Lord, Your Excellency, in our agreement for this trip, it didn't include this segment. Among the people present, there was only him, one tier 7 array master. If even he could not do it either, then indeed no one could do it. Except, He Shuming did not know that among this group of people, there was still a tier 9 array master. He Shuming's view was around the same as Jun Tianyu's. Yi Yuan had immensely high attainments in alchemy. In other areas, he was probably just a normal person. Yi Yuan naturally recognized that these stone stakes were a set of array formation with a glance. But he had not seen this set of array formation before. Moreover, Yi Yuan perceived that even though this array formation's rank was not high, there were several areas extremely easy to make mistakes. The person who set up the array formation clearly wanted to intentionally induce people to be duped. Yi Yuan was originally planning on making a move. But looking at He Shuming being so enthusiastic, he could only shut his mouth and not speak. This trip, his strength was the weakest. Better to be more low profile. If He Shuming was really able to crack the array formation, then it was naturally good. But if he could not, it was also not late for him to step forward then. It was just that since the owner of the grotto dug so many traps, their group of people was probably going to suffer some hards. Hi+PS. He Shuming blackmailing right away, Ying Tianya naturally had unhappiness in his heart. Except, at this sort of time now, where would he go to find another array master? Alchemy Saint he, rest assured, after I rescue my junior, the rewards promised to you will add another 10%. Ying Tianya said. He Shuming was overjoyed once he heard and said, "Heh, it's still City Lord, Your Excellency, who is straightforward. This he will crack the array formation right away." As he said, he came to the middle of the stone stakes and directly pushed a stone stake that was slightly higher all the way underground. These stone stakes had different heights. The thickness was different too. The method to crack it was to press down some crucial stone stakes. This area of land had around 1,000 stone stakes. The array formation formed was also quite profound. After He Shuming pressed down one stone stake, he stopped for a moment and found another stone stake to press down. When Yi Yuan saw He Shuming press down the first stone stake, he involuntarily shook his head slightly. But Jun Tianyu noticed this minute action of Yi Yuan and asked softly, "Why? Anything wrong with He Shuming?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Very wrong. This guy bragged so confidently, I even thought that he has some skill. Didn't think that the first step was wrong. Be careful in a while. There will probably be something unforeseen." Jun Tianyu was slightly startled in his heart when he heard but secretly went on alert. He didn't think that Yi Yuan was actually even proficient in the formations path. This guy, what did he not know? Regarding Yi Yuan's words, Jun Tianyu did not have much doubts. Because he had long witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess before. Crack. He Shuming pressed a stone stake down once again. All of a sudden, it seemed to have triggered something. Everyone's faces changed. "Not good. Everyone, be careful." Ying Tianya cried out. His voice had yet to fade when countless arrows shot out from all directions, interweaving into a large dense net, enveloping everyone inside. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus the power of the arrows was extremely strong. Even Heaven Enlightenment Realm Powerhouse had to respond cautiously too. You few, come to my side, Ying Tianya said to those few boundless realm followers. With this, Yi Yuan finally experienced Ying Tianya's strength. He abruptly released essence energy out, wrapping those few followers inside immediately. Countless arrows pierced right through his essence energy barrier, but became weak and feeble, without any threat at all. But He Shuming did not have such formidable strength. Even though he was Heaven Enlightenment Realm 2, his strength was too poor. Although his essence energy protective screen was able to defend against those arrows as well, it caused considerable injuries to him. This was still under the Circume stances where that Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse he brought here helped him block the majority of the arrows. The arrows lasted roughly 15 minutes time before ceasing completely. The clothes on He Shuming's body was already poked into a hornet's nest by the arrows. He suffered external wounds that were not light himself too, looking very miserable. What made him even more awkward was that he solemnly pledged to crack the formation earlier. The result was that it actually ended up like this. His face involuntarily felt as if it was burning red hot. Chapter 742, Not like some people, only know how to brag. Chapter 742, Not like some people, only know how to brag. Alchemy Saint He, didn't you say leave it to you just now? Is this how you guarantee things? Ying Tianya said with a grim look. Earlier, He Shuming raising the price on the spot, Ying Tianya tolerated it in order to go in. But the result was great. This fellow smacked his own chest so loudly but incurred a body full of stench. It would be weird if Ying Tianya could have a good temper. He Shuming had an said look but said unconvincingly, my method to crack the array was clearly fine. But why was it this kind of situation? Could it be that the way to open the door is not to crack the array? The moment Ying Tianya heard, his brows could not help furrowing. Concerning He Shuming's ability, he was still aware of it. He shouldn't be shooting his mouth off. After all, he received injuries himself earlier too. Playing this kind of games had no benefits to him at all. Could it be that this was really not the way to enter the ancient grotto? Why not? I give it a try. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. When Ying Tianya heard, he said in slight amazement, You? Master Yi actually even knows array formations? Yi Yuan said smilingly, know a thing or two. Bulls. HI plus T. I clearly already cracked the array formation just now. These stone stakes are simply used to delude people. Boy, don't add more to the disarray. Could it be that you still want those things just now to come one more time? He Shuming interjected. He Shuming saying these words naturally had his selfish calculations. On the one hand, he really felt that he already cracked the formation just now, but he did not get the desired outcome. On the other hand, he was also somewhat afraid of Yi Yuan, afraid that he could really crack the formation. Through the past two incidents, He Shuming was already very apprehensive towards Yi Yuan. He always felt that Yi Yuan was very freaky. God knows if he really knew array formations or not. Indeed, once He Shuming said this, Ying Tianya began to hesitate. Although those arrows earlier were formidable, it was still barely manageable. If a big one came again, they might just have to all perish here. This ancient grotto was clearly not some friendly land. Otherwise, there also would not be so many mechanisms coming out before even entering the grotto. But Yi Yuan shot He Shuming an indifferent glance and said, Cracked the array formation? You really boast shamelessly. Your first step was already wrong and you actually even thought that you cracked the array formation. Ignorant to your kind of level is also considered to have reached a certain realm. He Shuming's expression changed, but he said stubbornly, Heh, you say wrong, means it's wrong? Boy, don't pretend to know when you don't know. This set of array formation is definitely an ancient array formation. Even if you really know array formations, how can you possibly see through the profundities of the array formation with a single glance? Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? The first stone stake you pressed down, that's a trap. This is actually not hard to differentiate. You look closely yourself, and you'll know. The moment He Shuming heard this, his gaze involuntarily looked towards the stone stake once more. He Shuming scanned for a short while, then his face suddenly revealed an expression of sudden realization. But he reacted very quickly and hurriedly put away his expression. But it was already too late. Who was Ying Tianya? The changes in the expression on He Shuming's face was long taken into his sights. Ying Tianya gave a cold snort, but did not pay attention to He Shuming anymore, and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, "Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you to take action to crack this array formation." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and directly entered among the stone stakes with a leap. Different from He Shuming doing it step by step, Yi Yuan was already very clear regarding this array formation in his heart, so he did not stop the slightest bit at all, pressing down one stone stake by one stone stake right away. When He Shuming saw Yi Yuan's actions, his gaze involuntarily sharpened as he smacked his thigh and said, "My word. Why didn't I think of that? So that's how it is." As he was saying, He Shuming suddenly felt Ying Tianya's gaze and said with a somber face, "This punk must have watched me crack the formation first before perceiving the deceitful trick in it. City Lord Your Excellency, you mustn't be deceived by him. Who, He Shuming, all the way until today, only now did I know that the word shameless was created specially for you. When you pushed down the first stone stake earlier, Yi Yuan already said that you got it wrong. Which also means that he already cracked this set of array formation long ago. You're actually still claiming credit for yourself. Truly shameless to the extreme." The Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, suddenly said with a laugh. He Shuming was just about to rebuke, only to hear a creak. Yi Yuan already pressed the final stone stake down. Rumble. The originally bare cliff actually started to fragment at this time, forming the shape of a massive door. And this large door was currently opening slowly. This array formation was actually really the key to opening the ancient grotto. Ha ha ha. Master Yi is indeed impressive. Not like some people, only know how to brag. Ying Tianya was also filled with displeasure towards He Shuming right now. It was just that he might still need him to take action at the back, that he did not fall out. Thinking back now, He Shuming was clearly that sort with superficial knowledge. Boasted to the skies, but could not do it at all, and even extorted a price right away. Yi Yuan, in contrast, he was already crystal clear about the array formation made up of these stone stakes long ago, but he did not mention a word about remuneration. With this contrast, the two parties' disparity was too huge. This He Shuming clearly hung around inside the trading company for a long time, his body exuding the stink of profit-seeking mentality all over, turning people off. He Shuming had a gloomy expression and did not say a single word by the side. But he hated Yi Yuan even more bitterly to the core. Inside this ancient grotto, if there's a chance, you must kill this boy, He Shuming transmitted to his companion. Okay, responded his companion, a heaven enlightenment realm expert. Since the entrance of this ancient grotto is already opened, the matter brooks no delay. Let's hurry in. Ying Tianya was clearly eager to rescue and about to move inside immediately. Wait a minute, Yi Yuan said in a low voice. Master Yi, is there anything wrong? Ying Tianya said curiously. Someone is lying in wait at the side, Yi Yuan said. Ying Tianya was startled inwardly and could not help looking around. They had already been here for a period of time, and he actually did not discover that there were people lying in wait at the side. Ha ha ha, Ying Tianya, you came to my territory, but why didn't you let me know? Everyone is familiar with each other. You got to at least let me perform the duties of a host, no? The moment the voice rang out, over a dozen figures leaped up, surrounding Ying Tianya's group in the center. When Ying Tianya saw the arrival, his expression involuntarily darkened. Pei Wenqiang, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenqiang looked at Ying Tianya with an amused look and said smilingly, Ying Tianya, these words, I should be the one asking you, right? You came to my territory to conduct illegal activities. As Clear Reed City's city lord, shouldn't I investigate a bit? Ying Tianya said with a cold sneer, investigate. You guys hide at the side furtively. You probably don't have good intentions, right? Pei Wenqiang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, haha. If not for you leading the way, this city lord would really not know that there was still such a secret grotto in my own domain. Furthermore, you all even opened the front door for this seat already. Really thanks a lot. Pei Wenxiang suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, a divine traversing realm brat who's not only able to crack an array formation that even a tier 7 array master couldn't crack, he's even able to discover us, these people who ate breath-concealing pills. Truly quite capable. Chapter 743, Soliciting. Chapter 743, Soliciting. Initially, I couldn't discover you people either. But the moment I cracked the array, someone amongst you guys became emotionally agitated, giving a trace of yourselves away, Yi Yuan said coolly. The breath-concealing pill was not considered a very ingenious medicinal pill in the divine realm. But it was a very practical medicinal pill. It was a very decent medicinal pill to use for lying low and tracking. It was just that the flaw of the breath-concealing pill was as obvious as its application, that was that the breath could not have the slightest trace of undulation. Otherwise, one would be exposed. That instant Yi Yuan cracked the formation just now, when the ancient grotto opened up, there was clearly someone who was overly surprised when seeing this scene, resulting in revealing a trace of a flaw. But even so, that hint of a flaw was definitely extremely minute. Otherwise, it was also not possible that even Ying Tianya and Zhun Tianyu, this kind of powerhouses, did not discover it. Yet, this tiny trace of flaw was captured by Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang glared fiercely at the group of people behind, clearly very discontented by them making this sort of low-level mistake. The people Pei Wenxiang brought over were much stronger compared to Ying Tianya's group of people. Just the Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouses were as many as 7 to 8. In terms of strength, they absolutely overpowered Yi Yuan's side. Therefore, even if exposed, he had nothing to fear too. Pei Wenxiang sized Yi Yuan up and suddenly said with a smile, "Boy, from just now, I've constantly been observing you. When that idiot triggered the arrows, I even thought that you were dead for sure. But I didn't expect that those arrows didn't even touch the fine hair on your body. Later, you cracked the array formation and even detected our existence. Truly remarkable. Boy, come and work for me, how about that? What Ying Tianya can give you, I'll double it. No, I'll give you triple." Ying Tianya could not help being startled inwardly when he heard that. He did not expect that Pei Wenxiang would actually snatch away his people right in front of him, and he also did not notice that Yi Yuan actually relied on his own ability to withstand the arrows earlier and even thought that it was Zhun Tianyu assisting by the side. The might of those arrows earlier was absolutely not what a divine traversing realm could withstand. But Pei Wenxiang said that those arrows did not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Without any doubt, apart from pill refining, Yi Yuan still had many abilities that he did not know of. And these abilities were very likely to have an impact on the success or failure of this trip. The price which Pei Wenxiang gave, anyone would be moved. He did not have much restricting relations. Hi+P with Yi Yuan at all. If Yi Yuan really threw his lot in with the other party, then his losses would be huge. Yi Yuan, Pei Wenxiang this guy. Ying Tianya was just about to speak but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. City Lord Pei, I'm grateful that you think highly of me. Joining your side is no issue. Hearing these words, Ying Tianya's expression became ugly to the extreme, while Pei Wenxiang had a delighted look. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly switched his tune, but it will have to wait until after this trip wraps up. Pei Wenxiang's expression darkened, and he said, "Are you messing with me?" Yi Yuan said with an innocent face, "How can this be called messing with you? This Yi has my own principles when doing things. I've already promised City Lord Ying for this trip, and I naturally have to do what was entrusted to me. After this trip is over, there naturally won't be any binding relations. Hi+P between him and me too. At that time, wouldn't joining Clear Reed City satisfy both sides?" Pei Wenxiang said with a cold sneer, "Brat, looks like you still haven't figured out the current situation." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I'm very clear about the current situation. You want to kill us, of course, it can be done. But you at least have to pay the price of 5 to 6 people dying. If my conjectures are right, these few people should be the majority of the elites under you, right? If they all die, What right will you have to explore this ancient grotto? Of course, you can also report the situation here to the Holy Land and let the Holy Land send people to come and explore. But what has that got to do with you, City Lord Mana Pei? Pei Wenxiang laughed coldly and said, 5 to 6 people? You're thinking too highly of Ying Tianya, no? He's my vanquished foe. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, who I'm talking about is naturally not City Lord Ying. Brother Jun is very famous in ancient opulent city. He once exterminated an ancient opulent city's major aristocratic family by himself. Dealing with 3 to 4 people shouldn't be an issue, right? Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, you're that Jun Tianyu. Jun Tianyu said indifferently, it's precisely this Jun. Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised though. He did not expect that Jun Tianyu's reputation was actually so great. Even Pei Wenxiang actually knew about him. Ying Tianya perceived Yi Yuan's doubt and explained, the Holy Land solicited Jun Tianyu before but was rejected by him. Jun Tianyu is someone likely to comprehend a supreme true intent. The Holy Land naturally values him greatly. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that Jun Tianyu was an outstanding talent grazing in the wild. Ordinary people getting a Holy Land solicitation would definitely join without any hesitation. After all, the resources in a Holy Land were far from what a small city like ancient opulent city could compare to. But Jun Tianyu was an exception. He rejected the Holy Land's invitation without any hesitation. Brother Jun's decision is correct. Going to the Holy Land will only bury his talent. People who practice the sword devotes particular attention on freedom and being themselves. Where the person is going, the sword is headed. Although the resources of a Holy Land are generous, it will also restrain a martial artist's body and mind, restricting his comprehension towards sword Dao from there. Since time immemorial, all the people who had supreme accomplishments in sword Dao were mostly factionless, Yi Yuan evaluated. Jun Tianyu smiled when he heard that and said, my parents gave birth to me, but Yi Yuan alone understands me. Ha ha ha. His actions were even denounced by many people back then. He did not expect that many years later, he would be fervently supported by Yi Yuan, making him have a feeling of sharing the same views and path. Moreover, Jun Tianyu knew that Yi Yuan's comprehension in sword Dao flung him several streets behind. Saying this sort of words naturally had the greatest right to speak. This also proved that his choice back then was correct. Except that although he knew Yi Yuan's master of the sword Dao, the others did not. Humph. A divine traversing realm boy babbling about sword Dao. Truly don't know what you're talking about. Fine, consider it your win. However, you guys all walk in front for me, Pei Wenxiang said somberly. He also did not expect that Ying Tianya actually brought Jun Tianyu here. This indeed made it rather troublesome for him. Therefore, Pei Wenxiang changed his mind at the last minute and decided to explore this ancient grotto together with Ying Tianya's party. Finding these guys to be cannon fodders seemed to be a pretty good choice too. You, Pei Wenxiang, don't go too overboard. On what basis should we scout the path for you? Ying Tianya said furiously. Hihi, based on that my strength is greater than yours. If you feel discontented, feel free to clash with me, Pei Wenxiang said with a smug look. Even if Jun Tianyu was here, their side's strength was still absolutely powerful. 8 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a rather terrifying force. Yi Yuan gave Ying Tianya a signal with his eyes and said, fine then, you're ruthless. We'll take the lead then. Just like this, a group of people entered one by one into the ancient grotto. After their figures vanished in the cave, rumbling sounds came from behind. The precipice actually changed, returning to its appearance before they cracked the formation array. Seeing this sort of situation, Pei Wenxiang's expression changed. Hehe, looks like the way out is already cut off. We can only advance forward, Ying Tianya said with a cold smile. Chapter 744, Lotus Platform. Chapter 744, Lotus Platform. After entering the ancient grotto, there was a stretch of open area before their eyes. But very soon, someone discovered something amiss. Inside this grotto seems to have formed a universe of its own. I'm actually unable to fly. Everyone was alarmed inwardly when they heard that. Maneuvering essence energy a little, they discovered that they were indeed unable to fly. This grotto is indeed extremely bizarre. No wonder with junior apprentice brother's strength, he got trapped here too. Ying Tianya said with furrowed brows. En? Junior apprentice brother? You're talking about Shu Yang. Pei Wenqiang appeared rather surprised. Ying Tianya nodded and said, junior apprentice brother unintentionally discovered this grotto, but he did not expect to get trapped here. I only knew about here after I received his transmission. Pei Wenqiang said in astonishment when he heard that, Shu Yang's abilities are above yours and mine. Even he got trapped here. Hearing the two people's conversation, everyone's hearts tightened too. Looks like this grotto was not some easy to get along place. Just how strong the strength of the Shu Yang from their mouths was, nobody knew. But it could be confirmed that he was stronger than these two mighty city lords. Even that Shu Yang got trapped here. How the result of this trip would be was not easy to say. But He Shuming's expression changed and he said, City Lord Ying, you didn't say that your junior's strength is even more powerful than yours. Actually, this was the idea of whoever entered first was the master. Although situations of juniors being stronger than seniors were common, under the vast majority of circumstances, the seniors' strength were all stronger than the juniors. When He Shuming heard that Ying Tianya's junior got trapped in the ancient grotto but had not died yet, he instinctively felt that this trip's danger was not high. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to agree to come here. Ying Tianya said coolly, I didn't say, you didn't ask either, no? You. He Shuming choked up right away. Pei Wenqiang's eyes swiveled around, and he said with a smile, Ying Tianya, this is your fault. Breaking into such a dangerous place, you got to at least make clear the relation of interest and harm with your companions. This current sort of situation, aren't you clearly cheating people? Pei Wenqiang, can you be any more shameless? Ying Tianya said with a cold snort. This sort of sowing dissension method was indeed overly obvious. He Shuming was not a fool either. How could he possibly not tell? But one had to acknowledge that Pei Wenqiang's words had indeed struck the bottom of his heart. Moreover, now that the story played out like this, how could He Shuming not perceive that Ying Tianya deliberately concealed the danger level of this trip? He was afraid that he and Yi Yuan would not be willing to come, so he did not state clearly. Though the method was a little RSE and shallow, the effects were excellent. Actually, Pei Wenqiang was not concerned with He Shuming's mood. He secretly scanned Yi Yuan's expression, but the result made him very disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm all the way, as if he did not hear it. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. All right, everyone says a few words less. The way out is already cut off now, saying anything is also late already. Everybody better advance ahead and explore. If there's anything, exiting this grotto then talk about it isn't late either. Luo Fang immediately stepped forward to smooth things over when he saw that the situation was not good. This current sort of situation, everyone did not have other alternatives either, and could only continue advancing forward. Before long, a large river blocked in front of everybody. We're all unable to fly. This large river has no bridge too. How should we cross? This large river was bare on the surface and did not even have a bridge. Everyone was immediately stunned. Right now, everyone was all unable to fly. Could it be that they all had to wade through the river? Yi Yuan's gaze flashed briefly, and he casually tore off a corner of his sleeves and threw it in the water. The silk quality of his clothes was very soft and very light. But the moment it fell into the water, it actually vanished right away, sinking to the bottom of the water. He Shuming could not help exclaiming in shock when he saw the situation. Weak water. This is definitely weak water. 800 miles of quicksand world, 3,000 weak water deep. Goose feather unable to float, reed catkins sink to the bottom. Sup with He Shuming crying out, everyone's countenance changed abruptly. Rumor goes that weak water stems from the lands of extreme west. Why would it appear here? Legends has it that weak water is untraversable. What should we do now? Everyone exchanged glances and were actually at a loss on what to do for some time. Pei Wenqiang mused for a moment, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan and asked, Boy, you're able to discover the peculiarities of it. You must have a way to cross it, right? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, You Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists are all helpless. What measures do I, this divine traversing realm rookie, have? Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes and then said with a cold smile, If you have no methods, then you're useless already. Why not I throw you down the river right away? He turned his head to look at Jun Tianyu and said, Don't glare at me with that sort of gaze. No matter how powerful your individual strength is, it's also impossible to be our match. Moreover, even if you really make a move, you're probably not my match either. Pei Wenxiang had long seen through that Ying Tianya's side was divided into 3 factions. Ying Tianya's own faction, He Shuming's faction, and Yi Yuan's faction. Ying Tianya's side's overall strength was the greatest. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's side who only had Jun Tianyu alone, easier to need. Humph. Do you really take this Ying as someone who only knows how to eat rice and does nothing? Ying Tianya said. Pei Wenxiang laughed and said, That alchemy saint clearly doesn't trust you anymore. Making a move now, you'll have even less of a chance of victory, no? Therefore, you'd best keep your mouth shut. You. Ying Tianya was choked badly by this. But his gaze looked towards He Shuming there and discovered that He Shuming seemed to really not have the intention of intervening. Very clearly, that side had already completely broken away from this side. If they really fought, he might even stand on Pei Wenxiang's side. Pei Wenxiang turned to Yi Yuan again and said smilingly, How is it? Thought it through yet? Ying Tianya duping you over here clearly have no good intentions. Could it be that you're still going to work for him? Yi Yuan shot Pei Wenxiang a glance and said, The path is under your feet. It's just that you can't see it. What does that mean? As he was talking, Pei Wenxiang could not resist lowering his head and saw that he just happened to be stepping on a diagram of a lotus platform under his feet. Try using strength to step on it. Yi Yuan said. Pei Wenxiang was just about to stamp down, but he changed his mind at the last minute and said to Yi Yuan, You step it. Jun Tianyu's expression changed when he heard that and said, Better let me. Yi Yuan stopped him with a hand gesture but stomped down with one foot. Creak. The next instant, a scene which left everyone dumbfounded happened. On that large weak water river, 1 lotus platforms after another actually appeared. The positions of these lotus platforms were all very disorderly, but between each one was roughly 1 step's distance. These lotus platforms suspended on top of the weak water, leading straight to the opposite shore. This, just who was this grotto owned by? To actually have such mystical means. With these lotus platforms, we can reach the opposite bank. A boundless realm martial artist was incomparably agitated and raised his foot, wanting to go and test if these lotus platforms were solid or not. Don't step on it. Yi Yuan cried out, but it was already too late. That boundless realm martial artist actually trod on emptiness and fell into the large river with a splash. Chapter 745, Lotus blooming at every step. Chapter 745, Lotus blooming at every step gurgle. That boundless realm martial artist did not even get to cry out and was engulfed straight away by the weak water. Everyone was all alarmed when they saw this scene. Pei Wenxiang gritted his teeth and said, Punk, are you messing with me? These lotus platforms are not for use to cross the river at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, Your subordinate was also too impatient. I even yelled out for him to not take on it, but he just wanted to do it. What could I do? Pei Wenxiang could not help feeling stifled. Everyone all heard clearly just now that Yi Yuan indeed yelled out. It was just that the shout was slightly late, that was all. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped beautifully. Even Pei Wenxiang could not say anything as well. Punk, don't play games with me. Otherwise, I'll throw you down immediately. Pei Wenxiang threatened. Go ahead and throw. I want to see just how you cross the river. Don't blame me for not warning you. These lotus platforms are real and illusory. 1 wrong step and you'll fall into the weak water, Yi Yuan said. What do you mean? Pei Wenxiang said grimly. These lotus platforms are indeed objects for crossing the river. It's just that each lotus platform was refined and formed through special methods. An array formation is inscribed on top of each one. and these lotus platforms together make up another large-scale array formation. If one doesn't know the way to clear the hurdle, they will be like that subordinate of yours, treading onto nothing and falling into the river, Yi Yuan explained. Everyone drew a cold breath when they heard. They did not expect that there were actually still such mystical objects. Looks like the means of ancient martial artists were truly not what could be compared to presently, which is also to say that apart from Yi Yuan, there is no one able to cross this river, Ying Tianya said. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't say that. Isn't there still an array master here? Maybe he has ways. Everyone could not help looking over towards He Shuming. He Shuming's face felt as if tea was burning hot. He naturally also perceived that these lotus platforms were formed from array formations. But to talk about being able to cross these lotus platforms, he did not have any confidence at all. Enough crap. Start crossing the river now. You go on the lotus platform first. Pei Wenqiang said with an impatient face. Fine. Your fist is big, whatever you say goes. Yi Yuan walked in front of the first row of lotus platforms with a helpless look. Everyone all held their breaths, waiting for Yi Yuan to take the first step. Actually, the people on Pei Wenqiang's side and He Shuming all hoped for Yi Yuan to fall right down. But they were also worried that after Yi Yuan dropped down, they would really have no way of crossing the river. Then there was only waiting to die here. Yi Yuan did not walk onto the lotus platform right away, but slowly shut his eyes, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. In an instant, the positions of all of the lotus platforms were all imprinted inside Yi Yuan's mind. Heart like monolith. Terrific, boy. I really don't know how you, this brat, cultivate. To actually be so monstrous. The knowledge and experience of the divine realm's people were far from comparable to the lower realms. The moment Yi Yuan entered heart like monolith heart realm, it was discovered by Pei Wenqiang. Of course, the ones shocked were not only Pei Wenqiang. There was even Ying Tianya and Jun Tianyu. Pei Wenqiang did not know, but the two of them knew that Yi Yuan ascended from the lower realms. A lower realms martial artist was actually able to comprehend heart like monolith. This was simply something inconceivable. Especially Jun Tianyu, he discovered that the more time he spent with Yi Yuan, the less his understanding of Yi Yuan was instead. Suddenly, Yi Yuan opened his eyes at this time and slowly lifted his right foot, stepping onto a lotus platform in front. The other martial artists were all nearly suffocating. They very much wanted to see what kind of outcome Yi Yuan's feet stepping down would be. Yi Yuan's right foot slowly landed and finally stepped onto the lotus platform. Tread down solidly. With this, everyone's suspended hearts finally eased up. Excellent. Turns out that these platforms really can cross the river, someone said excitedly. However, when Yi Yuan placed his other foot onto the lotus platform too, a scene which made them stare with their mouths agape happened. Apart from that lotus platform Yi Yuan stood on, all of the lotus platforms vanished without a trace. What's going on here? Where are those lotus platforms? Only one lotus platform, how to cross the river? Pei Wenqiang said as his expression changed. Yi Yuan did not speak, but turned right and tread out a foot directly. Yi Yuan's feet landed right onto a lotus platform without deviation, while that lotus platform he stood on previously likewise vanished from sight. How can it be like this? The hearts of the martial artists which had just eased up tightened up once again. Only when there were people on the lotus platform would it manifest itself. When there was no one, the lotus platforms would not appear, which was also to say that if one did not remember the positions of the lotus platforms, it was very likely to step onto nothing and drop down. The lotus platforms were not large, just nice able to put down both feet. If it was like this, then it could only be one after another. Furthermore, there must not be any bit of error at all. Even if one stepped wrongly by half a foot, it was the possibility of falling down too. Like this, it was easier for those at the front to not make mistakes. But the people behind, who could guarantee not making errors at all, stepping exactly onto the footprints of that person before? Moreover, the further they walked, everyone's footsteps would more or less have some minute deviations. The likelihood of falling down was greater too. This way, who walked at the front was very important. Pei Wenqiang stood on the position Yi Yuan was standing at before with a leap without any words, not the slightest bit off. Clear Reed City's martial artists, all follow me closely. Don't step wrongly. Heaven enlightenment realms in front, boundless realms behind. One after another, look closely under other people's feet. Pei Wenqiang said. Humph. What right do your Clear Reed City's people have to go first? Going on these lotus platforms, who cares about who? At most, fight it out to the death. Ying Tianya said with a cold snort. You. Fine, you go first. Our two sides go one by one. You have no objections now, right? Under this sort of circumstances, Pei Wenqiang had no choice but to compromise too. If they were to fight on these lotus platforms, all of them were doomed. Jun Tianyu did not speak at all by the side. Suddenly, he received Yi Yuan's transmission in his sea of consciousness, saying, Brother Jun, this is the lotus platform's distribution diagram. You memorize the positions well. Make sure not to step wrongly. The voice had yet to fade when inside his sea of consciousness actually had an additional diagram. It was precisely that the distribution diagram of those lotus platforms previously. Jun Tianyu was astonished inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually able to portray such a distribution diagram with the power of the divine soul. It was truly fantastical. Okay, I've memorized it, Jun Tianyu replied. Aren't you guys moving yet? I'm leaving first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan took a step out right away, stepping onto a lotus platform once more. Punk, you're Ball-Psi. Pei Wenqiang roared, but his feet did not dare to remain, hastily catching up. Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop at all but became increasingly faster instead. He knew the distribution situation of the lotus platforms like the palm of his hand. The places he stepped was also not the slightest bit off. Pei Wenqiang followed step by step behind and did not have the time to think about other things at all. His pair of eyes glued tightly at Yi Yuan's legs, not daring to make any mistake at all. Chapter 746, Sink into the Water. Chapter 746, Sink into the water. Everybody, keep up. Make sure not to step wrongly. Everyone was not allowed to think too much either. The martial artists at the back all kept in pace one after another. Of course, the boundless realms could only stare blankly and did not dare to go up at all. This place had a bunch of heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses. Wasn't SNATC, Hing with them courting death? Jun Tianyu did not have the intention of moving, while He Shuming and his companion followed after the Clear Reed City's martial artists. Only after they all went up did Jun Tianyu take his time to step onto the lotus platform. Only after, was it those boundless realm martial artists. These boundless realm martial artists' strength were meager but benefited from Jun Tianyu inadvertently. While at this time, Yi Yuan's steps were getting faster and faster. Towards the back, he actually used one foot to step onto the lotus platforms. Even if Pei Wenqiang's strength was exceedingly great, his forehead was also matted with sweat beads. All the nerves in his body were tightly wound up, fearful of making a hint of mistake. If he missed a step, that was no joke. He did not have Yi Yuan's heart-like monolith powerful heart realm and was unable to accurately determine the positions of each lotus platform. There were around 10,000 lotus platforms on the river. Wanting to not make any errors at all along the way was very difficult. Some areas still had to be advanced in a roundabout way and not advance forward all the way. Yi Yuan could even be face to face with the people behind sometimes. It was just that those people were all glued to the feet of the person in front and did not have the energy to go and care about him at all. Because Yi Yuan's speed increase was very sudden, apart from Pei Wenqiang and Ying Tianya, the others were half a beat slower. This also made a cut-off form between them, and not one following the other. When it was just starting, the other martial artists were still able to barely not make mistakes. But towards the back, there was gradually someone unable to sustain any more. A tragic cry. Finally, someone missed a step and fell into the surging river water and was instantly drowned. This tragic cry was extremely ear-piercing, startling everyone. The martial artists behind that person all stopped their footsteps and actually did not dare to move anymore. The martial artists at the back were covered in sweat and actually did not know where to step. In contrast, Yi Yuan bloomed lotuses with each step, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, leisurely and unhurriedly. Before long, Yi Yuan leaped and actually arrived at the opposite shore already. While at this time, Pei Wenxiang already fell behind him quite a few lotus platforms. But Pei Wenxiang never took his eyes off of Yi Yuan's footsteps all along and already memorized the positions of these few lotus platforms. "You're courting death, Yi Yuan." Pei Wenxiang landed, the suppressed fury in his heart very much wanting to erupt out. This Yi Yuan was clearly walking so fast intentionally, so as to make those people behind all unable to keep up, truly malicious. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "With so many of your subordinates to be buried with me, it isn't a bad choice either." Pei Wenxiang's face turned black, and he could not help turning around to look at river surface. This shock was by no means trivial. Apart from the three of them, everyone all stopped at the center of the large river. The person in the lead was precisely his subordinate. That person stood on a lotus platform vacantly. How was there any demeanor of a heaven enlightenment realm expert at this time? He was totally a helpless child. "Sea City Lord, save me," cried out that martial artist. Pei Wenxiang looked at Yi Yuan with a grim face and said through gnashed teeth, "You're very good. Looks like you really don't know how the word death is written." Yi Yuan supported his forehead with his hand and said, "Oh no, I'm the most scared of others intimidating me. Once I'm frightened, I'll become forgetful." Which step is he supposed to take next? Pei Wenxiang gnashed his teeth in anger but was completely helpless. He had his eyes fixed onto Yi Yuan's footsteps all along just now and did not remember how the whole route should be walked at all. Which was also to say that only Yi Yuan had the ability to bring his subordinates over to this side now. But Ying Tianya at the sides did not make a sound. He knew that Yi Yuan doing that just now was not just in order to deal with Pei Wenxiang. There was even the intention of warning him in it. Concealing the risk of this ancient grotto, although Yi Yuan did not say, it did not mean that he had no complaints at all. Yi Yuan was trying to warn him through this incident that without him, Yi Yuan, forget about rescuing Xu Yang from here. In all honesty, even Ying Tianya himself also did not expect that he would actually have to rely on Yi Yuan everywhere after entering the ancient grotto. While they all, these heaven enlightenment realm experts, actually became completely useless and could only accept Yi Yuan's arrangements passively. Outside the grotto was like so, after entering the grotto was similarly like that. Pei Wenxiang's expression was incomparably ugly. But he still compromised in the end. "Shoot away, what terms do you have?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Now this is the attitude of negotiating. My condition is very simple. Each person, 100,000 earth essence crystals." Yi Yuan's cultivation currently consumed earth essence crystals too fiercely. Catching a large fish now, how could he not butcher properly? Receiving money according to the number of people, this was Yi Yuan's specialty. Back then at the Grand Yang Tru sect's ruins, he extorted the Heavenly Sky sect just like this. Speaking of which, apart from earth essence crystals, it seemed like other things were not very useful to him either. Pei Wenxiang's two eyes went wide. "One person 100,000. Why don't you go and rob us? 150,000. Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to bargain at all, adding 50,000 right away. Pei Wenxiang could not help choking up. This punk was too capable of profiting from other people's misfortune. Currently, he was fish on somebody's chopping board. Pei Wenxiang could not do anything to him either. "There are 500,000 earth essence crystals. The remainder, wait until after they all cross over safely, then give you." Pei Wenxiang threw Yi Yuan a storage ring and said solemnly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the storage ring straight away. Then he yelled to that martial artist in the center of the river, 1 foot left. That martial artist was still hesitating when he heard Yi Yuan's words. But Pei Wenxiang yelled at the top of his voice, "Follow his instructions and walk." That martial artist did not hesitate anymore, advancing a foot's distance immediately. Indeed, there was a lotus platform which appeared under his feet. 2 feet left. 1.5 foot forward. The distance between each lotus platform was different. Yi Yuan was able to understand the mysteries of the array formation in such a short while and memorize the positions of 10,000 lotus platforms. How powerful a divine soul did this require? Previously, Pei Wenqiang kept walking with Yi Yuan and did not think that much. Now, only when listening to Yi Yuan directing his subordinates did he realize how monstrous Yi Yuan was. 1 foot right. Ah! A tragic scream. That Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist at the front fell into the river immediately. Pity that he was quaking with fear on the lotus platforms for so long. In the end, he still fell down. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Pei Wenqiang's chest was about to explode from anger. To say that this was not intentional by Yi Yuan, he would not believe even if he was beaten to death either. Oh my, really sorry about that. Should be 1.5 foot right. I remembered wrongly. This earth essence crystals not being the right amount, I'll remember wrongly when I'm careless. Really sorry about it. Too bad, 150,000 earth essence crystals. Hit the waters just like this. Sigh. Yi Yuan's look of regret made Pei Wenqiang have an impulse to vomit blood. A Heaven Enlightenment realm was actually used to hit the waters by him just like this. This guy was simply detestable to the extreme. Chapter 747, Who else dares to touch my brother? Chapter 747, Who else dares to touch my brother? Consider yourself ruthless. Pei Wenqiang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he seriously could not get angry. He retrieved another storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, if any more slip-ups occur, even if they can't cross, I'm going to exterminate you too. Yi Yuan kept the storage ring and said with a smile, haha, with earth essence crystals, everything is open for discussion. What followed was very simple. With Yi Yuan's guidance, the other martial artists all reached the opposite bank smoothly. It was just that crossing a river, Pei Wenqiang's side lost 2 Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists all at once. Both sides' strength was evened out considerably all of a sudden. That instant when the Clear Reed City's martial artists all landed, Pei Wenqiang suddenly erupted. Go to hell, punk. But right at the same time, Ying Tianya moved too. Boom. The two people directly clashed together with a palm, then fell into battle. Luo Fang, protect Yi Yuan. Ying Tianya did not forget to instruct Luo Fang. Yes. Luo Fang received the order. 8 people, 2 died. Apart from Pei Wenqiang, Clearreed City was only left with 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. The 5 of you attack together, kill Yi Yuan. Pei Wenqiang likewise instructed loudly. Luo Fang's expression changed. It was completely impossible for him to deal with 5. Those 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses already charged over with their weapons at the ready. But right then, a surge of sword intent shot up to the skies, surging straight for those 5 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses. Jun Tianyu's might was displayed fully beyond all doubt at this instant. He faced 4 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses alone and did not fall into a disadvantage the least bit. These 4 people were all elites brought over by Pei Wenqiang. Each person's strength was not beneath Luo Fang's. Jun Tianyu fought 4 by himself and actually even took the upper hand firmly. Seeing this scene, the Pei Wenqiang who was currently battling Ying Tianya furrowed his brows and yelled out to He Shuming, "Brother He, what are you still waiting for? Isn't that brat your sworn enemy? Not making a move at this time, when are you going to wait until?" When He Shuming saw this scene, the expression on his face became complicated. Originally, he had the mentality of sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Being spurred by Pei Wenqiang at this time, ripples immediately surfaced in his heart. To talk about killing Yi Yuan, he was 100 times willing. But under such circumstances, once he took action, he would completely break away from Ying Tianya. In ancient opulent city, falling out with the city lord was clearly not some wise move. After all, he was not alone by himself. Behind He Shuming was the entire Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. But Yi Yuan's fragrant medicine pavilion had already caused a serious threat to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company now. Killing him could sever all future troubles. He Shuming, if you dare to make a move, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company can forget about surviving in ancient opulent city in the future. Ying Tianya shouted. So, it's a member of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Brother feel free to make a move. If the ancient opulent city won't put up with you, you can come to my clear-reed city, Pei Wenqiang said. Tan Wu, do it. Kill Yi Yuan. He Shuming finally made up his mind and said solemnly. That Tan Wu was sent by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to protect He Shuming. He would listen to all He Shuming's orders. He Shuming issuing the order at this time, he naturally carried it out without any hesitation. Killing a divine traversing realm did not pose any difficulty for Tan Wu at all. But he still attacked without holding anything back. But right then, Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see Yi Yuan's figure lifted off from the ground and actually flew into midair. But facing a Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless either. He flew right above the large river, not giving Tan Wu a shred of chance to attack at all. Seeing this scene, He Shuming's expression changed. Divine soul mystic art. Sword driving flight. Everyone looked over, only to see Yi Yuan's 2 feet stepping on Shenying's sword, suspended above the large river, truly incomparably free and easy. In this ancient grotto, the others were all unable to fly. Who knew that a divine traversing realm boy was actually able to steer a sword and fly through a divine soul mystic art? This was something that no one expected. Back then when Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was very low, he could already display the sword driving technique with a divine soul mystic art. Now that he rose several major cultivation realms, his divine soul was more than 100 times more powerful. Displaying this skill of driving the sword and flying was naturally easily accomplished. And right at this time, Zhun Tianyu cried out lightly, sword sweeping all directions. Violent sword intent surged forth wantonly, directly attacking the 4 Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists surrounding him. Those 4 people, their strengths were not weak. But upon being assaulted by this surge of sword intent, they were still lashed flying out backward, each and every one of their chi and blood in turmoil. While Zhun Tianyu seized this opportunity to turn around suddenly and charged straight for Tan Wu. How could Tan Wu be placed in the same category as Zhun Tianyu's strength? Previously, it was just that everyone was exercising restraint all the way, so Zhun Tianyu did not make a move all along. Seeing He Shuming dropping a rock down the well at this time, his killing intent surged forth and could no longer be concealed. To be able to let Zhun Tianyu truly get angry, apart from Liu Yiru, there was probably only Yi Yuan. Die. Zhun Tianyu was truly enraged at this time and did not have the intention of holding back in the slightest. Tan Wu sensed that sword intent which blotted out the skies and covered the earth and knew that there was no way he would be spared. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Want to kill me, you have to pay the price too. With just the likes of you, Zhun Tianyu could exterminate the entire Dao family with his strength alone. How could his strength be average? These few days, his sword intent already advanced a step further through Yi Yuan's guidance. His strength was more than a level stronger compared to before. Without holding anything back, Zhun Tianyu directly eradicated Tan Wu like cruise. Plussing a dead branch. Killing Tan Wu, Zhun Tianyu wielded his long sword horizontally, and he blocked right in front of the huge river, saying in a cold voice, "Who else dares to touch my brother?" Hearing this furious roar, everyone's hearts were all slightly fearful. Those 4 Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouses, not a single one actually dared to step forward. Tan Wu was already dead. No one else could pose a threat to Yi Yuan anymore. Pei Wenqiang forced back Ying Tianya with one move, and the 2 people ceased battle as well. When Ying Tianya saw the Tan Wu who had already his head separated from his body, a chill ran down his spine. Ever since eradicating the Dao family, after he warned Zhun Tianyu, he really had not seen him take action again. Back then when he destroyed the Dao family, Ying Tianya's strength was more a level stronger than Zhun Tianyu still. Now that several years had passed, he did not expect that Zhun Tianyu's strength was actually daunting to such an extent. Seeing it today, Zhun Tianyu improved considerably again compared to several years ago. Even if he faced off with Zhun Tianyu, victory or defeat was hard to say. Zhun Tianyu utterly suppressed everyone with his might. Ying Tianya naturally did not know that actually Zhun Tianyu was at a bottleneck all along these few years. It was still through Yi Yuan's guidances recently that he broke through the bottleneck, and his strength getting the development of advancing by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan controlled the sword and slowly landed beside Jun Tianyu, opening his mouth and saying, "Brother Jun, thank you very much." Jun Tianyu said coolly when he heard that, "Why say thanks between you and me?" Pei Wenxiang's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that Jun Tianyu's strength was actually this powerful. Jun Tianyu's boundary was more or less the same as his 4 subordinates. He initially thought that with 4 against 1, even if they could not obtain victory, suppressing should be achievable. Who knew that not only could the 4 of them not suppress him, Jun Tianyu even instantly killed Tan Wu straight away. Now, under such circumstances, him wanting to kill Yi Yuan again was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Chapter 748, Prajna Soundwaves. Chapter 748, Prajna Soundwaves. Jun Tianyu, looks like you're bent on making things difficult for my Pei family, Pei Wenxiang said with a solemn face. Hearing that, Jun Tianyu did not speak, but his brows creased together slightly. Very clearly, Pei Wenxiang's words made him rather hesitant. "You're a member of the Pei family?" Jun Tianyu said. "My elder brother is Pei Kuan, what do you think?" Pei Wenxiang said with a smug look. Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed again and said, "One of the 7 holy sons, Pei Kuan? Looks like you know quite a bit." "That's right, it's precisely one of the 7 holy sons, Pei Kuan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ying Tianya," Pei Wenxiang said. Jun Tianyu looked towards Ying Tianya, and saw him nod his head helplessly, and knew that the words were not false. Pei Wenxiang saw that Jun Tianyu was somewhat apprehensive and was even more smug as he said, "Jun Tianyu, you're also aware of the 7 holy sun statuses in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even if your talent says others, you completely can't afford to provoke 2. I don't need you to do anything either. As long as you don't bother with the matters between Yi Yuan and me, there will definitely be generous repayments in the future. I, Pei Wenxiang, will fulfill what I say." Yi Yuan knew what a holy sun signified in a holy land. With Jun Tianyu's strength, he indeed could not afford to offend one. Holy sons were those few juniors with the highest talents in a holy land. One person among them had the chance to inherit the Tao legacy in the future. Even if unable to become the lord of a holy land, they would also at least be a member of the Elders Association, possessing tremendous authority. No wonder Ying Tianya concealed so carefully when he entered Clearreed City. Turns out that he was afraid of offending Pei Wenxiang, who knew that the moment he entered Clearreed City, Pei Wenxiang already noticed him. But towards Jun Tianyu, Yi Yuan had a lot of faith. Indeed, Jun Tianyu just shook his head faintly and said, "Even if your Pei Kuan's younger brother want to touch Yi Yuan, you'll also have to ask the sword in my hand. You. Fine, today's matter, I, Pei Wenxiang, have remembered it. After exiting this ancient grotto, I'll see how you live on in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land." Pei Wenxiang did not expect that Jun Tianyu was actually so persistent on Yi Yuan. He would rather take the risk of offending the Pei family than willingly let go. Jun Tianyu said coolly, "It's true that your Pei family is powerful, but to want to cover the skies with one hand in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, it probably can't be done, right? Whatever moves you have, feel free to execute them. This Jun will receive it. Brother Jun rest assured, as long as junior apprentice brother is rescued, I reckon that his Pei family won't dare to do anything to you either. Even though Shu Yang isn't a holy son, his status is also not too far off," Ying Tianya voiced out too. Pei Wenxiang snorted coldly and said, "Then you also have to save Shu Yang before talking." Pei Wenxiang did not refute Ying Tianya's words. Looks like even if this Shu Yang's strength was inferior to the 7 holy sons, the difference was probably not huge either. A great battle ended without a conclusion just like this. Nobody could do anything to anyone. Everyone could only carry on forth and explore. What kind of DAMN place is this? Why does it feel like this place is filled with a sinister qi everywhere? Luo Fang could not refrain from cursing. Not just Luo Fang, the others had this feeling too. Crossing the river, waves of cold air invaded everyone's body. Though it could not do anything to them, it kept making people have an uncomfortable feeling. Yi Yuan naturally felt it too. But he did not have much sensation. The origin magnetism spirit wood was impervious to 100 evils. Regardless of whether it was the cold air or sinister chi, it all could not approach his body. You guys, look. There's a large hall ahead. Everyone was currently walking when a great hall came into everyone's view. It was just that this great hall was similarly overflowing with dense sinister chi, making people uncomfortable. There was a massive plaza in front of the great hall. There were many sculptures in the plaza. Those sculptures were all figures of beautiful women. Each one of them was graceful and charming, being strikingly vivid and lifelike. Some of them were hugging Chinese lutes, some were playing the zither, some were dancing gracefully, rather like a palace orchestra. When everyone walked near, they discovered that these beautiful women were all incomparably stunning, and actually made people have a feeling of unable to keep it under control. Heh, it's a shame that these beauties are all sculptures. If they were real people, then us brothers will be able to get some satisfaction. Everyone says that dying while plussing a woman, they can be merry being a ghost too. No idea who made these sculptures, their luck with beauties aren't shallow. When these martial artists saw these beautiful women sculptures, each and every one of them were all incomparably intoxicated. Indeed, these sculptures were too lifelike, just like a real person. The expression on their faces were also all very natural. Furthermore, their seductiveness emerged in endless streams, causing a lethal attraction towards men. These women like born naturally in order to enthrall men. Right then, beautiful music suddenly sounded in the plaza. The music rang in everyone's ears like it was being played, bewitching their minds and spirits, incomparably intoxicating. And right at this time, those beautiful women in the plaza actually came to life one by one, and they started performing in front of everybody with extremely spellbinding forms. Ha ha ha, come here, give this lord a kiss. Girlie, come, sit on this lord's lap. How could the martial artists traveling together still endure it? Each and every one of them all pounced towards those beautiful women. For a moment, the entire plaza was incredibly disorderly. Even those Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were all inebriated in it too, unable to extricate themselves, including Pei Wenqiang and Ying Tianya. The one slightly better was Jun Tianyu. The expression on his face was seemingly painful, showing an appearance of struggling. But his eyes already gradually became hollow. Brother Jun, focus your mind and be unmoved. All of a sudden, this voice was like a bolt out of the blue, dragging Jun Tianyu back to reality. He abruptly startled awake. Looking around, he discovered that the rest were all hugging those sculptured beauties. Some were kissing the faces of the beauties frenziedly, others were groping wildly on the bodies of the beauties, showing all sorts of ugly behaviors. Jun Tianyu lamented to himself in shame. If not for Yi Yuan's tolling bell-like divine sense transmission just now, he would probably also be like the rest now, right? If it were really like that, his sword heart would surely become somewhat regretful, and he would be unable to pry into the great Tao anymore in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, why are you? Jun Tianyu was very curious too. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was the lowest here, but only he alone was not affected. He examined himself that his will was firm and it was very hard to suffer this kind of temptation. But earlier, even he nearly got trapped inside too. Yi Yuan said smilingly, these beauties aren't sculptures at all, but they were refined and formed from living people. Their bewitching arts attainments must be exceedingly high when they were still alive. Therefore, they are still able to cause immense beguilement against martial artists after death. I felt something amiss right after coming to this plaza, so I entered heart-like monolith realm straight away. Therefore, I wasn't affected. If it were under normal conditions, Yi Yuan would also suck. UMB by accident. But as long as he heightened vigilance, for these sort of bewitching arts to want to beguile him, it could not be done at all. The so-called heart-like monolith, unmovable by the 8 winds, heart realm boundary itself was the nemesis of these bewitching arts. He was naturally not affected. It was just that Yi Yuan's words made Jun Tianyu jump in fright. He exclaimed, "What did you say? They are all refined from living people? How is this possible?" Chapter 749, Revolting Behaviors. Chapter 749, Revolting Behaviors. Jun Tianyu looked at those sculptures, shock written all over his face. If not for Yi Yuan saying so, he would not think in this direction at all. But now, the more he looked, the more he felt that what Yi Yuan said was true. These sculptures were seriously too lifelike, vivid until it was exactly the same as a real person. The expressions of these beauties were remarkably lifelike as to be indistinguishable from the original. It was very hard for Zheng Tianyu to imagine what kind of craftsman was able to sculpt such vivid sculptures. There was only one possibility: these were all living people. But these statues' bodies are all ice-cold, very similar to stone, Zheng Tianyu still said somewhat disbelievingly. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I've researched ancient alchemy skills. In the ancient era, there's a kind of drug called petrifying powder. After people drink it, their entire bodies will become stiff like stone, and their expressions would also remain at that instant petrified at forever. I think that these beauties were probably drugged with petrifying powder. That's why they became like so, right? This. Then what's going on with them? Zheng Tianyu pointed at the rest and said. These women were definitely playing a musical piece before death. After they petrified, their living souls were confined in their bodies by someone, forever unable to break out. They died harboring resentment, so when there are living people drawing close to them, they will exercise all of their abilities before death to beguile the living people. When they lose themselves inside completely, their divine souls will leave the body, forever unable to return back into their bodies. Yi Yuan said. Zheng Tianyu was stricken with fear. These women's bewitching arts were exceedingly formidable. These heaven enlightenment realm martial artists, could not withstand it at all. If not for Yi Yuan's warning, he probably could not endure for long either. And according to what Yi Yuan said, wouldn't the others be in grave danger? Then, what should we do now? Save, or not to save? Zheng Tianyu said hesitantly. Yi Yuan said, this ancient grotto is very sinister. Who knows how many dangers are at the back? Our greatest foe right now isn't them, but the perils here. Leaving them to die freely might not be a good thing for us. An existence able to refine such bizarre sculptures was probably not that easy to get along with. Inside this grotto was riddled with dangers. If it was Yi Yuan and Zheng Tianyu two people, it was very hard to continue. If really encountered anything, having a bit more people would have more hopes of surviving instead. Then, how to save? To talk about killing enemies and fighting, Zheng Tianyu was very adept. But encountering this kind of thing, he could only have a blank look. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, muttering incantations in the air. A wave of majestic soul force spread out. Zheng Tianyu's eyes turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan oddly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's soul force was actually so horrifyingly powerful. Shatter. Yi Yuan suddenly gave a light cry. The voice was not loud, but the penetrative force was immensely powerful. The prajna sound still reverberating in the plaza was actually sent scattering immediately by this cry of Yi Yuan's. At the same time, Yi Yuan's voice also transmitted into everyone's sea of consciousness. This shout was undoubtedly enlightening the benighted to them, dragging them back to reality directly. Pooh pooh pooh. What am I doing? Disgusting as hell. My god, what the hell was I doing just now? Gah, I don't want to live anymore. Humiliating to death. The bunch of martial artists all flushed with shame, discovering that they were doing shameful actions. Some sculptures' faces were sob. Red with saliva everywhere from kisses by the martial artists, looking disgusting as hell. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, these guys have really heavy tastes. If let them carry on developing, who knows what else they will be doing at the back. Zheng Tianyu chortled with laughter and said, human nature, ha ha ha. Although he very much wanted to endure, Zheng Tianyu still could not hold back in the end and let out a burst of roaring laughter. When the others heard his laughter, each and every one of them wished they could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. If these sculptures were really beautiful women, then forget it. But each and every one of them actually did this sort of things to statues. Seriously disgraced all the way back to their grandmother's house. Ying Tianya came in front of Yi Yuan with his old face scarlet red and asked, that, Master Yi, were you the one who saved us? That's right. If not for Yi Yuan, you all would be dead. Even your divine souls would probably never reincarnate for all of eternity. Previously, some people still wanted to kill Yi Yuan. What irony. Zhun Tianyu suddenly put away the laughter and said with a cold snort. Pei Wenqiang was embracing two statues earlier, his hand already reaching inside the dresses of the statues, doing all kinds of indecent actions. The appearance was unspeakably wretched. And Zhun Tianyu's words were clearly said for him to hear. High-sounding words. This grotto is extremely bizarre. He's afraid that when we die, he can't exit by himself, right? Don't try that with this Pei, I won't thank him. Pei Wenqiang was not dumb. He figured out Yi Yuan's intentions very quickly. No matter what, Yi Yuan saving you is a fact. Zhun Tianyu said with a frown. Seeing Pei Wenqiang's manner, Zhun Tianyu was rather regretted rescuing him. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Brother Zhun, no need to say too much. Yi Yuan did not hope that Pei Wenqiang would be grateful for anything either. Arguing about him with this had no meaning whatsoever. Everyone all back away, Yi Yuan suddenly said. The other martial artists exchanged glances, but they ultimately still listened and backed away. Even the Pei Wenqiang and He Shuming, who were the most opposed with Yi Yuan, both retreated to one side sensibly. Although he was completely ungrateful towards Yi Yuan verbally, in the depths of the bottom of Pei Wenqiang's heart, he still had some gratitude towards Yi Yuan's life-saving action. Even if there was only that tiny hint, it was ultimately still there. Regardless of what objective it stemmed from, Yi Yuan saved his life after all. So this time, he did not sing a different tune with Yi Yuan for the first time ever. Moreover, he was also very curious just what Yi Yuan was trying to do. It was only to see Yi Yuan arrive before a beauty and suddenly extend his finger, tapping on the glabella on that woman. A faint wisp of soul force invaded into the sculpture flowing along his finger. Immediately after, a scene which astonished everyone happened. That sculpture actually emitted a faint light halo. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, that sculpture suddenly shattered into dust. And a faint phantom appeared in front of Yi Yuan, exactly identical with that statue before. Very clearly, this was that statue's divine soul. When that divine soul saw Yi Yuan, she actually gave him a deep bow. Except, that divine soul phantom was seemingly as if an illusion, practically almost dissipating already. This divine soul was imprisoned for countless years and was already weak to the extreme. She was completely unable to open her mouth to speak anymore. Yi Yuan just nodded his head and walked in front of another sculpture and did the same thing. That statue disintegrated to dust very quickly too, only leaving behind a faint phantom. That phantom similarly gave him a deep bow incomparably gratefully, looking delicate and pitiful. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and walked towards another sculpture. Just like this, Yi Yuan walked over towards sculpture after sculpture, turning each statue into dust. Chapter 750, Soul-Soothing Art. Chapter 750, Soul-Soothing Art. What's going on here? Could it be that a woman's divine soul is imprisoned inside each statue? Ying Tianya said in amazement. These are not statues at all but refined from living people. Zhun Tianyu heaved a slight sigh and recounted the situation Yi Yuan discovered for everyone, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines. This kind of means was seriously too cruel. Just what kind of person was the owner of this grotto, to actually be able to resort to such vicious means? No wonder these women's beguiling powers were so formidable. This sort of towering resentment, ordinary people probably can't withstand it, right? Ying Tianya said in astonishment. Just what kind of measure did this brat use, to actually be able to resolve these women's grievances? Pei Wenqiang said in shock. Everyone was stricken with fear. Only now did they discover that Yi Yuan's methods were simply inconceivable. For this sort of cruel means where the divine souls being imprisoned to the point they showed resentment billowing to the skies, there was only the path of annihilating them completely. But Yi Yuan used an unknown method. Not only did he rescue these divine souls from the bodies, he even made each and every one of them incomparably peaceful. If my conjectures are right, what he used should be the divine soul mystic art, soul-soothing art. It's just that cultivating the soul-soothing art to this kind of boundary, it's simply inconceivable, He Shuming suddenly said. Soul-soothing art? How is that possible? Such inconceivable means was actually just such a low-level soul-soothing art? Pei Wenqiang said in astonishment. Any kind of means, when trained to an exceedingly high realm, would also become inconceivable. It's just that very few people can do it. Yi Yuan's soul-soothing art has probably reached the boundary of returning to one's original simplicity already. He only attempted to undergo communication with these girls and make these girls put down the resentment in their hearts, and they can also break away already. Among these people, the one who studied divine soul mystic arts the most was He Shuming. Therefore, he had the greatest right to speak as well. The soul-soothing art was just a more RSE and shallow divine soul mystic art used to expiate dead souls. He Shuming knew this divine soul mystic art too. Moreover, his attainments were not low. Therefore, he could tell what Yi Yuan was doing. The soul-soothing art which Yi Yuan used was very different from what normal people used. But that sort of familiar divine soul undulation could not be hidden from He Shuming. It was just that what made He Shuming amazed was that Yi Yuan using this move was completely at his will, at the tip of his fingers. Yi Yuan communicated with the divine souls of these girls, carrying a power veiled in mystery. He Shuming only had one word to give to this power's appraisal: convinced. No matter how great the grievances contained within the divine souls of these girls, they would all calm down under Yi Yuan's persuasion. The moment the resentment disappeared, these ELLs could no longer constrain them either, so they vanished into thin air. Very soon, Yi Yuan extricated all of the beauties. Several dozen faint phantoms appeared in the plaza. A woman dressed in yellow suddenly fell out of the ranks and greeted Yi Yuan by folding her hands at the lower right side, communicating with Yi Yuan, "Sisters, divine souls are weak. My Xian thanks young master on behalf of the sisters for your grace of revival." Yi Yuan exonerated everyone just now and knew that this woman in yellow was called Qin Mai Xian. She was also the person whose divine soul was the strongest now. Of course, this so-called strongest was also merely just being able to have divine soul communication with Yi Yuan. Only this Qin Meishuan's divine soul was slightly more powerful at present and barely had the ability to communicate with Yi Yuan. Their divine souls were imprisoned for 10,000 years and were long feeble to the extent that it would vanish like a cloud at any time already. They did not have the strength to retaliate at all after breaking free from their own bodies. Alright, the restrictions on your bodies are already removed. From now on, you're all free. Past matters are over. You all return to samsara then, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan knew that these girls were all people with stories. But such a long time had already said. The person who trapped them back then had probably returned to the earth as well now. But Qin Mai Xian shook her head and said, "Young master, us sisters have already discussed just now. We've decided to not enter samsara." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that and said, "I saved you all, is because I feel that you're all people with bitter fates. Though there are abominable matters, there are also some pitiable areas. If you guys refuse to come to your senses, then I can't be blamed." Qin Mai Xian was greatly alarmed when she heard that and shook her head repeatedly as she said, "Young master is mistaken. My meaning is that us sisters want to follow by young master's side and serve young master." Seemingly afraid of Yi Yuan refusing, Qin Mai Xian hurriedly said again, "Although us sisters are all divine soul bodies now, the lowest when we were alive was also phaseless realm strength, much stronger compared to those people. As long as our divine souls recover to some extent, I believe that we can still be of some help to young master." Towards Qin Meishuan's decision, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. To a divine soul who was imprisoned for countless years, the greatest release was nothing more than entering samsara. But these girls would actually willingly stay by his side and not be willing to enter samsara too. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Do you all still have some unfulfilled wish?" This, Qin Mai Xian could not help hesitating. Yi Yuan snorted coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Humph. Do you feel that this young master is very easygoing? Or maybe, you feel that this young master will accept a group of people with unknown backgrounds to be around me?" Yi Yuan knew that these girls were all not nice people when they were still alive. It was just that they were too weak currently, that was why they appeared all so pitiful. If he let them recover strength, they might do something. Therefore, talking to them, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being courteous. Qin Maixian was very alarmed when she heard that and said, Maixian doesn't mean that. Actually, Qin Maixian suddenly switched to voice transmission and said, actually, us sisters were all captured by that demon back then. And among us, there's still the eldest sister. That demon gifted eldest sister to purple origin heretic God to be a concubine back then in order to fawn on him. Eldest sister's debt of gratitude towards us is as weighty as a mountain. If without her, we'd have long died already. Even though we know that she's definitely not in this world anymore, we still want to take one last look at her. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together when he heard that. But titanic waves surged in his heart. These girls had actually experienced the era of divine Tao. The purple origin heretic God in their mouths must be a deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan was unmoved on the surface, but his heart already leaped to his throat. In this present era, no one was unmoved towards deity realm, these two words, including him, Yi Yuan. In this lifetime, Yi Yuan's greatest wish apart from killing Ji Kanglan was to pursue that fleeting and ephemeral deity realm. Qin Maixian did not detect the transformations of Yi Yuan's mental state at all and continued, moreover, us sisters are truly endlessly grateful towards young master and want to repay young master's great kindness. Hence, that's why we wish to remain by young master's side. Yi Yuan said impassively, all right then. You all enter inside my spatial spirit artifact first. Later, I'll refine soul-maintaining banners for you guys to let you all rest inside. Qin Maixian was overjoyed when she heard that and repeatedly said, thank you very much, young master. Thank you very much, young master. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yuan put them away inside the spatial spirit artifact. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan naturally would not utilize the vast heaven Paji. Oda. The existence of the vast heaven Paji. Oda, even divine king powerhouses would be moved too. The logic of not revealing one's wealth, Yi Yuan was still aware of this. Chapter 751, The Third Path. Chapter 751, The Third Path. Yi Yuan, you're still young. Make sure not to have your body milked dry by these vixens. Pei Wenqiang was very displeased when he saw that Yi Yuan actually took in these girls. These beauties nearly took his life just now. If they entered samsara, then forget it. But now, what did following Yi Yuan count as? Moreover, Pei Wenqiang saw that Yi Yuan and that woman in yellow actually communicated using divine sense later on. There must be more than meets the eye. It was just that the existence of Jun Tianyu, this thorn, made him incredibly wary. He could only make jeering remarks. Indeed, once he said that, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with strange gazes. Even if these girls were divine soul bodies, their looks were extraordinary too. Could this action of Yi Yuan's be to form a harem? Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent look and said, this is my matter. What has it got to do with you? You. Humph. Even if you want to indulge in sensual pleasure, you need to walk out of this ancient grotto too. Pei Wenqiang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said smilingly, want to walk out of this ancient grotto? I advise that you better not have those devious thoughts. Let alone that your elder brother is whatever 7 holy sons, even if he is the Jade Emperor, it's useless here too. This sentence choked Pei Wenqiang badly, deflating his temper straight away. Originally, he really wanted to do some shady things. But with Yi Yuan saying it like this, he really did not dare to move anymore. Very clearly, apart from his cultivation realm being a little low, Yi Yuan's methods could be seen as if endless streams, more than what they could imagine. If without Yi Yuan, forget about those bewitching arts earlier, even that river of weak water earlier, they could not cross it. Walking all the way until now, the greatest reliance of their group of people was actually this divine traversing realm boy with the lowest cultivation realm. Yi Yuan, seems like there are no other paths. Do we enter this hall or not? Ying Tianya came forward to ask. Yi Yuan darted him a glance and said, didn't you say that you can sense your junior's location? Ying Tianya smiled bitterly and said, no idea why, I could still sense him outside the grotto. But ever since entering the grotto, we seem to have lost the connection between us. Yi Yuan could not help musing to himself when he heard that. If what Ying Tianya said was true, this place seemed to be exuding the thick smell of a conspiracy. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "No other choice then. Enter and check it out." Everyone came before the hall's door. But Pei Wenqiang and the others were all akin to birds startled by the twang of a bow, not daring to step forward. This ancient grotto was incredibly strange. Who knew if there would be any hidden mechanisms on top of this hall's door? Yi Yuan went forward directly to push the door and enter. But nothing happened. Only when Pei Wenqiang and the others saw the situation did they set their minds at ease, following Yi Yuan into the Great Hall. Transmission array. The moment they entered the hall, someone immediately exclaimed. Inside this Great Hall seemed to have nothing else, but actually it had 2 transmission arrays. And right at this time, a faint phantom condensed and formed. Everyone arriving at this place already said the tests previously. You all are my, Xieling's fated individuals. My, Xieling's lifespan has already ended. But I didn't look for a successor and treat this matter as a regret. So before I said away, I've prepared 2 paths for you all. That transmission array on the left, I've designed 3 tests for everyone. The person who says can inherit my, Xieling's, mantle. Everything that I, Xielingzi, have learned and are dead throughout my life are all behind this transmission array. As long as you all are able to through the tests, all of this is yours. That transmission array on the right leads to the outside world. People not willing to accept the test can leave of your own accord, the faint phantom said. The phantom was an old man dressed in a Daoist attire, long hair fluttering, with a sage-like appearance. But he called himself Xielingzi Sup One Sup, making people's jaws drop. Very clearly, this Xielingzi was the owner of the ancient grotto. And Xieling's words immediately stirred up a huge uproar in the crowd. So, that weak water river and the beauties in the plaza from before were actually all test. Looking at the situation now, this Xielingzi is probably also a Dao profound realm powerhouse at least. If we can inherit his mantle, we'll soar to the skies with one bound. Inherit mantle? You guys are thinking too much, right? Those 2 tests previously were already so staggering. If we go in to accept the test, then what difference is there from seeking death? That's right. This place is so bizarre. What are we still staying here for? Our little lives are more important. These martial artists split into 2 factions very quickly. One faction wished to enter the transmission array on the left, while the other faction wanted to enter the right side transmission array and exit immediately. To these martial artists, the inheritance of Dao Profound Realm was too alluring. One had to know that the master of this Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was also just a first-level Dao Profound Realm. If they could inherit Xieling's mantle, it could really be said to be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Therefore, the majority of the martial artists all leaned towards the left side's transmission array. Master Yi, which side should we go? Ying Tianya listened and obeyed Yi Yuan's words readily now. If talking about who had the greatest right to speak here, it was none other than Yi Yuan. Pei Wenqiang did not speak. But hearing Ying Tianya asking, his ears unwittingly twitched too, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan had to say. But Yi Yuan said, actually, I want to know, if we don't take both paths, what kind of outcome will it be? Not taking both paths. However, this hall doesn't seem to have other paths to take. Ying Tianya said. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when he laughed loudly and said, not taking both paths, there is naturally a third path to take. As he said, he circled around the 2 transmission arrays and came to the sides of a traditional square table at the back of the hall. This action of his immediately caught everyone's eyes. Everyone became curious with what He Shuming wanted to do. It was only to see He Shuming move one of the candlesticks on the old-style square table slightly. A scene which astonished everyone happened. A surge of essence energy flooded the entire main hall very quickly. Under everyone's stares, a third transmission array actually opened up behind those 2 transmission arrays. There is actually still a transmission array. Concealed so deeply. Turns out that those 2 transmission arrays previously were actually both traps. Alchemy Saint, he is indeed well deserving of being a Tier 7 array master, To actually be able to find this concealed transmission array. If we entered one of them, it would probably be hard to escape this calamity. So close, so close. Being duped by that Xielingzi just now, I almost fell for it. When everyone saw this third transmission array, each and every one of them huffed in relief. This third transmission array was concealed so deeply. Using one's BUTT to think, the two previously were also both traps. That Xielingzi made it so pleasant sounding to the ear. Thinking now, he had malicious intentions. He Shuming looked at Yi Yuan smugly, clearly putting on a display of strength. Ever since he knew Yi Yuan, he had been suppressed by Yi Yuan all round constantly. But when everyone was discussing which transmission array to enter just now, he discovered that this candlestick seemed to have some different aspects. Chapter 752, Your Elderly Self Take the Lead. Chapter 752, Your Elderly Self Take the Lead. The moment Yi Yuan said this, it clearly indicated that Yi Yuan made it out too. How could he Shuming be willing to let Yi Yuan enjoy all of the limelight alone? So he dug out this third transmission array right away to make a comeback. Indeed, looking at everyone's reaction right now, the effects of this action was excellent. Alchemy Saint and Tier 7 Array Master, these two plaques were not hung for fun. To the vast majority of people, this represented acknowledgement. In comparison, it was clearly much harder for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm to want to obtain the recognition of a bunch of heaven enlightenment realms and boundless realms. He Shuming found this concealed transmission array and was immediately praised to the skies by people. Especially Pei Wenqiang, he sent over raving compliments straight away. Master, he indeed lives up to your name. Just this skill in array formations, I think it's above some people, Pei Wenqiang said. Pei Wenqiang's words were actually said very implicitly. He had long perceived that Yi Yuan clearly saw through this concealed transmission array too. Otherwise, he would not have said it like that. It was just that in comparison to Yi Yuan, Pei Wenqiang clearly hoped for He Shuming to be able to take the upper hand more. Even though Pei Wenqiang knew that Yi Yuan's overall strength was much more formidable compared to He Shuming, to be able to irk Yi Yuan, he was still very willing. Haha, not at all, not at all. Just some insignificant skill. City Lord Pei is too courteous, He Shuming said with a delighted laugh. Seeing everyone finally give Yi Yuan the cold shoulder, He Shuming had unspeakable exhilaration in his heart. TCH, what is he even showing off for? Truly a vile character intoxicated by success, Luo Fang at the side said with an unhappy look. Their side had basically fallen out with He Shuming completely already. So seeing He Shuming's appearance of being proud of his success, Luo Fang was very displeased too. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Alchemy Saint, he has also been repressed for a long time. Just let him enjoy a little. After everyone flattered He Shuming for a while, the topic ultimately still had to return to which path to take. But since He Shuming found this concealed transmission array, seems like this question was unnecessary too. Since Master he already found the genuine transmission array, then let's enter inside, Pei Wenqiang said in a clear voice. Hold on. Everyone was just about to set off, but they were stopped by Yi Yuan. Pei Wenqiang said with a smile that wasn't a smile, What? Does Master Yi feel somewhat unwilling to submit now that you didn't find this concealed transmission array? Yi Yuan said with a smile, I naturally have no objections about you wanting to enter this third transmission array. But don't blame me for not warning you. If you really enter inside, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan's words made Pei Wenqiang alarmed inwardly. But he still had a disbelieving look on his face as he said, Heh, are you jealous of Master He? So you're deliberately exaggerating things to raise the alarm? I say, can you, brat, have a little breadth of mind or not? Yi Yuan said smilingly, all right then. Go on in then, I won't stop you. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look. But it made Pei Wenqiang involuntarily waver. Their group of people being able to walk until now was all relying on Yi Yuan's measures. Pei Wenqiang already noticed Yi Yuan outside the grotto and felt that this boy was not simple. After entering, the various kinds of means Yi Yuan displayed made him feel even more curious. Now, Yi Yuan said that this third transmission array had a problem. Pei Wenqiang had no choice but to harbor all sorts of suspicions. Yi Yuan, Don't think that you can use a few words to beguile the minds of people because you displayed some tricks previously. Why don't you say, if this third transmission array isn't the true Pares Sageway, then why is it hidden just now? He Shuming said unhappily. He was only smug for a little while just now, and Yi Yuan came out again to stir up enmity. It would be weird if he could be happy. In He Shuming's view, Yi Yuan saying this was absolutely beguiling the minds of people intentionally. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, how about this? Those willing to follow Master He into this third transmission array can go in right now. Master He, since this third transmission array was discovered by you, why don't your elderly self take the lead? I'll go then. Who's afraid of who? He Shuming, being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, could not keep his face anymore and walked towards the third transmission array. Everyone, don't fall for this punk's trick. This brat likes to play these little tricks the most. This third transmission array is absolutely fine. Those willing to follow me in, enter together, He Shuming said loudly. As he was speaking, He Shuming already walked to the front of the transmission array. But when he turned around, he discovered that not a single person followed. If Tan Wu was still around, he would definitely follow He Shuming. But sadly, Tan Wu was long killed on the spot by Jun Tianyu. The other martial artists exchanged glances, looking at each other. There was actually no one who moved. Even the Pei Wenqiang who lauded him to the skies earlier did not move either. He Shuming's old face turned bright red with a whoosh all at once. You all. This sort of situation was seriously too embarrassing. He was already willing to take the lead to enter, but the others actually did not give face. Except, concerning everybody's life and death, who dared to regard it lightly? If everyone knew absolutely nothing about Yi Yuan, they would definitely choose to believe He Shuming right now. It was just that Yi Yuan's means, everyone had all witnessed it before. A word from him now, the weight was completely different. Even if they still harbored suspicions, they did not dare to easily brave the dangers either. Hehe, Master He, looks like everyone doesn't have any confidence in your judgment. But it looks like you're rather confident in your own call. Why not? You go in yourself then. Perhaps this transmission array leads to the divine realm, and you can return straight to the divine realm, Luofang said with a cold laugh. He Shuming wished that he could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. But Luofang's ridicule still made He Shuming calm down completely. If Yi Yuan really was not joking, then if he went in. Master Yi, which side should we take? In the end, it was still Ying Tianya who could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, honestly speaking, I actually don't know which side to take either. If possible, I'd rather not take one. It's just that I feel the one we must not take the most is this third transmission array instead. Everyone was taken aback from shock when they heard this. Ying Tianya asked, why is that so? Yi Yuan said, actually, though this third transmission array is concealed, to a formations path expert, it's not hard to find. Regardless who they are, as long as they are able to walk until here, whose formations path attainments would be low? Therefore, I feel that this candlestick is a flaw that Xielingzi deliberately left behind. The goal is to make people take this third transmission array. Yi Yuan's analysis made everyone shudder with fear. They did not think in this aspect at all prior to this. Hearing Yi Yuan analyze it like this now, this hidden transmission array was completely a huge pit. This Xielingzi was absolutely a person adept at scheming. Even when dead, he grasped the mental states of everyone perfectly too. Under normal Cirque stances, once a group of people discovered a hidden transmission array, they would definitely think that this hidden transmission array was the safe one right away. But in truth, this transmission array was the least safe instead. Chapter 753, Delicate Fragrance. Chapter 753, Delicate Fragrance. This. Then we'd better take the two transmission arrays previously? Ying Tianya said hesitantly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, those two transmission arrays probably have danger too. But relatively speaking, it should be a little better compared to the third. But looks like if we don't pass through one of the transmission arrays, wanting to get away will likely be quite difficult. Yi Yuan already carefully surveyed this great hall before. Apart from these three transmission arrays, there did not seem to be other paths to take. which was also to say that they must choose one of the transmission arrays to pass through. What to do now? Doesn't that mean that no matter which path we choose, there will be danger? Ying Tianya said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Nobody dares to guarantee what kind of situation is over at the transmission array's side. But if I have to choose, I'm leaning more towards that transmission array on the right. That transmission array on the right? Are you joking? How can there be such a bargain? If it's really as you say, how can that Xielingzi possibly let us leave easily? Pei Wenqiang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What you said is right. Moreover, I know that most likely, the majority of the people are thinking this right now. Furthermore, I feel that this Xielingzi is deliberately setting up a misleading strategy. It probably is to make us think this way. Where this transmission array leads definitely isn't the way out. But it should be the safest path among these three paths. Yi Yuan finished talking. Everyone involuntarily started musing. If not for Yi Yuan, they would not have thought at all that these three transmission arrays actually contained such convoluted scheming. Seems like everyone had been led along by the nose by this Xielingzi starting from when they walked into this grotto. It seemed like each step they took, it all could not escape that Xielingzi's plotting. This kind of feeling was akin to a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark, like a prick clee on their backs. A dead man who had died for countless years was actually able to achieve such precise scheming. This person was simply too frightening. Everyone felt that what Yi Yuan said was very absurd, but they could not find a better reason to refute Yi Yuan. Moreover, they also perceived that Yi Yuan himself actually did not have a lot of confidence either. Because no one knew where the transmission array led either. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan's analysis was the greatest counterattack against Xielingzi. Ying Tianya sucked in a deep breath, seemingly making a very firm resolution as he said, Master Yi, I'll listen to you. We'll take this right-side transmission array. As he said, Ying Tianya actually walked straight towards that transmission array. Luo Fang immediately grabbed Ying Tianya when he saw the situation and said, City Lord Your Excellency, better let me be in front. Finished talking, Luo Fang took a step and entered inside the transmission array. Ying Tianya did not have the least bit of hesitation either, directly entering the transmission array. Brother Jun, let's go too. Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu nodded slightly and entered the transmission array together with Yi Yuan. These few people taking the lead to enter the transmission array, what else did the rest have to say? Very clearly, trusting Yi Yuan at this time, the chances of survival was absolutely much greater than trusting He Shuming. Pei Wenqiang was afraid of losing sight of Yi Yuan and entered the transmission array first. The others also entered one by one in succession. He Shuming had a look of dilemma and finally stepped inside too. When everyone all disappeared into the transmission array, the originally hollow eyes of that faint phantom of Xielingzi actually became spirited. This Xielingzi was originally just an array formation projection. At this time, it actually contained intelligence. Only to see Xielingzi smile sinisterly and said, Heh, what a clever boy. But to want to escape from the contingencies this old man set up, how can it be something that easy? Jeej, amidst the strange laughter, Xielingzi's faint phantom gradually vanished. A light flashed. Figures of people walked out from inside the transmission array. It was total darkness before their eyes. Even if martial artists' visual prowess far surpassed said ordinary people, the areas they could see were merely around 100 feet or so. What kind of place is here? So dark. Why do I feel like we seemed to have entered a tomb? With you saying this, it's really so. Could it be that this is that Xielingzi's tomb? After a couple of words, everyone discovered this place's peculiarities very quickly. Could it be that this place is the true core area of this ancient grotto? Which is also to say that, us coming over from this transmission array was the correct choice. Ying Tianya said. Ying Tianya knew that concealing the risk of this ancient grotto made Yi Yuan unhappy in his heart. Therefore, he basically stood firmly on Yi Yuan's side afterward, in order to obtain Yi Yuan's forgiveness. Ying Tianya was considered to have figured it out. Wanting to exit this ancient grotto, it still had to depend on Yi Yuan in the end. Therefore, Him entering the transmission array without any hesitation earlier was in order to express his firm stand. Ying Tianya, stop flattering Yi Yuan. This place is full of sinisterness, there might be some danger. Saying that this path is correct now, be careful not to smack your own face in a while. Pei Wenqiang said. Ying Tianya said with a cold smile, don't follow after if you have the capabilities. Already came and you're still making sarcastic remarks at one side. Your skin is really thick. You look at Master He, after entering, he didn't even let out a fart. This is being sensible. He Shuming's old face flushed red all at once again. But for the sake of keeping his small life, he still kept his mouth shut sensibly. Tan Wu already died. His position right now was very awkward. It was better to be a little low profile. Ying Tianya, you're courting death. What? You think I'm scared of you? The two people exchanged words, getting dangerously explosive for a moment. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Pei Wenqiang, just stop for a bit. Everyone is like ants on one line right now. If you really want to take the road to ruin, I won't stop you either. But if you want to leave alive, behave yourself a little. Keep stirring up trouble. I don't dare to guarantee that something won't happen next time. Pei Wenqiang's expression changed as he said, Yi Yuan, are you threatening me here? Yi Yuan said with a smile, threaten you? With this bit of strength, how can I dare to threaten you? Or perhaps, in this place, do I have a need to threaten you? Inside this grotto was filled with dangers and did not need to threaten at all. When they encounter danger again, Yi Yuan just had to push the boat along the current would do. Pei Wenqiang also knew that the areas currently relying on Yi Yuan right now were many. This threat that wasn't a threat was very practical. He gave a cold snort and actually really did not speak anymore. The group of people continued exploring ahead, incredibly cautious along the way. But in a rare moment, no dangers appeared at all. No idea how long either, it suddenly became bright in front of them. They actually arrived at an open and wide zone. How fragrant. What smell is that? It's actually so fragrant. All of a sudden, a wave of delicate fragrance came over, boring into everyone's nostrils, immediately making them have a feeling of plussing their hearts and minds. When Yi Yuan saw everyone's intoxicated appearance, his expression involuntarily changed and he hurriedly yelled, don't smell, this fragrance is poisonous. However, it was already too late. Chapter 754, Shu Yang. Chapter 754, Shu Yang. Thud, thud, thud. The group of people fell weakly to the ground one by one. It was clearly the symptom of being poisoned. Why do I feel weak all over, unable to use any essence energy at all? Just what the hell is this thing? To actually lose all essence energy with a sniff of the fragrance. The group of martial artists, they were all whining incessantly. They did not expect to suck. UMB again by accident. Boundless Realm martial artists were all collapsed on the ground, unable to move at all. Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were slightly better, but the situation was not very good too. That yell of Yi Yuan's had some effect in the end. The other martial artists sealed off their sense of smell right away. Only then did it prevent the tragedy of the poisoning deepening. You guys are also too careless. Inside this grotto is filled with traps everywhere. This light fragrance clearly problematic and you all actually still fell for it. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Not afraid of God-like opponents, only scared of pig-like teammates. Already until now and these guys were all still so forgetful, suck. You mbing so easily. Simply don't know how the word death was written. What kind of poison is this? I only sniffed a little bit just now, and I'm actually weak all over. Feels like I'm unable to muster up essence energy, Pei Wenqiang also said helplessly at this time. His reaction was already very quick. But he still fell for it. Although it was not to the extent of collapsing to the ground like the others, if they were to fight at this time, he most likely was not even Yi Yuan's match. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, this is the floral fragrance of the strange nether flower, a poison specially targeting martial artists' essence energy. Those inflicted with the poison, their meridians will shrivel up, and they will be limp all over. Their essence energy can't be mustered up at all. If you all smell a little while longer, you don't need me to save you. You'll definitely go and meet King Yama directly. Yi Yuan's current mood was very foul. What made him unhappy was not that these people got poisoned, but the strange nether flower. In his previous life, the poison he and Ji Zhengyang got inflicted with was refined using the strange nether flower. Its might was incredible. Yi Yuan didn't think that he would actually encounter the strange nether flower again here. How could this not make him vexed? But the Tier 9 strange nether flower was extremely rare. Even with the Divine Realm's vast territory and abundant resources, it was very seldom to be able to see it as well. The rank of the strange nether flower these people smelled shouldn't be high. Otherwise, with their cultivation realm, how could they still be alive? Forget about them, even if Yi Yuan had the origin magnetism spirit would protecting his body, it could not ward off the poison of a Tier 9 strange nether flower too. However, Pei Wenqiang perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's words and could not help saying joyfully, "Your meaning is, you're able to treat the poison in our bodies?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I treat you?" Pei Wenqiang didn't expect that Yi Yuan's words previously actually came true so quickly. It was truly retribution. I can give you earth essence crystals. Also, I assure you that after you treat me, I absolutely won't make things difficult for you anymore," Pei Wenqiang hurriedly said. Yi Yuan took a look at him and said with a cold snort, "From entering the grotto until now, you finally said something decent. Brother Jun, you're poisoned the least. Stay behind and take care of them. I'll go find the way to get rid of the poison." In this group of people, Jun Tianyu's alertness was the highest. Therefore, he was poisoned the least. Except that hearing Yi Yuan's words, his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "You going by yourself is too dangerous. Better for me to come along with you. If these people die, then they die. Nothing to feel pity about." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The flora fragrance of the strange nether flower is so thick, it should be nearby. I can handle it alone. Brother Jun better stay behind." All right then. After Yi Yuan left, Pei Wenqiang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Younger brother Jun, just what background does this Yi Yuan have? He possesses such strength at a young age. At the very least, he's also an alchemy emperor successor, right?" Truthfully speaking, Pei Wenqiang really admired Yi Yuan very much. His bad temper towards Yi Yuan was primarily more on the fact that Yi Yuan did not give him any face. Jun Tianyu said coolly when he heard this, "Younger brother Yi is it? He's just a lower realm ascender." Pei Wenqiang nearly jumped up, exclaiming in shock, "What? You're saying that he's just an ascender?" Pei Wenqiang never would have dreamed that such a prodigious youth was actually just an ascender. As the ruler of a city, Pei Wenqiang was too familiar with ascenders' strength. Among 1,000,000 ascenders, there might not be one with accomplishments. Even if there was one with accomplishments, it was also not possible to be this freakish like Yi Yuan. From outside the grotto until now, the various means Yi Yuan displayed was simply fantastical. An alchemy path genius like this was actually just an ascender. Hearing Jun Tianyu's words, the group of martial artists were very surprised too. For a moment, there were many discussions. And right at this time, a black shadow slowly walked out from the darkness. "Who's there?" Jun Tianyu's brows jumped up. If any enemy came at this time, it was not some good thing. That black shadow's profile gradually became clear. A young man dressed in a blue garment appeared in front of everyone. Junior, Xu Yang. When Ying Tianya and Pei Wenqiang saw the arrival, they both had looks of astonishment. After Ying Tianya stared blankly, he immediately revealed an expression of wild elation. "Junior, it's really great that you're all right." Ying Tianya immediately went up to welcome. But right then, Jun Tianyu grabbed hold of him. "Brother Jun, what are you doing? He's my junior apprentice brother, Xu Yang. With him around, he can ensure our safety." Ying Tianya even thought that Jun Tianyu was mistaken and hurriedly explained. Jun Tianyu's brows were tightly locked, an appearance as if confronting a formidable foe as he slowly said, "There's a problem with this person. Sigh. I've been very close with Junior since young. I can recognize him even if he turned to ashes." "What problem can there be?" Ying Tianya said without a care. You told us previously that your junior was poisoned by a peculiar poison, so he needed an alchemist to come in and treat. But you look at him, how is there any hint of being poisoned? Jun Tianyu said. Senior apprentice brother, you take a look at me, who else can I be if not Xu Yang? The blue-clothed youth said with a smile. Ying Tianya was slightly hesitant. He also felt that it was somewhat amiss. The timing Xu Yang appeared was seriously too coincidental. Moreover, if he was completely fine, why did he send him a message? You say that you're Xu Yang, do you have any proof? Ying Tianya said alertly. Senior apprentice brother, have you forgotten? Back then, we secretly descended the mountain and were punished by master to repent facing the cliff for a year. Also, when we were small, I was bullied by our fellow apprentices. It was you who stepped forward to beat them off. Xu Yang stated a number of incidences in a row and finally made Ying Tianya loosen up his guard. Even Jun Tianyu gradually became relaxed too when he saw Ying Tianya's expression. This sort of thing, if it was not the person in the flesh, it was completely impossible to know. Junior, it's really you. Ying Tianya went up to hug Xu Yang with an agitated look. But right at this time, Xu Yang suddenly smiled evilly and said, you fools actually delivered yourselves to the door one by one. Truly foolish to the maximum. Better let me exonerate you all. Yi Yuan finally found the strange nether flower all by himself following the floral fragrance. This was a sea of flowers, and at the center, there was an altar. On the altar, there was a massive coffin. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. Chapter 755, There's a Problem. Chapter 755, There's a Problem. Hope Spirit Wood, Strange Nether Flower, Soul Sealing Stone. No wonder there are so many strange nether flowers here. Turns out that it is to borrow the power of the strange nether flowers to seal up a divine soul. Looks like this ancient grotto is indeed a scheme set up to exist countless years. Yi Yuan said as his expression changed slightly. Strange nether flowers were able to make martial artists lose essence energy, but it still had another function. Coupled with hope spirit wood and soul sealing stones, it could reduce the expenditure of the divine soul to the maximum degree. Yi Yuan saw that the altar was constructed entirely from soul sealing stones at first sight, while the coffin was made from hope spirit wood. Assembling these things together and complementing with secret arts, one could seal up the divine soul and keep the divine soul from Peries. Hi+ing. This sort of method was extremely obscure. Yi Yuan only saw it before in an ancient record. Now, seeing this altar and coffin, he immediately connected it together. Humph. Looks like this Xielingzi has wishful thinking of resisting the heavenly Tao, wanting to obtain the opportunity to revive through this sort of means. Looks like Qin Mai Xian they all being refined into puppets and placed in the plaza was not by chance. This kind of method requires large numbers of martial artists' divine soul as nourishment, while us, these people, entering the ancient grotto precisely provides this kind of opportunity for such insidious means. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. This sort of method was very vicious, requiring large numbers of living souls as a sacrifice. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very repulsed with this too. It was just that revulsion was revulsion. Even if he knew Xielingzi used this sort of means, Yi Yuan did not have that ability to counter it either. According to Yi Yuan's calculations, this Xielingzi's strength should be peak Dao profound realm. Furthermore, he had extraordinary attainments in the formations path and alchemy path. How could the contingency set up by such a person possibly be wrecked by a divine traversing realm boy? But Yi Yuan could confirm one point, being able to arrive here indicated that the transmission array he chose was right. If he went to choose the other two transmission arrays, it would surely be even more perilous. The pressing matter on hand was to cure those people. Otherwise, once their divine souls were devoured by Xielingzi, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Regarding finding the antidote this sort of thing, Yi Yuan was still very adept. Since there was such a large patch of strange nether flowers, there must be the antidote item here. Either way, these strange nether flowers could not cause harm to Yi Yuan. Hence, he also started searching with no scruples at all. Strange nether flowers. This kind of exotic poisonous object, under normal circumstances, the antidote item could be found in the vicinity. It was just that people who did not understand medicinal theory, even if the antidote was placed in front of them, they would not recognize it either. Roughly an hour later, Yi Yuan finally found the antidote item under a thicket of strange nether flowers, the pinnate star grass. This process lasted close to 4 hours. Yi Yuan found a total of 8 stalks of pinnate star grass. Using to resolve the strange nether flower poison of so many people should be more than plenty. Obtaining the antidote, Yi Yuan was just about to leave, but heard a series of groaning sound. Help! Indistinctly, Yi Yuan heard someone calling for help. But in this place, apart from those martial artists traveling together with him, who else would call for help? And this voice clearly came from the direction of the coffin. This direction was direct opposite from the direction he came from, making it even less likely to be the martial artists traveling with him. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, but finally still decided to leave. This place was too dangerous. Who knew if this cry for help was a major trap or not? But just as he was about to walk away, that voice came over once more. Help! I am. Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands. Shu Yang. Hearing this name, Yi Yuan finally could not resist stopping his footsteps. He was not foreign to Shu Yang, this name. Wasn't it precisely Ying Tianya's junior apprentice brother? Ying Tianya said that his junior was poisoned with a peculiar poison, that was why he would find him to come with Hishumming. Now, this sort of situation, could it be that what Shu Yang was inflicted with was this strange nether flowers poison? With a couple of leaps, Yi Yuan arrived in close proximity of the altar. Indeed, he saw a blue-clothed youth lying at the fringe of the altar, on his deathbed. His appearance was miserable. "You're Shu Yang?" Yi Yuan asked with furrowed brows. Shu Yang nodded his head with a feeble look and said, "It's precisely me, a little brother, you actually know me. Could it be that you're brought in by my senior apprentice brother? You showed up here. What about my senior apprentice brother?" Yi Yuan's brows knitted slightly. Sweeping a glance over Shu Yang, he discovered that he was indeed poisoned very severely. Being poisoned or not, it was impossible to hide from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not let his guard down and kept observing Shu Yang's expression continuously. The tiniest bit of his actions all could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes. It was just that during this process, Shu Yang's expression did not have any irregular aspects, it was just the expression of a person who had despaired but then saw hope. "Your senior apprentice brother was poisoned too. He's just over there. I'm here to find the antidote for him," Yi Yuan said. Shu Yang was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "Ah, really? That's great. Little brother, could you bring me over to meet my senior apprentice brother or not?" Yi Yuan said, "How will you go over like this? I better treat your poison first." As he said, Yi Yuan brought out the square cauldron and refined the pinnate star grass into juice. Then placing in a container, he took out a bit for Shu Yang. Can this thing work?" Shu Yang asked doubtfully. "Of course it can," Yi Yuan said coolly. Shu Yang drank the pinnate star grass juice dubiously. Indeed, he discovered that the essence energy within his body recovered little by little. Before long, Shu Yang stood up like someone who was fine. "Haha. Little brother is indeed not an ordinary person. Great kindness can't be thanked with word. Shu Yang will definitely repay generously." Shu Yang clasped his hands and said. But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "You're welcome. I was trying my best to do what was entrusted to me too. How can that do? My senior is my senior, I'm me. Oh, right. Quickly bring me to go find senior apprentice brother. I'm very worried about him too," Shu Yang said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and led Shu Yang over to the place everyone was resting. "Young master, something is wrong with this person. You got to be careful." Yi Yuan was just walking when the Qin Mai Xian inside the spatial spirit artifact actually transmitted to him through divine sense. I know." Yi Yuan's reaction showed that he was not too surprised. Rather, it was Qin Mai Xian who had a look of astonishment when she saw Yi Yuan's appearance of holding the pearl of wisdom in his hands. "You know?" Qin Mai Xuan's cherry-like mouth opened to form a circle. She saw Yi Yuan's action previously and even thought that Yi Yuan was already hoodwinked by Xu Yang. That was why she voiced out to warn. Who knew that Yi Yuan saw through it long ago? Yi Yuan said, this physical body should be Xu Yang without a doubt. But the divine soul probably isn't himself already. He thinks that he concealed it very well. Actually, when I pried into the strange nether flower poison in his body, I already saw through the anomalous. Qin Maixian had a look of astonishment. She still did not quite believe it at first, but hearing Yi Yuan said it so firmly, she knew that he was not bragging. He really saw through it. It was just that she did not quite dare to believe Yi Yuan actually saw through that this Xu Yang was actually possessed already in the time he took to inspect the wounds. Young master, since you saw through the irregularity, then why did you still help him resolve the poison? Qin Maixian asked puzzledly. Chapter 756. What are you afraid of? Chapter 756. What are you afraid of? He dared to let himself get poisoned, he naturally has ways to resolve the poison. Whether I treat him or not, it doesn't matter to him at all. To still play this sort of games with me with his strength, he must have other schemes. Since that's the case, why don't I play along with him and take a look at what on earth he's trying to do? Exposing him now is detrimental and not helpful to me, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Qin Maixian threw herself at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration when she heard that. Facing a powerful adversary like Xu Yang, to be able to see through right away and keep a presence of mind in the face of danger, plussing the boat along the current, how powerful a heart and strength did this require? Young master is indeed formidable, but there is a familiar smell on this person's body. It's just that he hid it very covertly, so I don't know who he is either. Qin Maixian said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, familiar smell? Could it be Xielingzi? Qin Maixian shook her head, her expression suddenly becoming fierce as she said, no. I would recognize that guy even if he turns to as H. Plus like this I got it. Yi Yuan was rather surprised in his heart. If Xu Yang were possessed by Xielingzi, he would not be surprised at all. But according to what Qin Maixian said, this Xu Yang was actually not possessed by Xielingzi. Could it be that there were still other people casting covetous eyes here? All of a sudden, the situation became even more complicated. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Xu Yang to the place everyone was resting at, but it was already completely empty. This kind of situation was actually long within Yi Yuan's expectations. He was indifferent about the others, it was just that Jun Tianyu's safety. Yi Yuan was very worried. But the more it was like so, the more he exhorted himself to be calm. Where are the people? They were clearly resting here previously. Why are they all gone? Yi Yuan deliberately panicked and said, little brother, are you mistaken? Or perhaps, they couldn't wait for you and left by themselves. Xu Yang said uncertainly. Impossible. They were all inflicted with the strange nether flower's poison and can't walk far at all. Unless, Yi Yuan's face revealed an expression of thick worry. Unless what? Unless they were captured by people and rounded up in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan said. Xu Yang's expression changed as he said, senior apprentice brother and I are as close as brothers. No way, I must go and save him. Yi Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he asked, there is only one path here. We didn't see anybody at all just now. Where were they captured and brought to? Xu Yang was secretly delighted and said, there isn't just one path here. There is still a hidden path at the side. I discovered it when I came. It's just that I haven't had time to go in and explore, then I got poisoned. In my opinion, they must have been brought away by people through there. Indeed, he showed his true colors. This fellow schemed and used every trick, probably in order to lure him into this so-called hidden path, right? However, go on in then. Who's afraid of who? Then what are we still waiting for? Quickly go in, Yi Yuan said. Xu Yang was touched and said, little brother is indeed loyal enough. Finished talking, Xu Yang arrived at a dark place with large stride and fumbled around on the wall. With a creak, a passageway actually really appeared. Go. Xu Yang took the lead in. Yi Yuan followed closely behind and went in too. This passageway was very narrow. It could only accommodate 2 people passing through. Xu Yang's speed was very fast. Yi Yuan could still see his back view at the start. But as they walked, his figure actually vanished in the cave. "Heh, I want to take a look at what kind of mysterious person you are." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and actually did not even turn his head around, moving straight ahead swiftly. This dark passageway seemingly had no end in sight forever. But Yi Yuan did not care, moving forward all the way quickly. No idea how long had said either. Yi Yuan suddenly felt it light up before his eyes, becoming bright suddenly. Looking over, he actually arrived at an enormous rock cave. Looking again, there was a massive stone pillar in the center of the rock cave. On the stone pillar actually tied one martial artist after another. These martial artists were precisely the Jun Tianyu party captured by Xu Yang. The surroundings of the stone pillar actually had several thousand lanterns suspending in the entire rock cave. Lantern light flickered faintly, linking up in one stretch between each other, forming a large net. Within the large net, those martial artists all revealed pained expressions, as if something was being extracted from their bodies. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. Grey flame heretic fire, star mist radiant fire formation. Yi Yuan actually fell into a grand array set up using essence fire unknowingly. Clap, clap, clap. A figure came out from behind the stone pillar, slowly giving a few claps as he said smilingly, "You, this boy, indeed have some experience. Along the way, your means emerged in endless streams. I didn't expect that you even recognize the Grey Flame Heretic Fire and the Star Mist Radiant Fire formation." This figure was none other than precisely the Xu Yang who previously disappeared. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his expression darkened slightly as he said, "You racked your brains so hard to lure me here. It isn't in order to flatter me a little, right?" Xu Yang said with a smile, "Looking at your appearance, you're quite calm. I wonder if you'll still be able to be so collected or not after I extract out the essence fire within your body in a while." Xu Yang stared at Yi Yuan, very much wanting to see the expression of fear and panic on his face. However, Yi Yuan disappointed him. Yi Yuan's face only revealed an expression of sudden realization as he said with a smile, "So, it's a primordial spirit that's about to be extinguished. No wonder you captured them, but let me go, and lured me here." Xu Yang's expression changed when he heard that. He had a feeling of being stripped bare. It was as if all of him was presented in front of Yi Yuan without holding anything back. "You? How did you know that I'm a primordial spirit?" Xu Yang said coldly. Yi Yuan looked at Xu Yang like he was looking at an idiot and said indifferently, "You laid down this star mist radiant fire formation and extracted the essence energy within their bodies, isn't in order to recover your main body's strength. You want to extract the essence energy in my body. It should be because you've taken fancy on Fiery, who has unlocked intelligence and is about to give birth to a primordial spirit, right? You just have to devour Fiery, and you can let yourself recover to your peak state. Therefore, you deliberately let me go and lured me here, because you're afraid that I would seek mutual destruction and destroy Fiery, right? Who on earth are you? To actually guess everything correctly just by taking one look at the array formation." Facing Yi Yuan, Xu Yang actually became uneasy. Even though his strength could crush Yi Yuan, but at this very moment, Xu Yang actually felt that Yi Yuan was a very troublesome opponent. This young man was too scary. He did not say anything, and he actually pointed out his ident. One tie as well as the trap that he devised painstakingly, all of it. Even ordinary alchemy emperor powerhouses could not possibly have such understanding towards essence fires too, right? Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Me? I'm merely an ordinary alchemist. Now that I've already entered the array formation, my life and death are grasped by your hands. What are you afraid of?" Xu Yang no longer had that composure from before as he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. When you receive my main body's refinement in a while, hope that you can still laugh so happily." Chapter 757, Backup Plan. Chapter 757, Backup Plan. Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation, refined for me. Following Xu Yang's fierce cry, those lanterns suddenly gave off a blinding light, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan was brought to midair immediately by this enveloping. His four limbs were constrained by the star mist radiant fire formation, unable to move at all. The powerful grey flame heretic fire burned Yi Yuan's fleshy body non-stop. A powerful force wanted to drag fiery out from inside his body. In front of the powerful grey flame heretic fire, Yi Yuan seemed to not have the leeway to resist at all. It was only to see his eyebrows locked tightly, showing an expression of great pain. Ha ha ha. Looking at your appearance as if you're holding the pearl of wisdom in your hands, I thought how powerful you'd be. In the end, aren't you still seized without resistance? Boy, have a proper taste of the might of the grey flame heretic fire and suffer the agony of being refined to the fullest extent. Yi Yuan groaned fledly in anguish. Soybean-size sweat beads oozed out on his forehead very quickly. The sensation of being refined by a peak tier 7 flame was not that enjoyable. Moreover, that grand array formed a powerful tearing force, wanting to forcefully pull Fiery out from inside his body. Yi Yuan and Fiery had their minds linked together long ago already. This kind of tearing force was just like ripping open the scars on Yi Yuan's body bit by bit. That sort of agony penetrated to the deepest area of the heart, virtually almost making him faint. But Yi Yuan knew that once he fainted, everything would be over. So he endured the intense pain, using all the strength in his body to protect Fiery and not let him be dragged out. Damn it. Why isn't it here yet? Still not coming, little lord, I almost can't hold on anymore. Yi Yuan secretly cursed in his heart. Yi Yuan naturally would not follow Shu Yang into a dangerous place foolishly. Before coming in, he made a backup plan. It was just that backup plan, he himself was unable to control too. Now, all the hope was on that backup plan. Ha ha ha. How is it? The taste is not bad, right? Rest assured, after you die, I'll treat your essence fire well and let him become a part of my body. Shu Yang laughed loudly without restraint. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. An incredibly powerful soul force instantly enveloped the entire rock cave. Grey Flame. You disappoint this emperor too greatly. This emperor treated you well and even let you give birth to a primordial spirit. I didn't expect that you actually dared to betray this emperor, an aged and hollow voice sounded out, echoing throughout the entire rock cave. A faint phantom stood in the air. It was precisely that old man who proclaimed to be Xielingzi that Yi Yuan and the others saw before entering the transmission array. Although Yi Yuan was in incredible agony right now, he still kept his mind sharp. Hearing this voice, he knew that his guess was indeed not wrong. This Xielingzi was indeed a Dao profound realm powerhouse, which was also an emperor realm powerhouse. Seeing that phantom in the air, Shu Yang's expression involuntarily changed abruptly, exclaiming in shock, "Why you? How can you wake up in advance? Without these divine soul supply, how can you possibly awaken in advance?" At this time, Xielingzi actually shot a glance at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This will have to thank this little brother. It was him who disturbed the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array, awakening me from slumber. If not for him, you probably won't give me the opportunity to awaken, right?" "What? This? How is this possible? His every action is all under my surveillance. How can there possibly be a chance to disturb the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array?" Shu Yang had a look of disbelief. Starting from when Yi Yuan entered this ancient grotto, each and every one of his action was under Shu Yang's surveillance. Previously, when he was at the altar place, it was even less likely for Shu Yang to give him this opportunity. Then how on earth did Yi Yuan set up this backup plan? Xielingzi looked at Shu Yang rather pitiably and said, "You're able to sense that the essence fire within his body has unlocked intelligence, but don't know what his essence fire is. Speaking of which, I'm very astonished too. He actually obtained the cleansing sandal flame lotus, and let the cleansing sandal sacred flame unlock a primordial spirit when at tier 5. Truly inconceivable. See cleansing sandal flame lotus." Hearing this name, Shu Yang was seized with a look of panic. If it were the cleansing sandal flame lotus, then everything would fall into place. When Yi Yuan was at the sacrificial altar previously, he already discovered something amiss with Shu Yang, so he secretly made Fiery leave behind a clone on the sly. After they left, This clone triggered the Luo Tian soul-sealing grand array and made Xielingzi awaken in advance. You're very surprised too, are you not? The cleansing sandal flame lotus isn't very powerful among essence fires, but the room for growth is huge. It's just that the advancement of essence fires, the conditions required are extremely harsh. Ordinary alchemists would not put in much effort to nurture one type of essence fire at all. But once the cleansing sandal flame lotus matures to boundary similar to yours, its strength is enough to overwhelm you. What's even harder to come by is that this cleansing sandal flame lotus actually unlocked its intelligence, and furthermore, it's already not far from giving birth to a primordial spirit. Xielingzi said coolly. The nurturing of essence fires was entirely different from martial artists' cultivation. The conditions required were extremely harsh, and there was also a huge part up to luck. Even Yi Yuan did not think of using the cleansing sandal sacred flame all the way at the beginning too. His cultivation speed was much faster compared to the cleansing sandal sacred flame's advancement speed. If not for fiery giving birth to spiritual wisdom accidentally, Yi Yuan would have abandoned it before long. Although he hated to part with it, once Yi Yuan broke through to the boundless realm, the function of the cleansing sandal sacred flame would really be negligible. Xu Yang's expression was incomparably ugly, glaring at the Yi Yuan who was still in agony. Brother, I am Mianji with killing intent. He calculated everything but did not consider that Yi Yuan actually still had such a backup plan. This punk, turns out that he already saw through me at the sacrificial altar. Xu Yang gnashed his teeth and said. Xielingzi suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Greyflame, back in those days when you and I joined hands, how glorious it was. I didn't expect that time has said and circumstances have changed, you actually carried out such a betrayal. Why was there a need? Xu Yang's expression was slightly cold as he said, Pooh, the glory was yours, I was just a chess piece in your hands. The most hateful thing was that if you died, then you died. But you actually even wanted to suppress me in this damned place, nearly causing my primordial spirit to be extinguished. Heaven has eyes and finally let me break through the seal before you woke up. Of course I have to obtain freedom, Xielingzi said indifferently, so you seized this body, then lured these people in here to attempt to recover your strength, and then throttle me. Xu Yang said with a cold smile, so what then? At present, this world is already completely different from our time. Deity realm powerhouses vanished without a trace overnight. This world can no longer give birth to deity realm powerhouses. As long as I recover to my peak strength, I'll be able to do whatever I want in this world. Don't tell me you still want me to be your dog, never to rise up for all eternity. The grey flame heretic fire possessing Xu Yang had inherited his memories too and already knew this world had already changed. Chapter 758, Fiery Advances. Chapter 758, Fiery Advances. Hearing Greyflame's words, Xielingzi's expression changed drastically too. What did you say? This world can no longer give birth to deity realm powerhouses? Greyflame laughed coldly and said, you aren't still having your unrealistic dream, right? Even if you revive once again, it's also impossible to break through the shackles and reach deity realm. You. Simply preposterous. How can deity realm powerhouses possibly vanish without a trace overnight? Who has such incredible ability to make deity realm powerhouses disappear unknown to God or Ghost? Xielingzi's lifelong goal was the deity realm. Even if he did not reach this goal in the end, he prepared a series of contingencies in order to break through to the deity realm. But now, Greyflame actually told him that he could no longer reach deity realm anymore. This made him unable to accept it at all. Ha ha ha. Xieling, when I seized this body, my first reaction at that time was exactly the same as yours. But later, I became open-minded. Even if I'm not able to reach deity realm, so what? As long as my strength is formidable enough, I can live very comfortably in this world all the same, Greyflame said with a loud laugh. Greyflame had clearly accepted this fact long ago. He was a peak tier 9 primordial spirit back then. As long as he recovered his peak strength, he could absolutely live very comfortably in the divine realm. Xielingzi suddenly snorted coldly and said, Humph. Other people can't break through the deity realm, doesn't mean that I'm unable to break through. This emperor prepared many contingencies for this. I don't believe that I can't break through to the deity realm. Now. Grey Flame, return to this emperor's embrace. Xie Lingzi suddenly mumbled some words, like he was reciting some incantation. Ah! A sharp and miserably cry was emitted from Xu Yang's mouth. As the owner of the Grey Flame heretic fire, the two people actually did not remove the subservient relations. Hi+P all along. These two people each harbored their own sinister motives. Xie Lingzi had never trusted Grey Flame before. This incantation had tremendous damage to Grey Flame's primordial spirit. Therefore, it was able to put him in excruciating agony. Old thing, you're seeking death. If you were at your prime, I'd still be a little apprehensive of you, but now, you're just a wisp of a remnant soul. Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation, exterminate him for me. Xu Yang cried out miserably. Xie Lingzi deployed the Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation while he was screaming wretchedly, wanting to deal a lethal blow to Xie Lingzi. However, no matter how he called out to his main body, there was actually no reaction. Seeing the situation, Xu Yang's heart unwittingly thumped, thinking to himself that it was bad. Not just Xie Lingzi, even Xie Lingzi was amazed too, and unwittingly looked over in Yi Yuan's direction. But saw light halos floating around Yi Yuan. A lotus flower grew out of his chest and was actually devouring the Grey Flame heretic fire's main body continuously. When Xu Yang saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. Just how on earth did this boy do it? He's actually absorbing my main body's fire origin power, Xu Yang said with a look of panic. It was only at this time did he discover that Yi Yuan's essence energy actually counter-suppressed his main body Grey Flame heretic fire starting since God knows when, reverse devouring the Grey Flame heretic fire's fire origin power. Boy, quickly stop. If you still don't stop, I'll make you die horribly. Xu Yang cried out in alarm. At this time, how could the Grey Flame heretic fire still care about gobbling up fiery? It was already pretty good if he was not swallowed up. Fortunately, Grey Flame possessed Xu Yang and inherited all of his strength. He was a genuine late-stage Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouse right now. In this rock cave, his strength was the most powerful. Even the Xie Lingzi who had just woken up was not his match either in a real fight with the gloves off. Xu Yang suddenly erupted, attacking towards the Yi Yuan inside the array formation. Xie Lingzi's gaze twinkled. Suddenly, his mouth opened and closed again, and started to mutter incantations. Ah! Xu Yang's figure was suddenly akin to being struck by lightning, dropping down from the air directly, and smars. Hi+ing heavily onto the ground. Xie Ling, you old undying man, I'll kill you first. Enduring the intense pain, Grey Flame struggled to his feet and slashed at Xie Lingzi with a sword. Even though Xu Yang was unable to unleash his full power right now, this attack was by no means insignificant. It was just that wanting to deal with Xie Lingzi under this kind of circumstances, clearly, it was still a little lacking. Xie Lingzi had clearly set some sort of contract with the Grey Flame heretic fire. Xie Lingzi could keep him in check through this sort of method. Even if Xie Lingzi's current soul force was lacking and he did not have a physical body to house the divine soul too, it was also not easy for Xie Lingzi to want to kill him. If Xie Lingzi could be dealt with so easily, Grey Flame also would not need to contrive all kinds of schemes to lure so many martial artists to come to this ancient grotto. Now, it was only to see Xie Lingzi fluttered lightly, avoiding this attack very effortlessly. Boy, double up. Help me clean up my household. Later, I'll give you benefits. Xie Lingzi suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan. Just earlier, when Xie Lingzi and Grey Flame were conversing, a hint of sluggishness appeared in Grey Flame's control over the Grand Array. One had to know that Yi Yuan's control over Essence Fire was peak alchemy Emperor Class. SS. Even if this Xie Lingzi revived, he would not catch up to Yi Yuan even by whipping his horse in the path of Essence Fire. Making use of this gap, Yi Yuan counter-suppressed the Grey Flame heretic fire's main body soundlessly, and directly let out fiery, letting him devour the Grey Flame heretic fire's fire origin power. The Grey Flame heretic fire's fire origin power was a major tonic to Fiery. The moment Fiery appeared, he gobbled up the Grey Flame heretic fire without any modesty. Except, Just this short while, Fire's strength already soared dramatically, and actually broke through to peak tier 5 directly. But this was still just a start. This Grey Flame Heretic Fire was a peak tier 9 essence fire formerly. Even if its strength was greatly diminished now, it also had sufficient fire origin power to offer Fiery to devour. When Yi Yuan heard Xieling's words, his face could not help revealing a look of ecstasy as he said, "Senior's great kindness, this you will never forget it." Fiery greedily devoured the Grey Flame Heretic Fire and actually directly broke through tier 5, reaching tier 6. Bang, bang, bang. Along with Fire's devouring, the might of the Star Mist Radiant Fire Array was also weakening rapidly. Jun Tianyu, they all fell from the stone column one by one. Except, each and every one of them were still unconscious. This Grey Flame Heretic Fire's devouring caused considerable harm to him. "Ah, Master, I was wrong, Master. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I beg you, let me off. I'm willing to swear fealty to you forever." Xielingzi rolled on the ground in pain, finally yelling out non-stop. He finally submitted under Xielingzi's incantations. This sort of contractual power had immense restraining power towards the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. As long as Xielingzi still had a wisp of remnant soul remaining, the Grey Flame Heretic Fire could not escape his control too. The Grey Flame Heretic Fire himself was peak tier 9 strength too. Furthermore, he gave birth to a primordial spirit. How could he be willing to be under others? What made him even more resentful was that Xielingzi did not even let him off before dying, suppressing him in this grotto. Of course, this was Xielingzi making preparations for his revival anew. Who knew that through the erosion of time, the seal he laid down was actually broken through by the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Only then, was there so many incidents today. Who, only knowing to repent and mend your ways now her. It's already too late, Xielingzi said coldly. Chapter 759, Possession. Chapter 759, Possession. While he was talking, Xielingzi's gaze was looking over toward Yi Yuan. That gaze was as if admiring a work of art. Fiery was still devouring the Grey Flame Heretic Fire continuously. Gradually, Fire's appearance actually underwent a transformation. The cleansing sandal flame lotus already separated from Yi Yuan's body and landed quietly on the ground, becoming bigger and bigger. Very soon, the cleansing sandal flame lotus grew to a person's height. Its branches gradually became RSE, the lotus leaves miraculously transformed into arms and legs, while the lotus body transformed to become the head. The cleansing sandal flame lotus actually transformed completely to take human form. Ha ha ha. Indeed didn't disappoint this emperor. After this cleansing sandal flame lotus devoured Grey Flame, it directly expedited giving birth to a primordial spirit, and transformed into human form. Xielingzi burst into laughter as if that person who evolved was himself. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura was also rising rapidly. He and Fiery were linked telepathically. Absorbing so much fire origin power all of a sudden, there was even large ties of essence energy mixed inside, but it was all absorbed by Yi Yuan. Under this surge, Yi Yuan's cultivation could no longer be controlled and was going to break through. Ha ha ha. This boy is pretty good. Xielingzi looked at Yi Yuan, revealing a very appreciative expression. That expression was like looking at the meat in his bowl, incomparably greedy. But Yi Yuan did not have time to go and bother about Xielingzi at all. He was salting the realm in full force. 5th level Divine Traversing. 6th level Divine Traversing. Yi Yuan directly broke through 2 minor boundaries under the impact of the surge of essence energy, arriving at the threshold of 7th level Divine Traversing, reaching peak 6th level Divine Traversing. Not bad, really not bad. This boy's concept comprehension is much higher than his true cultivation realm. Breaking through 2 minor boundaries in a row, and there is actually not the slightest sign of his cultivation realm being unstable. Xielingzi had been observing Yi Yuan's breakthrough by the side the entire time and even made complimenting remarks about him from time to time. Finally, Yi Yuan successfully broke through, his entire person's aura rising a great deal. While at this time, Fiery had also completed evolution already. The present Fiery was also not far away from tier 7. A handsome youth appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He was precisely Fiery, who achieved a primordial spirit. Fiery pays respect to master, Fiery said with a childish face. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Haha, I didn't expect that there is actually still an unexpected harvest coming to this ancient grotto this time. Fiery, don't need to be so courteous with me. Just be like White Light and call me Big Brother will do." Although Fiery just evolved and became a primordial spirit, the time he followed Yi Yuan was roughly the same as White Light. Along the way, Fiery had helped him out greatly. Regardless whether was it pill refinement or battle, Fiery was Yi Yuan's indispensable partner. Moreover, Yi Yuan being able to leap realms to battle many times was relying all on the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, this cultivation method. Fiery was even more essential. Therefore, even though the face of this handsome youth before his hands was very unfamiliar, Yi Yuan felt very close. This Big Brother. Fiery hesitated for a bit, but he still called out. Fiery was already in a state of extreme reluctance to part with towards Yi Yuan now. Furthermore, he knew that everything of his today was all bestowed by Yi Yuan. If without Yi Yuan, he might just be a tier 4 essence fire forever. Haha, good brother. Seeing Fiery give birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan was very happy too. Heh, truly affectionate brothers. Didn't think that I, Xielingzi, slumbered for so long. There were actually people who delivered you brothers in front of me. Young man, tell me, aren't we very fated? Xielingzi suddenly said with a sinister grin. The grey flame heretic fire's main body was devoured to the limit by Fiery. His primordial spirit right now was like being drained empty. Xu Yang's entire person was withered on the ground, already on his last gasp. However, when he heard Xielingzi's words, he suddenly shuddered. Master, why you don't want grey flame anymore? Why you want to take over this boy? Xielingzi smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Who? Grey flame alone understands me. You take a look at them, one is full of vigor and vitality. One is a newborn primordial spirit. Aren't they specially sent before me by heaven? Grey flame, once this cleansing sandal flame lotus advances to tier 9, its strength will be much stronger than yours. Therefore, using you to help him, is it not the best option?" Xielingzi looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile, as if he was already a dish in his bowl. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said, "Is Senior joking? Earlier, you were clearly still helping me. Why would you carry out possession on me?" Xielingzi laughed loudly and said, "Joking? This emperor is not in the leisurely mood to make jokes with you." This emperor commanded the divine realm back then with an awe-inspiring reputation extending in every direction. Being able to be possessed by this emperor, that is your honor. Young man, you better open up your divine soul and submit obediently. Or else, the taste of the divine soul being eradicated isn't that enjoyable. Yi Yuan said fearfully, Don't. Junior's body isn't that good to use. There are so many physical bodies here. Senior just randomly pick one will do." Xielingzi said with a laugh, "Brat, don't play any games with me. I know that your capabilities are not small, but your capabilities have nowhere to be displayed at all in front of this emperor. Also, your fleshy body contains extremely powerful true dragon might. Do you think that I can't perceive it? This fleshy body of yours, apart from the cultivation realm being a little low, it's simply rated as perfect. Other than you, this old man turns his nose up at everyone." This Xielingzi's knowledge was extraordinary and had long seen through the remarkable aspects of Yi Yuan's physical body. Powerful physical body, consummate concepts, and even took in an essence fire which gave birth to a primordial spirit. This was seriously too perfect. Therefore, when Grey Flame attempted to attack Yi Yuan earlier, not only did he block Grey Flame, he even added fuel to the fire, letting Fiery devour the Grey Flame heretic fire's main body. The more powerful this fleshy body was, the more satisfied Xielingzi was. In his view, this physical body was simply custom-made for him. Originally, according to Xielingzi's plan, this grotto should be able to absorb sufficient divine souls and nourish his own divine soul through the array formation and let him recover to his peak state. After that, he would awaken and hunt for a quality physical body to seize over. But plans could not catch up to changes. The grey flame heretic fire actually broke through the seal and attempted to annihilate his divine soul. Who knew that grey flame heretic fire actually even lured so many martial artists here, and in an accident arising from many causes, made him regain consciousness in advance. Although Xielingzi's current condition was not very good either, pondering about taking possession of a puny little divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan, it was still more than adequate. Of course, if he knew what kind of a divine soul was housed inside this fleshy body, he definitely would not think this way. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said to Fiery, run. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved and was going to escape from this rock cave. But Xielingzi chortled with laughter and said, run? Can something that this emperor has taken fancy on escape? Come, this emperor will bring this fleshy body and traverse the 9 heavens and 10 lands once more. Xielingzi's figure moved and instantly caught up to Yi Yuan. With a swoosh, Xielingzi directly tunneled into Yi Yuan's Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 760. Sealing off the Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 760. Sealing off the Sea of Consciousness. Ouch. Punk, you schemed against me. Xielingzi had just entered Yi Yuan's Sea of Consciousness and had yet to figure out what was happening, and he was struck by a soul sword, giving off a tragic cry. Heh, so what if I schemed against you? Eat another blow from me. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and released a soul sword once more. Ouch. Xielingzi cried out miserably once more. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan, a puny little divine traversing realm, would actually have such fierce divine soul attack means? Taken by surprise, Xielingzi was actually successfully schemed against by Yi Yuan. Divine soul showdowns were incomparably dangerous. Xielingzi receiving 2 soul swords attack, his divine soul immediately withered considerably. Although Xielingzi was a peak alchemy emperor divine soul, having slumbered for such a long time, even with the sealing of an array formation, his soul force was also running on empty. Without the assistance of a physical body, for his soul force to want to recover, it was also basically impossible. Therefore, that was why he wanted to take possession of Yi Yuan's physical body. No, wait. Your divine soul. Xielingzi suddenly discovered something and actually cried out weirdly. The current Xielingzi was like a bunny whose tail was stepped on, suffering a considerable shock. Hehe, now you realized it. Yi Yuan said with a ridiculing laugh. Xielingzi cried out weirdly again and said, impossible. If you seized possession and revived, how can you possibly be so compatible with the fleshy body? Could it be? Impossible. Didn't Greyflame say that there are already no deity realm old monsters anymore now? Could it be that he was lying to me? Xielingzi's cultivation realm and horizons were far from what ordinary martial artists could compare to. When he attempted to take possession and saw Yi Yuan's divine soul, he immediately discovered something amiss. How was this some divine traversing realm brat? This was simply a peak alchemy emperor old freak. It was just that Xielingzi could not figure out no matter what. Yi Yuan was clearly possessed, but why could he be so compatible with the fleshy body? Seizing possession and reviving, under normal Cirque stances, there was no way to be fully compatible with the new fleshy body. Xielingzi prepared a series of contingency plans for the sake of taking possession and reviving. But these contingency plans could only let him reduce this kind of incompatibility to the lowest 2. The only ones able to reach this kind of degree were only deity realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan's fleshy body was actually just like his own. This was simply something unimaginably queer. Yi Yuan said coolly, he didn't lie to you. Divine Tao has already vanished for over 100,000 years. Now, under this stretch of sky, there are indeed no deity realm powerhouses. Xielingzi's eyes became round circles as he said with a disbelieving face, this. How is this possible? Then how did you do it? Yi Yuan flashed a brilliant smile and said, you really want to know? Xielingzi nodded his head stiffly. Clearly, he was completely bewildered by this. Yi Yuan suddenly spread his 2 hands out and said, actually, I don't know either. Xielingzi's expression could not help choking up as he said furiously, you're playing games with me. Yi Yuan said helplessly, just telling the truth. It's you who don't believe it. I believe your freaking head. Boy, even if you're a peak tier 9, You're also just birds of a feather with me right now. Who lives and who dies is still unknown. Xie Lingzi roared furiously. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, then you can very well come and give it a shot. The two divine souls were both tigers who landed in the plains, lost their power and authority. Their strengths were less than 1/10,000th of their pinnacle period. But there was one point: Yi Yuan was at the rising phase, while Xie Lingzi was at the declining phase. Furthermore, in terms of divine soul methods, Yi Yuan judged himself that he would not lose to anyone, even if this opponent in front of him was a powerhouse in the divine Tao era. I'll give it a try then. I don't believe that you, a junior boy in an age of declining laws, can still overturn the skies. Divine Soul Storm. Xie Lingzi was indeed well deserving of being a powerhouse in the divine Tao era. His opening move was an extremely violent divine soul mystic art. As soon as this divine soul storm was executed, Xie Lingzi's divine soul immediately transformed into a tempest, and actually wanted to tear Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness into shred. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and cried out, "Divine soul mystic art, wind-cleaving blade." A powerful soul force coalesced to form a gigantic blade, cruise. Plussing over towards Xie Lingzi's divine soul storm, carrying an imposing momentum which pressed forth with an indomitable will. Rip! The divine soul storm was extremely powerful and actually directly cracked open a large gap on Yi Yuan's blade. But Xie Lingzi was even more tragic. His divine soul storm was cleaved into two halves by Yi Yuan immediately. When Xie Lingzi revealed his figure, his divine soul weakened considerably once more. Yi Yuan's divine soul likewise suffered considerable injuries, resulting in his divine soul to become a fair bit dimmer. It was just that in comparison, it was still Yi Yuan who won slightly. Divine soul battles and martial artists compete. One tie-on in strength were completely different. No matter how powerful your divine soul was, under such battles, it would definitely cause damage to the divine soul. Except, if one person's boundary was much higher compared to the other, this kind of damage could be overlooked. But this Xie Lingzi was not an ordinary divine soul, but a divine Tao era's Tier 9 powerhouse. If the two people were both at their pinnacle period, the might of their divine souls should be more or less the same. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan won, it was also hard for him to avoid having some damage. But this bit of injury, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He had a physical body as a carrier. Later, he just had to consume some medicinal pills, and he would naturally be able to recover his strength. But Xie Lingzi could not. He was just a divine soul now. He could not endure this kind of losses at all. Let alone that Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic art even completely trounced him. I didn't expect that a junior boy in an age of declining laws actually had such strength. Truly remarkable. Xie Lingzi said with an ugly look. Who, a divine Tao era's Tier 9 powerhouse is also merely just so. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Boy, don't be so rampant by relying on that you have a physical body. Xie Lingzi said furiously. I'm just bullying you by relying on that I have a physical body. So what? Come and bite me. Bite me. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Xie Lingzi was angered by Yi Yuan until he was huffing and puffing, but he could do nothing about it. Although this move earlier was just a probe, Xie Lingzi discovered to his dismay that he was not Yi Yuan's match at all. When Xie Lingzi heard that there were no deity realm powerhouses now, he could not help harboring a sense of looking down on the present martial artists. But through the exchange with Yi Yuan, he discovered that even if this sort of strength was placed in the divine Tao era, it was extremely daunting too. If Yi Yuan was born in the divine Tao era, he was bound to be able to achieve deity realm. Brat, this fleshy body, I don't want it anymore. Humph, we'll meet again another day. Xie Lingzi missed this. And actually backed out. It was only to see his figure moved and actually wanted to back out from Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh, want to leave? How can it be that easy? All of a sudden, the surroundings became pitch black, unable to see one's hand in front of them. Xie Lingzi was just about to escape but discovered to his surprise that there was no path to take. His expression could not help changing drastically as he said, Boy, you actually sealed off your sea of consciousness. You don't want to live anymore? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, I let you into the sea of consciousness in order to exterminate you in one stroke. Now that you want to escape from here, don't even think about it. Chapter 761, Myriad Soul Extinction. Chapter 761, Myriad Soul Extinction. Xieling's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not think that Yi Yuan deliberately lured him in. Now, Yi Yuan sealed off the sea of consciousness to fight with him to the death. This kind of outcome was what Xielingzi could not have antic. 1p at all prior to this. Boy, you doing this, do you really take me to be a soft persimmon? If I explode with full power, the two of us, both will die. Looking at Xieling's appearance, he was actually turning to desperate measures when driven into a corner. Sealing off the sea of consciousness, even Yi Yuan himself could not sense the existence of his physical body too. Now, Yi Yuan's physical body was simply a walking corpse and would not have the least bit of sensation. But with the fiery who had just advanced ranks protecting, Yi Yuan was not worried about Grey Flame. Right now, Grey Flame was already not much different from a dead dog. Fiery dealing with him was more than plenty. Heh, you got to have the capability to do that too. Speaking of which, I very much want to experience the divine soul mystic arts of an ancient powerhouse. How about, we compare notes a little? Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not wait for Xielingzi to answer either, and actually attacked straight away. Ice Soul Curse. Yi Yuan gave a light cry and actually condensed out a large bunch of ice shards with soul force in an instant, stabbing towards Xielingzi. His approach was pestering non-stop. Even if Xielingzi did not want to fight, it was out of the question too. But Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic art was very powerful. Even if Xielingzi had exceedingly high attainments concerning divine souls, he was still somewhat struggling with cope with things in front of Yi Yuan. This Ice Soul Curse looked to be an extremely powerful offensive-style divine soul mystic art at one glance. Xieling's expression darkened, and he howled, Nether Soul Shi plus ELD. All of a sudden, Xielingzi condensed a gigantic Shi plus ELD with soul force, blocking it in front of him. Bang! 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 Ice shards bombarded toward the SHI plus ELD one by one. Tremendous impact force beat the SHI plus ELD back repeatedly. But this move was not Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. After he displayed this move, he had been observing Xieling's divine soul mystic art constantly, his gaze revealing a pondering look. The ancient era's divine soul mystic arts seemed to be somewhat different from the present. But where it was different, Yi Yuan could not pinpoint it either. Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic arts were numerous. Succeeding in one move, he changed styles unceasingly and carried out an indiscriminate bombing against Xielingzi, pressuring Xielingzi until he could not catch his breath at all, being exhausted from dealing with it continuously. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul mystic arts he executed seemed to have slightly greater consumption compared to Xielingzi. Although he took the absolute upper hand, that was the absolute overpowering of strength. The divine soul mystic arts that Xielingzi displayed seemed to be more accomplished with high proficiency compared to himself. This discovery made Yi Yuan very depressed. Could it be that after the divine Tao withered, martial artist's divine soul also had some unknown transformation occurring? Or was it because present martial artists lacked a little something, so they were unable to advance to the deity realm? In contrast, the more Xielingzi fought, the more startled he got. Yi Yuan was seriously too powerful. All kinds of divine soul mystic arts emerged in endless streams, seemingly inexhaustible. If it continued like this, he would be exhausted to death by Yi Yuan. Boom! Xieling's soul force abruptly erupted, slamming away Yi Yuan's attack directly. He looked at Yi Yuan like he went mad and roared, "Brat, you forced me. I'll let you take a look at an ancient powerhouse's true prowess." Xieling's arms opened up slightly. A majestic soul force spewed forth from his divine soul akin to an erupting volcano. While Yi Yuan actually felt a kind of very familiar feeling in this surge of soul force. His soul force, it seems to encompass some sort of elusive profundity. Just what is it? Yi Yuan muttered under his breath, seemingly not paying any attention to this powerful attack at all. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised in his heart as he said, "Oh right, that's it. This mysterious aura is precisely the mysterious power contained within the golden characters. It's just that Xielingzi's mysterious aura is too weak. If not for him erupting his soul force entirely, I wouldn't sense it at all. Looks like he's still a very long way away from deity realm. Boy, facing imminent death and you're actually still in a trance here. Xielingzi was currently releasing a big move but suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was currently in a daze. This made him feel unbelievable fury. He was an exalted divine Dao era's big shot and was actually being looked down upon by a junior brat like so. How to make him accept this? It was only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses. He had an apologetic smile on his face as he said, sorry about that. Thinking about some things earlier and became absent-minded. Fortunately, I can still make it in time right now. This is your strongest divine soul mystic art. Doesn't seem like much either. You disappoint me greatly. Fortunately, Xielingzi was a divine soul body right now. If he still had a physical body now, he would definitely be infuriated until he was heavily injured and vomit blood. Yi Yuan's words were seriously too infuriating. He was, at any rate, a former peak Dao profound powerhouse too. He was actually being despised by a junior, except, he had yet to refute in time, and his face revealed a look of astonishment. Heh, I already have not used this move for a long time. My present soul force is barely able to support this move. Divine Dao Era's senior, sample the taste of this move of mine well. Because, you only have one chance to experience it. Yi Yuan played it down as he said it, but his soul force quietly dispersed throughout the entire sea of consciousness. How is this possible? My divine soul mystic arts are actually unable to be used. What the hell kind of skill is this? Xielingzi had an expression like he saw a ghost. He urged his soul force with all his might. However, his soul force was like withered, unable to be deployed at all. Xielingzi had lived for 10,000 years. The cultivation skills and martial technique he had experienced before were too many to enumerate, but he had yet to see before any kind of divine soul mystic art that could make the opponent unable to even retaliate. This kind of skill was also too horrifying. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "It's true that right now is an age of declining laws. But it's precisely because they are unable to break through to the deity realm that martial artists pushed all kinds of methods to the limit, wanting to break through the fetters. Therefore, current martial artist strength is not as weak as you imagine. In comparison, same-rank martial artists are even more powerful compared to that era of yours. Therefore, don't look down on martial artists in a waning age." Xielingzi looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, as if he was a god no. Don't. I, Xielingzi, am someone who's going to step into deity realm. How can I possibly die here? Xielingzi yelled out crazily. Yet, no matter how he shouted, he was unable to muster up soul force. Myriad. Soul. Extinction. Out of Yi Yuan's mouth, these three words were akin to the sound of a celestial deity. The moment the words came out, the entire sea of consciousness quietened down. Xielingzi's mouth was still opening and closing frenziedly, but he could not emit any bit of noise anymore. His soul force was constantly being extinguished by some inexplicable power. While Xielingzi's divine soul was like being hit, it was as if he was turning into mosaic tiles, his entire person breaking down into countless fragments. At the start, these shards could still form a complete divine soul. But now, those fragments fragmented once more, then they were utterly obliterated. Chapter 762, Mystic Qi. Chapter 762, Mystic Qi. With a thud, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground, panting for air heavily. Master, is that you? Xu Yang had been observing Yi Yuan's activities by the side all along. But the battle which took place inside the sea of consciousness, he was unable to pry into it. But in accordance to his judgment, with Xielingzi's strength, it was impossible to lose to such a divine traversing realm brat. Except, Xu Yang could not quite figure out why Xielingzi actually spent such a long time to deal with a brat like this. Moreover, looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like the cost was huge. Huff. Huff. That DAM and master of yours is already thoroughly dead now. Using this move right now is indeed somewhat more than I can bear. This time, even if there are medicinal pills assisting, without half a month, I'll probably be unable to recover. Yi Yuan panted for air as he said powerlessly. When Greyflame, who was by the side, heard Yi Yuan's words, it was as if he was struck by a thunderbolt in clear weather. What did he say just now? Master. Master was finished off. This. How was this possible? Even if Xieling's current condition was much worse compared to his pinnacle period, to deal with a divine traversing realm brat like this, it shouldn't need the slightest effort, right? Xieling's might, the Greyflame who had always been by his side, was all too clear. He was actually unable to seize possession of a divine traversing realm boy. Greyflame was limp and feeble on the ground like mud at this time. But he could not resist lifting his head to take a look at Yi Yuan, as if he had seen a ghost. This young man before his eyes, who was young until it could make people disregard, was really a monster-like existence. He took possession of Xu Yang, then lured Ying Tianya over through Xu Yang's secret arts. It was originally something that was already in the bag. Greyflame knew that the ones here this time were all Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. They were simply nothing to be feared to him. But he took everything into calculations and also did not calculate that such a monster actually came this time. Yi Yuan consumed a soul force recovering medicinal pill and rested for a while, and finally recovered. When his gaze landed on Greyflame, Greyflame could not refrain from shuddering. Yi Yuan flashed a bright smile and said, "You don't have to be scared. Actually, I just want to ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, it's not impossible to let you live." Greyflame was startled and hurriedly said, "Am I, my lord? Go ahead and ask. This lowly one will answer everything." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "You experienced the divine Tao era. Do you know how to achieve the deity realm or not?" Yi Yuan's question made Greyflame's expression became very ugly too. "My lord, even in the divine Tao era, deity realm was also an inscrutable realm. Forget about me. Even Xielingzi lingered in front of this great gate for a long time too, unable to find the correct approach," Greyflame said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan looked at Greyflame with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "That's to say that you don't have any use at all? Fiery, eradicate his primordial spirit. Don't. Although I don't know how to achieve the deity realm, I know that there is one thing of utmost importance to achieve deity realm," Greyflame hastily said. Hearing Greyflame's words, Yi Yuan was slightly stirred in his heart. He was rather surprised. Actually, Greyflame saying that he did not know the mystery of becoming a deity was within Yi Yuan's expectation. Except, it didn't expect that under Yi Yuan's bluff, he actually really swindled out some things. What thing? Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and asked. Yi Yuan's lifelong goal in his previous life was to achieve the alchemy God realm. But he sought after bitterly and did not attain it. Now that he had a chance to hear the mystery of becoming a deity, how could Yi Yuan not be agitated in his heart? Greyflame said, "Deity realm powerhouses and ordinary martial artists are simply people of two different worlds." Even though Xielingzi was considered very powerful in the Tao profound realm, in front of deity realm powerhouses, he didn't even dare to lift his head. As for how to affirm one's Tao and become a deity, deity realm powerhouses all guarded the secret closely as well. But with Xieling's status, he knew some secrets of becoming a deity. Allegedly, achieving deity realm is very closely related to something called mystic qi. All martial artists must go through the baptism of mystic qi before they can transform and become a deity. Hearing that, Yi Yuan's brows creased together tightly. Mystic qi? What is that? Mystic qi, this name, it was Yi Yuan's first time hearing. Ji Qingyun was a member of the Divine Realm's pinnaclemost group in his previous life. With regards to many secrets about deity realm, he was aware. These 100,000 years, martial artists had never given up on the research on deity realm. Each major force had its own coremost layer of secrets. Of course, there were also many things regarding deity realm that everyone all knew. But Yi Yuan had never heard before that deity realm had something to do with a thing called mystic qi. Greyflame shook his head when he heard that and said, "I don't know. Deity realm powerhouses all did not breathe a word about this to a soul. Even if there was some kind of exchange, that was also something between deity realm powerhouses. Martial artists beneath the deity realm, they did not place in their sights at all. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not doubt it. The might of deity realm powerhouses, ordinary martial artists had no way of imagining at all. The gap between the deity realm and the Tao profound realm had no way of compensating using numbers at all. No number of Tao profound realm powerhouses was a deity realm powerhouses match. One could say that deity realm powerhouses were completely another level of life form. If not for so, they would not be called deity realm powerhouses. Therefore, in the eyes of a deity realm powerhouse, ordinary martial artists did not have the qualifications of communicating with them at all. Yi Yuan could not help revealing a pondering look. Looks like deity realm powerhouses all disappearing overnight brought away too many secrets, resulting in a rupture appearing between the two eras' martial artists. As for this mystic chi, it sounds rather like an existence similar to essence energy. It was just that this mystic chi was probably a level higher than essence energy. But according to what Greyflame said, he did not know what mystic chi was at all. That indicated that this sort of thing was probably not that easy to perceive. Either it was extremely rare, or it required reaching some sort of profound boundary before one could perceive it. Or perhaps, both at the same time. All in all, becoming a deity was as hard as reaching the sky. In the divine Tao era, it was already extremely difficult. In this present age of declining laws, becoming a deity was even more a kind of extravagant hope. Perhaps in the GODS4 mountain range, some secrets of becoming deity are hidden. When the time is right, I can go there and investigate properly, Yi Yuan thought to himself secretly in his heart. Right now, in the divine realm, the vast majority of things related to deity realm were all obtained in the GODS4 mountain range, including the golden characters inside Yi Yuan's Sea of Consciousness. If talking about which place in the divine realm was the closest to divine realm, there was only the GODS4 mountain range. But with this mystic chi, Yi Yuan going to explore the GODS4 mountain range had even more focus and direction. Am I, my lord? This lowly one has already said all that I know. I beg you, stay your hand in mercy and let me off, Greyflame said with a mournful face. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a smile, I promised to let you live. I naturally won't go back on my words. But a primordial spirit like you, I don't dare to let you follow your inclinations. So. Yi Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out over towards the top of Shu Yang's head. Chapter 763, Favor. Chapter 763, Favor. Yi Yuan opened up his 5 fingers and directly grabbed the top of Shu Yang's head. A powerful suction tapped into Shu Yang's Sea of Consciousness and actually dragged Greyflame's primordial spirit out straight away. If Greyflame was at his prime, Yi Yuan naturally could not accomplish this. But his main body was completely gobbled up by Fiery. Greyflame's primordial spirit was extremely weak and could only be at Yi Yuan's mercy too. Yi Yuan retrieved a small bottle and sealed Greyflame inside immediately. Inside the small bottle had no essence energy to replenish. Greyflame would also forever not be able to recover his main body's strength. To an essence fire which gave birth to a primordial spirit, the primordial spirit was the most crucial. As long as the primordial spirit was not annihilated, they could draw on the fire origin power in heaven and earth ceaselessly and could recover to their peak state. Fiery, you enter vast heaven Parji. Oda to cultivate first. Your existence is too conspicuous. It's easy to attract the covetous eyes of an observant and conscientious person. Later, I'll impart you a few cultivation methods. When you master them, it can let your combat power rise substantially, Yi Yuan said to Fiery. Fiery was overjoyed as he nodded his head and said, Many thanks, big brother. Then I'll dispatch a clone to follow you. If there's any need, big brother, you just call me out straight away will do. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's mind stirred and put Fiery away inside the vast heaven Parji. Oda. Giving birth to a primordial spirit, Fiery was an independent individual already. He was not much different from ordinary martial artists. It was just that giving birth to a primordial spirit at this cultivation realm, Fiery was indeed rather heaven-defying and not too suitable to appear in front of people. But even so, Fiery would also be a major trump card of Yi Yuan's in the future. Even if Fiery did not do anything, just using the might of essence fire was plenty more than ordinary boundless realm martial artists could bear. Let alone that Yi Yuan still had many fire-controlling arts on hand. After imparting some methods to Fiery, it could let his strength have a very large increase within a short period. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan fed the pinnate star Gra. SS juice refined previously one by one for everyone to consume, then started meditating to recover his strength inside this rock cave. Executing the myriad soul extinction previously had a tremendous burden on his divine soul. This myriad soul extinction skill was created several tens of thousands of years ago by a powerful alchemy emperor. Its might was exceedingly terrifying. Divine soul mystic arts were alchemists' primary attack methods. Powerful alchemists were able to forcefully withstand divine king realm powerhouses' martial technique with divine soul mystic art, even kill divine king. In reality, Ji Zhengyang father and son had this level of strength back then too. If not for being plotted against by Ji Zhengyang, their father and son pair also would not have ended up peries. Hi+ing. Yi Yuan's current soul force, just displaying this move facefront, he could not even unleash 1,000th of this move's might. But even so, myriad soul extinction was also not what Xielingzi, this remnant soul, could withstand. Actually, Yi Yuan thought of asking some things from Xielingzi. But later, he gave up on this idea. This Xielingzi was too dangerous. Better annihilate straight away was safer. Before long, Jun Tianyu was the first one to gradually wake up. Jun Tianyu's alertness was very high. The first thing he did when he woke up was to circulate his essence energy to guard against any accidents. But very soon, he saw Yi Yuan currently smiling at him. Only then did he set his mind at ease. Brother Jun is indeed formidable. Your cultivation realm is inferior to Ying Tianya and Pei Wenqiang, but you woke up first before them, Yi Yuan praised. Jun Tianyu was indeed an exceptional talent. In terms of potential, he flung these two city lords several streets behind. Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists that came out to be the lord of a city all basically did not have much hope in the martial path. That was why they would seek for another way out. As long as they still had hope in martial arts, most would remain in the Holy Land to continue cultivating bitterly. But Jun Tianyu was an outlier in ancient opulence city. Jun Tianyu blushed with shame, but then he pointed at the Shu Yang who was already dead and said in surprise, "This person." Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and briefly recounted the entire process of the incident, but he concealed being seized possession of by Xielingzi this part. Based on Yi Yuan's story, Xielingzi and his primordial spirit fell out and became enemies. Only then did he have an opportunity to exploit, rounding them up in one fell swoop. Except, even so, Jun Tianyu was incomparably astonished too. Yi Yuan said it simply, but to find the lease of life in this, it really could not be done by the average person. Not long after, Ying Tianya and Pei Wenqiang pretty much woke up at the same time. The others also gradually woke up one after another. Of course, they who had just regained consciousness also had a look of being struck senseless regarding the present situation. Jun Tianyu briefly recounted the situation. Only then did they know that they squeaked by with their lives again. Not only did Yi Yuan eradicate Xielingzi and Grey Flame Heretic Fire, he even resolved the strange nether flower poison in their bodies. No matter whether they were willing or not, each one of these people owed Yi Yuan a tremendous favor. Especially Pei Wenqiang and He Shuming. These two people incredibly embarrassed, said by the side. But Ying Tianya had a bitter look. His relations. Hi+P with Shu Yang was excellent. Hence, he put his life on the line and also had to come to this ancient grotto to save Shu Yang. It was just that he never would have thought that turns out before he entered this grotto. Shu Yang was already possessed by Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Ying Tianya hugged Shu Yang's corpse and wept his eyes out, making everyone by the side unable to refrain from feeling sorrowful in their hearts too. This trip, if not for Yi Yuan, their outcome would probably all be incomparably tragic. Before this, they would already be completely wiped out. Even though they all woke up, each and every one had the greater half of their essence energy extracted. Even if they returned to form, their cultivation realms likely faced the risk of falling too. Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were still fine, but Boundless Realm martial artists' losses this time were a little too much. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, it should be very hard to recover to peak strength. Of course, Yi Yuan had the ability to help them eliminate the hidden dangers. But he was not a goody two-shoes to this sort of extent. Except, at this sort of time, there was already no one who paid attention to this. Being able to survive by a fluke was already very not easy. After a long while, Ying Tianya finally pulled it together. He put away Shu Yang's corpse, planning to send it back to the Holy Land to bury. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that right at this time, Pei Wenqiang actually came in front of him and said with clasped hands, "Boy, this trip, many thank." This Pei Wenqiang relied on that his elder brother was one of the 7 holy sons and had never shown anyone respect. But this time, Yi Yuan took action to save him over and over again. This also finally made him feel rather embarrassed. Said. Yi Yuan knew that with Pei Wenqiang's personality, being able to say out these 2 words were already very not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to be courteous. You also said it was in order for myself to be able to exit. Therefore, we're square." Pei Wenqiang was a person who valued face tremendously. If Yi Yuan climbed up along the pole, he would feel a little better instead. But Yi Yuan saying that they were square very magnanimously made him feel very disgraced instead. It was only to see him said with a livid face, "Boy, don't give me that. This Pei never owes other people this favor. This Pei has noted it down. If you need any help in the future, as long as it's within the Holy Land, this Pei has the ability to help you achieve it." Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Fine. When the time comes, I'll go and look for you." Chapter 764, Reminisce. Chapter 764, Reminisce. Yi Yuan, how do we exit now? Zhun Tianyu asked what everyone was wondering. Everyone perked their ears up. This DAMN place, they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. Even Ying Tianya and Pei Wenqiang also involuntarily perked their ears up. From the moment they woke up, Yi Yuan already became the absolute backbone of their group of people. Forget about He Shuming, even the Pei Wenqiang who always liked to jump around bowed his head in submission already. Who else dared to jump out? Yi Yuan said, "The exit is right at the sacrificial altar there. Let's go." During the period that everyone was unconscious, Yi Yuan did not stay idle. He used secret arts to torture the grey flame primordial spirit for a bout, forcing him to say out many of this grotto's secrets. Xie Lingzi prepared many contingency plans for the sake of reviving anew. These backup plans, he did not get to use them all. All of these benefited Yi Yuan. And that sacrificial altar was not just the core of the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array, it was also the grotto's Par-S sageway leading to the outside world. One had to admit that this Xie Lingzi's attainments in formations were still praiseworthy. The ingenuity of his ideas, Yi Yuan rather admired it too. On the sacrificial altar, Yi Yuan opened up the transmission array according to the method Greyflame had told him. Everyone pushed open the coffin, but the things inside were already moved out by Yi Yuan long ago, completely empty. Inside this coffin was the transmission array's Par-S sageway. Everyone entered the coffin. A radiant light flashed, and they finally vanished from inside this ancient grotto. At this very moment, in the faraway Rang SHI+ region, Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters, an alchemy emperor was currently researching medicinal pills. An old man whose hair and beard were all white was sitting not far away from him, currently enjoying tea. Alchemy emperors researching medicinal pills was something that was most common. It was just that what was placed on his table were actually all Tier 5 medicinal pills. An alchemy emperor powerhouse researching Tier 5 medicinal pills, now this was not a usual thing. Many jade containers were placed on the table. Inside the containers had all sorts of liquid. As he researched, his brows were tightly knitted. In the end, he drew a breath and sighed deeply, putting down the work in his hands. When that old man whose hair and beard were all white saw the situation, he put down the teacup in his hand, came to the alchemy emperor's side, and said rather surprisedly, "Younger brother Zunzi, even you can't deconstruct these measly little Tier 5 medicinal pills too?" First elder, it's not that I, Zunzi, and boosting other people's morale while plussing our prestige. Even if these medicinal pills are brought to the Alchemist Association, those few old monsters might not be able to deconstruct them either, Sun Ziyi said with an emotional sigh. First Elder's eyebrows raised up as he said in amazement, "Really that freaky?" Sun Ziyi nodded and said, "These Tier 5 medicinal pills look simple, but they were refined and formed with unique methods. And the compositions we deconstructed, logically speaking, are not able to be refined into pills at all when put together. This alchemist is simply a genius. I truly have no idea what kind of method he used to combine these medicinal herbs together, and even let the medicinal pills' medicinal effects increase so much. In my view, this is simply inconceivable." This Sun Ziyi was the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head alchemist, and also the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's one and only high-rank alchemy emperor, and the medicinal pills he was researching were precisely the medicinal pills sent over from the faraway White Valiant region, Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's branch, and also the few types of medicinal pills Yi Yuan newly rolled out. Actually, after these medicinal pills were sent to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters, there was already a batch of alchemy emperor powerhouses who attempted to deconstruct them before. It was just that the final outcome was apparent. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company saw a business opportunity from these medicinal pills and were naturally unresigned to fail just like this. Hence, they let the White Valiant region sent some medicinal pills over again and let the head alchemist, Master Sun Ziyi, attempt decomposition. Except, the final result was still a failure. These medicinal pills were actually all improved by Yi Yuan in his early days in order to research medicinal theory. It was just that Yi Yuan did not let them surface in the world. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun was incredibly haughty and held these sort of improved versions of Tier 5 medicinal pills in contempt. What could truly move Ji Qingyun was probably also just some seldom-seen Tier 9 medicinal pills. It was also fortunate that Yi Yuan did not make these medicinal pills known to the public in his previous life. Or else, he would really not dare to anyhow take them out to sell. He, First Elder, clearly knew the business too. Hearing this, he said rather surprisedly, "The medicinal theory actually doesn't make sense." Sun Ziyi nodded and said, "Not just doesn't make sense, it's simply full of SHI plus T. These few kinds of medicinal herbs grouped together, logically speaking, even if given to an alchemy god to refine, it should also be invalid pills. Really don't know what this alchemist did to actually be able to turn the rotten into something magical. First Elder, these medicinal pills, just who refined them? SSSS. Then that's really freaky. I've already asked the White Valiant region branch before. These medicinal pills were only refined by a divine traversing realm boy who just ascended." When First Elder said this, even he himself did not quite dare to believe it. Sun Ziyi grabbed hold of First Elder's clothes when he heard that and cried out in shock, "What did you say? Divine traversing realm? Alchemy sovereign? This? You aren't joking with me, right?" Sun Zi's startled cry, even his voice changed pitch. The shock in his heart could be imagined. A peak alchemist like Sun Ziyi would never concern himself with the affairs of the world. When First Elder brought the medicinal pills for him to deconstruct, even though he was rather disapproving in his heart, he still did it. Let alone that there were already many alchemy emperors who could not deconstruct them before this. Therefore, he did not ask about these medicinal pills' origins at all. Now, when he heard that it was refined by an alchemy sovereign, his first reaction was that it was impossible. First Elder smiled bitterly and said, "Younger brother Sun Ziyi, do you feel that I have much spare time to crack this kind of joke with you?" Actually, the first time I heard this news, I totally did not believe it too. But only after inquiring repeatedly did I confirm that this was indeed true. But I heard that there is still a master behind this boy. It's just that this expert has never shown face before. That side is guessing whether or not this so-called expert doesn't exist at all. Sun Ziyi sucked in a cold breath, his gaze becoming astonished. First Elder, actually, after I failed earlier, I associated it with someone. If there is really anyone who's able to reach this level in this world, then there can only be him. But the problem is, that person is long dead already. Could it be that, This junior obtained the legacy of an alchemy god in the lower realms? The moment the words came out, even Sun Ziyi himself shook his head and denied it, saying, "How is that possible? It's too preposterous." First Elder's heart was stirred, and he asked, "Could whom you're talking about earlier be?" Sun Ziyi nodded his head, with a close to idolizing expression, as he said one by one, "That's right, it's Ji Qingyun." Pausing for a moment, Sun Ziyi added on, "Ji Qingyun is absolutely the #1 alchemy genius in these tens of thousands of years. His understanding towards alchemy is poles apart from us, these so-called alchemy emperors. It's precisely because so that he would frequently refine out some unimaginably queer medicinal pills. If not for this shackle being unbreakable, him becoming an alchemy god was something sooner or later. Sigh, alas, a genius of his generation actually perished just like this." Chapter 765, Long Time No See, Have You Been Well? Chapter 765, Long Time No See, Have You Been Well? First Elder and Sun Ziyi discussed about Ji Qingyun, both lamenting greatly, especially Sun Ziyi. Sun Ziyi, as a high-rank alchemy emperor, was already standing at the apex of the alchemist food chain. But even he actually had exceedingly idolizing mentality toward Ji Qingyun. Speaking of which, ever since after the Ji family father and son perished, not only did this Medicine King Hall not decline, it became even more powerful instead. It's just that this Medicine King Hall is becoming increasingly mysterious. Originally, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company still had some collaborations with them. But now, it's all suspended, First Elder said. When the Medicine King Hall was at its pinnacle period, it was the target various Divine Realm peak trading companies fell over each other to cooperate with. At one point, it even overshadowed the Alchemist Association. Except, the past was already gone with the wind. The present Medicine King Hall was also no longer that Medicine King Hall in the past. Sun Ziyi heaved a sigh and said, "Ji Qingyun's death was a sort of retrogression to the alchemy path. If he didn't die, the entire alchemy world would have had a revolutionary transformation take place before long. If it was like that, it might also be another beginning for the Divine Realm. A shame, such a shame. But to say that the boy who refined these few kinds of medicinal pills have any relation with Ji Qingyun, that's also too far-fetched. The way I see it, he should have gotten some ancient alchemist's inheritance. That's how he knew how to refine these few medicinal pills," First Elder said. Sun Ziyi nodded and said, "Should be this case. But I suggest for the trading firm to pay more attention to this boy. If there's a possibility, letting him join the trading company is for the best. His future accomplishments will surely be above mine." First Elder said, "I naturally know that. These medicinal pills, leave them. Later, I'll invite some fellow alchemists to research these medicinal pills together." Sun Ziyi said. In the Great Xiong region, there were two rank 1 holy lands, Bright Moon City and Vast Sun City. Bright Moon City was renowned throughout the Divine Realm because of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, while Vast Sun City became a household name with the Vast Sun Flameheart pupil. Two mighty rank 1 holy lands were respectively controlled by the two great Yu and Ju families. No one was able to shake them. But at this time, Bright Moon City's Yu family welcomed an esteemed guest. This person was the Alchemist Association's vice-chairman, Lord Quan Xingzi. Even Yu Mengli did not expect it either, that the Ju family actually able to invite Quan Xingzi over. Except, after giving Yu Mengli a round of diagnosis, Quan Xingzi's brows knitted together and repeatedly lamented, "How strange. How strange." Zhu Yang carefully asked at the side, "Lord Chairman, what strange aspects does Lia's illness have?" Quan Xingzi was invited by the Zhu family. Hence, Zhu Yang naturally had to accompany her by the side. Curing Yu Mengli would be his, Zhu Yang's, meritorious deed. Yu Mengli would not be able to find any more reason to object to this marriage. Quan Xingzi said, "I did a round of examination just now and discovered that apart from possessing the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique, Lia actually still has another extremely rare spirit physique." The moment these words came out, Zhu Yang's expression became stiff, and his heart palpitated. "Lord Chairman, logically speaking, having two kinds of spirit physiques should be a good thing. Why," Zhu Yang cried out in his heart, "must not be that whatever innate battle soul physique. Yet, reality was this cruel. Quan Xingzi said, if it were an ordinary spirit physique, it would naturally be a good thing. But this innate battle soul physique is different. In the Divine Realms records, the innate battle soul physique merely appeared a few scanty times. This kind of spirit physique requires the spirit and flesh to merge into one but clashes with the moonlight heavenly eye physique. Two kinds of spirit physiques preying on the divine soul, resulting in Lia's present ailment. With every word Quan Xingzi said, Zhu Yang's face became a shade darker. His diagnosis was actually exactly the same as that punk's. Really seeing ghost. When Lia heard these words, she could not resist smiling at Yi Qing. Yi Yuan was indeed formidable. In terms of alchemy standards, he was absolutely not beneath this Lord Quan Xingzi. However, Yi Yuan said that he was able to treat the conflicting agony of her spirit physiques. This Quan Xingzi probably could not do it, right? Lord Chairman, then Lia's illness, Zhu Yang's eyes carried some hope. He prayed inwardly for Quan Xingzi to be able to cure it. That way, he could kill that brat without any qualms. These few days, Zhu Yang had been pestering Yu Mengli every day. But how could he not feel that Yu Mengli's heart was all tied up in that detestable brat's hand? With the passing of time, the jealousy in his heart grew increasingly thicker. Quan Xingzi heaved a sigh and said, divine soul ailments are the most dangerous. Furthermore, spirit physiques are born from heaven and earth, and there's completely no way of using medicinal strength to change it. Unless the heaven can take back one of her spirit physiques, otherwise, it's incurable. Zhu Yang's expression changed, and he said unresignedly, Lord Chairman's alchemy cultivation is exceedingly high. Could it be that even you are helpless too? Quan Xingzi said helplessly, no matter how strong one's alchemy path cultivation is, it's also not omnipotent. There are always terminal illnesses that can't be treated. These two types of spirit physiques, any one of them would be exceptionally formidable. But gathering onto one body, it's true fate making a mockery out of people. Lia must not utilize soul force in the future. Or else, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. As he said, he looked at the Yi Qing by the side, his expression easing up slightly as he said, azure spirit trees are exceedingly rare. I believe that your father expended a considerable price in order to obtain him, right? It's just that even with the azure spirit heart fusing fluid, it can only treat the symptoms and not the root. Zhu Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he asked Quan Xingzi, Lord Chairman, if even you can't cure this illness of Lia's too, is there still anyone who can treat it in this world? Chairman Jing He, the Chairman Jing from Zhu Yang's mouth was precisely the Divine Realms Alchemy Path's pinnacle existence, the Alchemist Association's chairman, Jing Fengtian. Quan Xingzi shook his head and said, as far as I know, Chairman Jing probably won't cut it either. Moreover, even if he's able to, it's likely very hard for Lia to be able to wait for him to take action as well. Zhu Yang suddenly said with Yu Mengli with a cold smile, Lia, did you hear that? Even Chairman Jing can't. Could it be that you think a lower realms aboriginal can cure your terminal illness? Yu Mengli cracked a smile and said, since even Chairman Jing can do nothing to help, then why not let him give it a try? I think that you're thinking about that aboriginal in your heart, right? Zhu Yang said furiously. So what if yes? Yu Mengli said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Zhu Yang's entire person was about stomp off in a rage. Lia, honorable nephew did not stint to invite Lord Quan Xingzi here to diagnose your pulse with the best of intentions. What's with your attitude? Said a dignified middle-aged man by the side. This middle-aged man was precisely the Lord of Bright Moon City, Yunantian. Previously, he did not speak the whole time. At this time, he finally could not refrain from opening his mouth. Aboriginal? Who? Pardon this old man for speaking bluntly, but how can a lower realms aboriginal possibly treat such a terminal illness? Quan Xingzi suddenly said with a laugh. When Zhu Yang heard these words, his spirit was immediately greatly excited. Like putting on a display of power, he said to Yu Mengli, Lia, did you hear that or not? Yu Mengli gave him a disdainful glance and said with a cold smile, looks like Zhu Yang very much hopes for me to let go of this world. Zhu Yang's expression turned stiff, and he hurriedly said, I didn't mean that. In the end, it ended on a sour note. After everyone left, Yu Mengli's face appeared slightly haggard as she muttered under her breath, "In a blink, it's already over a year. It's been a long time. I wonder if have you been well?" Chapter 766, Backlogged Orders. Chapter 766, Backlogged Orders. Initially she thought that the longing for Yi Yuan was just because he was very similar to that person. But after Yu Mengli returned to the divine realm, she discovered that Yi Yuan's figure kept on lingering in her mind and not leave. The present Yu Mengli had deep yearning written all over her face. According to Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he has probably already ascended to the divine realm now, right? Yi Qing suddenly said. Yu Mengli nodded her head, but she said worriedly, "What I'm worried about is also precisely this." Zhu Yang planted a vast sun flameheart pupil imprint on Yi Yuan's body. If he's really bent on dealing with Yi Yuan, with his present strength, he's definitely not a match. But Yi Qing smiled and said, "I don't know about other people, but Yi Yuan, that boy, is very abnormal. A measly little imprint presumably won't have much effect on him at all." Yu Mengli's eyes lit up, and she said, "Really?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "When have you seen that boy suffer a loss before? Moreover, if Yi Yuan is really that person you suspect, how would he place a puny little Zhu Yang in his sights? Rest assured, wait until that boy shows up in front of you once more, he'll definitely trample Zhu Yang underfoot." These few days, Yi Qing had been following Yu Mengli constantly and also knew quite a bit of secret concerning Yi Yuan, including Yu Mengli's suspicions about Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli said half disbelievingly, "Really? If you don't believe me, you just wait and see," Yi Qing said with a smile. At the same time, Zhu Yang was currently in a towering rage. This damn aboriginal. To actually wipe away this young master's vast sun flameheart pupil imprint. Damn it. Damn it. This young master doesn't believe that a puny little aboriginal can really cure Lia's illness. Juyu, according to the coordinates, that aboriginal who ascended from the endless world should be in the southwest Fu region. You send people over right now. You must find that punk for me. Yes, young master. A guard-looking middle-aged man acknowledged. When Zhu Yang entered the endless world back then, it was through the coordinates given by that black-robed man, directly shattering the plane and going down. As for where endless world martial artists were able to ascend to, he did not know either. There were more than hundreds of millions of small worlds in the lower realms. Wanting to check the corresponding region for each small world's ascenders, that was virtually something impossible. Zhu Yang could only roughly ascertain the region Yi Yuan ascended to through coordinates. Back then, Zhu Yang leaving an imprint on Yi Yuan's body was in order to find Yi Yuan easier. But who knew that before Yi Yuan ascended, he wiped away the vast sun flameheart pupil imprint. Today, Zhu Yang deliberately went to sense the imprint he left behind but discovered that there was no response at all. Only then did he realize that the imprint was already erased by Yi Yuan unknowingly. How could Zhu Yang know that in the previous life, Ji Qingyun had some friends? Hi+P with both the Zhu and Yu families? He was even very familiar with the vast sun flameheart pupils method. With Yi Yuan's means, wanting to erase the imprint without making it known to gods nor ghosts, it was too easy. At present, over half a month's time had already said since Yi Yuan and the others came out from Xielings's grotto. In this half a month's time, the entire ancient opulent city appeared very peaceful. Not long after Ying Tianya came back, he brought Shu Yang's remains back to the Holy Land. He Shuming also chose to enter terminal seclusion straight away and no longer appeared in public either. Yi Yuan and Zhun Tianyu similarly chose to enter closed seclusion. Zhun Tianyu's losses in the Star Mist Radiant Fire formation was not small either, and he had no choice but to enter a retreat to consolidate his cultivation realm. Yi Yuan's divine soul likewise had considerable losses. In this half a month's time, Yi Yuan also expended quite a few medicinal pills before fully restoring his divine soul. Since leaving ancient opulent city until Yi Yuan exited seclusion, in between this had roughly 2 months' time elapsed. But during this period of time, there was a backlog of a large number of Tier 6 medicinal pill orders. Yi Yuan had refined a batch of Tier 6 medicinal pills before leaving. The final outcome was naturally the same as what he said. The vast majority were superior-grade medicinal pills. With this, The fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation had a superb start in ancient opulent city. The boundless realm martial artists in ancient opulent city practically almost trampled the fragrant medicine pavilion's dorsal flat. Every day, there were large numbers of Tier 6 medicinal pill orders. But Yi Yuan was not around. Chen'er and Li Huisheng looked at this large batch of orders but were at a loss on what to do. They did not dare to make this sort of guarantee that the Tier 6 medicinal pills given to everybody would all be superior grade. Li Huisheng even came up with a rotten idea during this, wanting to let the Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouse come and refine, but this was flatly rejected by Chen'er. This kind of thing, like public praise, must not be ruined. With no other choice, Chen'er could only push all of these orders back and wait for Yi Yuan to return. How could Chen'er have expected that Yi Yuan actually entered a retreat immediately after coming back? Moreover, this retreat was half a month's time. This kind of martial artists who put down an order immediately, most of them needed the medicinal pills urgently. Backlogging 2 months of orders all at once, how could these martial artists not be anxious? Especially these few days, those martial artists wished that they could tear down the fragrant medicine pavilion signboard. Chen'er was anxious until she was pacing around in circles at Yi Yuan's seclusion venue. No idea how long had Pares said either. She finally caught sight of Yi Yuan exiting seclusion. "My lord and master, you finally exited seclusion. If you still don't exit seclusion, the fragrant medicine pavilion will really have to wind up for good." Chen'er carried a resentful tone as she grumbled. Chen'er actually carried some spoiled overtones when she said these words, making people unable to get angry. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "If it goes out of business, just open again will do. The sky won't fall. Talk about it, what did you run into?" Chen'er said anxiously, Why do you not have any score in your heart at all? The fire is already burning up to the eyebrows, and you're actually not nervous at all." Chen'er said the predicament the fragrant medicine pavilion faced for Yi Yuan to hear. Initially, she thought that Yi Yuan would be burning with anxiety. But who knew that he just smiled faintly and said, "I was wondering how big a matter it was. Isn't it just some Tier 6 medicinal pills? Give the orders all to me. Latest by 2 days' time, I'll hand the medicinal pills all to your hand." Chen'er stared with wide eyes and said, "2 days? You aren't joking with me? I have hundreds of Tier 6 medicinal pill orders on hand. That expert behind you can actually refine finish in 2 days?" Actually, Chen'er had surmises long ago. What expert behind? Utter nonsense. This person who refined the Tier 6 medicinal pills was definitely Yi Yuan himself. It was just that some words, it was not appropriate for Chen'er to say explicitly. Chen'er was a clever person. She knew that once some words were said, their collaboration with Yi Yuan would come to an end here. Actually, when Chen'er heard Yi Yuan make that sort of promise back then, she jumped in fright too. It was just that hearing Yi Yuan said that there was a master behind afterwards did Chen'er set her mind at ease a little. Yet, Yi Yuan and she, they had been very close. She had never seen before whatever so-called expert. Therefore, she boldly guessed that the one who refined the medicinal pills was Yi Yuan himself. At that time, she gave herself a great fright too, feeling that this kind of result was too fantastical. How could an alchemy sovereign realm alchemist possibly refine Tier 6 medicinal pills? It was fine if refining Tier 6 medicinal pills. But they were even all superior grade and above medicinal pills. This was too outrageous.